Came tumbling down, tumbling down. What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? Every day is a new dream. You got everything to lose. And every late night makes me lose my mind a little more. It's been a long 4 weeks in the city, trying to teach myself to fly. Hoping one day you'll be rolling with me. Now you're gone. What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground?
And welcome, SMITE fans across the globe. Today is the EU Challenger Circuit. We've got the Poppies versus Carbon 6 on deck. My name is Freytran, and joining me will be Mr. Souza. What's going on, man?
A bit of an early morning here, but I mean, with how important that this game right here is going to be, I'd be awake for it no matter what. As the Poppies and Carbon 6 facing off for not only a spot in the SPL relegations, they're fighting just to see who can go to the big LAN event here, and this is the game that decides who goes right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, quickly while the bans are coming through, Vulcan and Kep are going to get eliminated. Poppies need just one win to confirm going to LAN. Carbon 6 would need both over here to go to LAN, aka Carbon 6, if you're not familiar, is Armor. They got picked up, yada, yada, yada. Let's continue on with the story. Susano going to also get eliminated by Carbon, and let's see what the Poppies decide to get rid of next. And Awelix, okay, so a couple junglers, definitely different bans than the Susano is kind of a staple, but different bans than the normal couple of weeks we've seen.
A lot of targeted focus here. Kepri, a ban that I'm not really surprised to see happen consistently at this point here, because somebody on Carbon 6, there's always somebody on both these squads who can play it to quite heavy effect. I mean, we've seen Draco Marino just run rampant with a Kepri in the first series we saw him in versus Deserve, I believe, here. And all in all, no surprise to see him taken off the board by the Poppy series. Carbon 6 could run just as wild as the same goes for Pizza 5. But now, Hunvat locked in immediately, followed by an immediate Fafnir and Ull lock in.
Well, Fafnir has really been a strong pick here in the EU. I mean, that chorus, especially when you're going to have an Ull or somebody like that, giving him the extra steroid. He has a natural attack speed, I guess, with his ultimate, but you're not really leveling his fourth ability until way later down the road. And again, another lock is going to be Terra. So quickly, two supports locked in for both squads. And then Scotty. All right, we're going to see the Scotty. The Doge is going to be around.
She's gotten way more popular over these past few games, especially in the SPL as well. Scotty and just kind of like skyrocketing both popularity and viability, it seems here. And picking it away from the Poppies is also a really solid idea here, because Fanify very likely will just run wild with this god as well. And we've seen Warchi just dominate games with Scotty before, so it's a nice double pickup there, especially considering the fact that the Poppies likely have picked Ull as the mid lane for Ojaboom.
Yeah, I was going to say, we actually didn't point that out. That's definitely a flex opportunity right there with the Uller. They've been known to run that either in the mid lane or into the duo lane, but Oja has he's played the Uller a couple times last week, if I remember correctly, and now the rest of the bands, Poseidon and Zeus, so mid lane targets coming out. Obviously, the Poppies understand that, you know, like you said, probably going into the mid lane is the Uller. Who doesn't he want to deal with?
Yeah, and that's a couple of bands that I'm actually fairly heavy out here. The Poppies have struggled against the Zeus in the past year, and Tins is a complete monster on both Poseidon and Zeus. So why not target away two gods who seem like Tins dominate the game on, and just secure a bit of a safer lane for Ojaboom here?
Oh, Ymir. Ymir is here. So that's going to be a dual Guardian setup. It looks like that's going to go to Creed, most likely into the solo lane. So there'll be a Ymir solo, and Bologna is going to be the pickup now. It's an interesting when you got to figure the Ymir solo here, and then you're going to pick the Bologna, which can get bludgeoned and frozen out pretty easily. You're going to give yourself a little bit of a hard time. There's got to be something. The Bologna pick will be strong late game as long as they make it for the Scourge, especially now that Cupid gets picked up. So I definitely like the Bologna pick. I think they're just going to have a little bit of a hard time in that solo.
My guess is they were anticipating the double ADC from the Poppies, as it has been a very staple run of their team comp here. So they went and picked the Bologna, said, okay, we can deal with this laning phase versus Ymir if that's going to be the solo laner here. But the big deal is that we can now deal with the Poppies double ADC comp in team fights very, very well. And I think that is a good idea, honestly.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's going to be a little bit of a rough laning phase. Now, again, you can always level the Scourge, and in-game we go. Let's see what ends up happening. We didn't even get to talk about this Zhang pick. Tins is going to be running that in the mid lane. Now, this god has received a couple little buffs here, and let's see how he ends up producing. Well, top damage, F6 right there, Poppies. Like, Tins got it.
Yeah, GG. You can't beat Tins now. He has top damage.
It's over.
I mean, especially like with that Zhang skin right there, I kind of like the Vietnam style here, the minigun as well and everything. I love it.
Yeah, actually that skin is pretty cool. And so is a Warchi's going to go ahead and pause the game, so we're getting settled up. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about what's going on. Obviously, the dual ADCs is something we've seen run a lot here. And then, again, the Bologna is a very strong counter pick to AD carries, with the Scourge being able – I mean, you almost have to beat it if you're an AD carry. Like, 2 seconds of not being able to auto attack is 100% purification beads worthy. Like, you need to be able to get that damage when that's your only – especially if you're like an Uller or something like that.
And there is one thing I also have to say about the fact they're running that possible losing matchup here is the fact that CV has been known, like, he's been known to have been thrown into these survive situations here in a lot of his teams in the past here in the solo lane here. As he's the kind of guy who's a very big rock in the solo lane here. Sometimes he plays lights out, but 99% of the time, CB is going to survive the lane phase and become a monster later on, no matter what you want to do to him here. So all in all, between his playstyle and the fact that this is going to work out great in the late game, as long as it doesn't fall too far behind, I really like that Bologna pick up more and more versus the Poppies lineup.
Well, last week I had said I enjoy pace setter junglers, and both of these junglers on both of these teams, I'm super excited to see this matchup because that's who ends up winning or losing this matchup. Again, I apologize about the pause, guys. We're trying to fast forward through it and get to there, but Dalo and Dazoni, those guys are what I call headhunters. They want to go in, they want to gank at level 5, and they want to kill somebody and just get the ball rolling with invades and keep it on their side. I mean, I think Dazoni last week, just unbelievable, like 20 kills. I mean, the guy is insane right here. He's playing with Hoonbots, who has an amazing win percentage, and obviously on the other side, you got Dalo on the Circuit. So these junglers are going to be the difference in this game. Who's going to be helping out where?
This is the guy who put Repicos in the back foot here, Dazoni. He is a very, very smart jungler, very aggressive, and very, very hard to deal with here. And I want to see how I want to see how Dalo is going to stack up against him in this position. I think it's going to be the true test of Dalo's abilities.
We will see. I mean, obviously, the Poppy is a big fan base. Let's see what they can do. So, actually, kind of starting off, at least I was in the solo lane, and Clear going pretty well. But in the mid, it does look like the old support Fusify is going to be there helping out his mid laner. But the Fafnir-Uller combination is too strong. But here comes CB and crew.
CB and crew looking to start something here. They're just going to show enough pressure to force the Poppies away from
I like that.
Poppies instead just going, okay, we can't fight them this early on. We want to go straight for the objectives. And I like that call.
You're seeing teams understand what's happening. As the season gets better, you're seeing teams adapt and get smart, and that's what I love to see. You got to learn and adapt. Obviously, if you get pushed in lane, you're using communications. You're saying, hey, solo lane, we just got pushed in. Well, solo lane just pushed up. Help us protect speed. Speed's not longer available. You go ahead and get elementals, but hey, at least we got our speed buff, and it's okay. So good call by them.
And it's a really smart call, knowing the fact that Poppies can get very, very aggressive into the opportunities to go for it. Once they knew they got pushed up, immediately just rotated towards that speed game here and prevented the Poppies from actually finding any sort of engagement around their buffs here. So great rotations, just nullifying any possible attempts proactively here. They're not reacting to the Poppies here. They're taking full advantage of the knowledge they have of what the Poppies want to do in this matchup.
Oh, and then taking a look in the duo lane, looks like Kesp is going to end up getting his purple buff, and red buff is going to be taken along, and everyone's kind of just farming along. This is pretty simple stuff. Nothing really surprise. No invades again, other than that one attempt at speed, but once you're not able to get it. But the big vision win will go over here by the Oracles to the Poppies. They'll go ahead and get that vision for the next 90 seconds, at least making sure that they keep an eye on anything.
And that honestly helps deal with one of the main problems they've had previously, is the fact that Poppies tend to get the gold trees just kind of snuck away from under them sometimes here. Carbon 6 has been known to go for that play occasionally, so immediately going for the vision control is a solid idea on their part here. Is now Carbon 6, game going to be slowed down enough to where they can't really start finding these sneaks here, and their main go-to play and like a slow kind of burn isn't going to be available to them.
Well, I think they're going to have to understand Carbon 6's play might be to go ahead and attempt an invade on the other speed. They know theirs is going to be up before. So if they can go to their speed, go ahead and get elementals and make a rotation into the other jungle, that's where we might see the first fight here in the next couple minutes, as actually these elementals are back up. So we'll see if there's contestation as Tins and Creed are over here. But it does look like Creed's going to get up the Ellie's.
Yeah, Creed probably doesn't want to fight this here, especially with Dalo and Ojiboom still pushing out in the mid lane here, getting their lane taken care of. With no real support incoming for a little while, no point walking into a 2 versus 1, possible 3 versus 1, since they didn't know exactly where Dazoni was during all that.
Well, it looks like Dalo's going to end up backing. He's level 5. Dazoni's level 5. Everyone's at that scary point. Obviously, Uller with his super scary ultimate is not online yet. But regardless, Dalo's got boots too, giving him a little bit more mobility. So does Dazoni. So both junglers really even. And again, yeah, let's see I'm kind of interested to see if they're going to try anything on these speed buffs. Here's Fusify backing. again, these little opportunities that's why I mentioned the backs, because like these little things that they see, you can take advantage of.
And I think the big thing we're going to see taking full advantage of it is once that speed buff respawns, I think we're going to see somebody push for a fight. If Carbon 6 can secure the speed buff without losing anything, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Zoni look for a gank in mid with that Fear No Evil, and then immediately rotate towards the speed buff of the Poppies.
Well, Daylo over here was camping out by this, the standard wall of the solo laners, and, well, he was going to gank CB. Now the problem is CB just backed and got boots 3. This might not be a fight he wants to take. The taunt is good. The Cobra's Kiss is there. There's the freeze, and all of a sudden, CB is in a massive amount of trouble. But here comes Zoni on the other side, and, well, CB just ults out, and, yeah, he walked away perfectly fine, and Fear No Evil now gets used, and Creed looks to be the first victim.
But Creed wants to keep a fight going as best he can here. He almost finds CB, but CB going to survive as Zoni secures the kill. And it may not have been mid lane, but it's exactly what we expected here. A quick gank with the Fear No Evil, turning a fight around here, and a great escape from CB, using the Eagles rally to just get himself out to safety. Instead of panicking, jumps forward, just punishes Daylo and zones him away from the party as well for going back to the zone tower and securing both a kill and his own escape there. And very well played by Carbon 6. Now they have full control to go straight for that speed camp if they want to.
Yeah, this is kind of what I mentioned. This is where the fight should happen. I said maybe speed buff, but obviously on the right-hand side is where it's at. Here comes CB Daylo, just doing a lot of damage with the Cobra's Kiss. The speed buff does get taken, purification used. He'll go ahead and use his beads to make sure he gets the speed buff and gets out of there. So, it'll be all right. That's going to be 160 seconds, though, without that purification. Look for Zoni to be the victim. But Gold Fury, I didn't even see that the whole time.
That's the call to go for instant make pressure in the solo lane here. You had a great idea of where Carbon 6 was going to be, and you had the vision of the Oracles previously. You had it completely throughout this entire game. You know they're not going to see it. Go immediately for the Gold Fury here with 3 of your members here, and they're going to secure the Gold Fury here to even the odds out and actually secure a small lead despite losing first blood and a major series of objectives on their side of the jungle here. And well played for the Pop.
Yeah, the only winner really ends up being Zoni. Again, obviously with the first blood bonus that he got. Otherwise, that Gold Fury, the global gold, that does negate the global amount. So yeah, it's fine. That's evened up. Poppy's making a great call with the vision. You mentioned earlier that normally they're the ones that are getting it snuck, and this time they pull the opposite, get the vision early, and they take it. When the fight happening on the right.
There is one bright side here that Carbon 6 did spot the Gold Fury slightly after it was killed, so they've got some rough idea of what the timer on it will be. So they're not going to be caught off guard when the Gold Fury respawns, and they're probably going to position themselves around where the pit is as soon as it respawns. So we're not going to see them likely lose it a second time.
Daylo's got ult. Okay, Scotty there. Okay, so Kespa's good. He understands what's going on. He sees the wards. They know what the deal is. He uses the ice shield. Oh, he's going to stay. Okay, but he knows, I guess, everyone's going back. But yeah, he understood what's going on, uses the ice. He's like, all right, I'm going to get this MS. I'm going to run away, not deal with it. So he was going to be fine. But it did look like they could have actually got that 2-3v1 over there in the dual lane. But everyone playing safe. Again, Carbon 6 with that 1 kill lead. The gold lead obviously going to the Poppies in a very slight way for that Gold Fury. But overall, again, the pace and everything. Speed buff's coming back up. Let's see what Zoni, if he wants to attempt to kill this Ymir one more time.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any actual kills from the solo lane again unless we see a major gank happen for a second time. But likely Creed and Seager's going to keep trying to poke each other down as best they can, just slap each other around the pool noodles. But really, not much you can effectively do. We're going to see Creed try to rotate towards the fire minions, but they're already down and out. We will see a bit of a standoff here, but nothing really going to happen here. CB a little bit out of position here, does immediately Eagles rally away to safety, and no full fight breaking out in this pit.
Well, we did just have a couple ultimates used. You hear the Terror's Blessing, and then CB, as you mentioned, using his Eagles Rally to get out of there. This is, now Daylo's just going to camp this. Understanding that the ultimate's down, can't get away, but CB is in his tower. He'll be fine. He's going to teleport back over to the right-hand side after getting some magical protections, so he should be okay. Now, that's actually going to benefit Daylo. Again, if he wants to attempt to make a gank, he has an advantage over here in this duo or solo lane side because of the fact that the talisman has been bought versus any sort of physical defense.
And we've seen him just destroy health bars with the damage of his deathbane already. So this could just happen more and more to CB right now. He's going to play it very, very careful, especially with the Eagles rally down for the next moment or so. So all in all, I think we'll see a little bit more of a trend towards the solo lane from Daylo a little bit. But instead, Daylo going to put his focus on the mid lane where most of Carbon 6 are trying to make the plays happen.
Well, yeah, here's the Oracles again. Let's see who gets them. That's going to be the big Vision, and they are going to be split. So Vision goes to no one. They'll have to go ahead and spend the 50 gold at least to go ahead and ward it up. Otherwise, this dual lane, other than the 2 Oracles getting taken and maybe a couple of little looks. It's been fairly quiet for the ADCs. Neither one of them really going at it in any sort of hard manner. And I mean, Orchi just looking to farm up on this Cupid, and Kess was doing the same thing.
Big fight happening already in the mid lane side of the jungle here. Fear No Evil will split the team fight up quite nicely. Here's Dalo going in deep as best he can here, going to deathbane his way through the fight, but it looks like he's still going to fall. Ultra Boom is now down. Zoni so low, but Dalo even lower here, trying to take him out here, but it looks like there's a bit of a slowdown happening here as my spectator is going wild right now.
Yeah, we are fast forwarding to 7:30, and all right, speed casting we go at the 8-minute mark one more time. I don't know whether this is a rewind or this is a rewind. We went backwards in time. I was really confused for a second. I was like, all right.
Thanks,
so back to the fight over here at the right-hand side. There you go. So try it again.
Yeah, we'll try again here as Ultra Boom will get stunned out here by the double clap of Fusify. Now Ultra Boom completely locked on this fight here, chased down and run down by Dazoni as now Dalo, the last man standing, doing his best to death into the action here, but Fusify the one to pick him off. The poison will take down and finish off Dazoni here as now 3 strong versus the 2 of Poppies. Draco Marino and Icreed showing a bit of presence, but not a whole lot they can do. Going to be forced to back away from the action here as now Carbon 6 up 3-1 in kills with the 2-for-0 trade in the mid lane jungle.
Yeah, we went backwards in time, man. It's like we're
like through space.
It's like Doctor Who over here up in here. We're just playing around with doing things. It's like, all right, that was interesting. All right, but the Carbon 6 do take 2 more kills in that engagement, which was pretty decent for them. Dazoni, the only member to fall there. He's got 2 kills though, so Ket's only got 1. Again, the junglers, where I had mentioned this is where the game's gonna be probably won or lost. Dazoni's got a 2-level lead that might be a level and a half. Let me actually click on Sir Ket's experience bar directly, but yeah, I mean, just under the 2-level mark, and I think this is the difference maker right now.
The big thing that went in favor of the Poppies there was the fact that Dalo did secure a kill with his poison on Dazoni right there. It didn't really translate anything, and I don't believe anybody got an assist. Okay, actually, Icreed and Oshboom did get assists for that because Icreed was close to it, but at the same time, it's not really that much compared to what Carbon 6 got out of here. You got 2 kills going the way of you got 2 kills coming out here. 1 going the way of Dalo, well, 1 going the way of Dazoni, and 1 if you think about Fusify here. Not the best.
Oh, Kesp on the left-hand side, though. Cobra's Kiss beads used. There goes Cirquet, and Last Breath should get used here to secure that kill. Warchi actually ends up getting it. Beads used a little early and obviously in a bad position, but here comes the counter engagement. Tins is going to slow him down with the 1. Well, the ultimate gets used by Zhang, but not going to be a lot of follow-up damage, and he's forced to go ahead and use the purification as well. And now Poppies are counter engaging.
And not a whole lot coming out of that bag of ghosts here. It's now Fusify locked down by a stun. Tim's turning around, trying to fire back as best he can. Stun from Fusify going to miss, but now we see a big return from Zoni here. He has the Fear No Evil as well, so this could get ugly for the Poppies quickly, but instead, the call to disengage is made by Carbon 6 here, and Zoni walking away to a safer position and not getting caught by the Poppies here. But a quick re-engage almost spells doom for Carbon 6 there, but able to just disengage quickly.
Well, you know, Kess, he's played that game a couple times today. He's gone up. He's played the I'm going to back game, the I'm not going to back game. And right there, it cost him finally. One too many games being played with whether I am or not going to back him. That time, it bit him in the butt as he forced to use the beads on the Cobra's Kiss, which really just led to, once the Cobra's Kiss is beads out, that just forces the issue. And, well, taking the force, and it looks like Carbon 6 is going to grab themselves some oracles. They'll get the vision this time around. So they'll make sure that that's not going to get stuck on them this time. That's going to be pretty important at the 11-minute mark. Really, when you look at the gold, I mean, it's dead even. That's the next big play.
Yeah, and even though they did lose somebody in that fight, they're still able to secure one of the important objectives around the map after that. So all in all, I'd say that's going to be a bit of a wash in general for who wins that engagement.
Well, yeah, I mean, both hunters have 50 stacks on Transcendence. They're both level 12. They both need the back to get their second relic. Neither one of them has. So no power spikes, no advantage in any sort of way here in the dual lane. Even if both hunters do, you know, fight at the Gold Fury here in the next team fight, they're literally even. But again, here you go. Dalo one more time, understanding that he's got some time left with that ward. Little cheeky wards. Look at that. You see that little blue mark? And, you know, Kess is going to take a back up, and that's it. That's going to be the end of that game.
And Smart's a definite entry from Casvania right there, warding up that position here, knowing that that Dalo likes to kind of walk around on his side of the jungle here, and now he likes to play a little bit more aggressive. Why not go ahead and ward the backside of the map for you and keep yourself safe and sound?
Well, again, taking a look at the items, I always find it what junglers are going to build. You got the Transcendent, or you got the Hydra's Lament, I should say, coming out from the Hoomba. It's going to help his auto attack oh my god, tankles, I don't even know what I'm saying. Auto attacks with his passive. And then you've got Circuit who's going with a Heartseeker, both very viable. I really like the Hydras on the Hoombots, just especially when you got a player like Dazoni that can amplify the passive and do the auto attack cancellation. Just going to pop out a lot of damage quickly.
And that can get very, very dangerous very quickly here, considering the fact that Hoonbots is one of those guys that can take off as that mid-game carry with that little buff that he gets to his damage here. And now,
they saw back, yeah.
Actually, yeah, they know they've got the opportunity here. We are seeing a teleport in. Carbon 6 going to be very quick on the trigger here. Is now Goldtree down to a quarter health here. It's still staying in this fight here, not being reset. Somebody has to get in here. Fields of Love are down, and Poppies will secure the action here. iCreed still so low. Meditate, keeping him alive for now, and the wall will keep the Poppies alive as iCreed walks right back in the Fear and Evil. Dazoni will secure the kill. Beautify so low, but kiting as best he can. He's in the pit, and he's staying alive behind the pillar here, and now that's the field down here. The ice is doing work. Double kill for Dazoni. Gets banned by dealing a ton of damage with that spear. Draco Marino lockdown will get enough healing to keep himself going here because Sandby still hot on his trails here. Dazoni finds the triple in the back of this fight. Now making his way back around 10 to low as well, and it's down to the wire for Carbon 6, but they are winning this fight despite losing the Gold Fury, and that'll be huge for Carbon 6 right up to the tier 1 tower as well.
And Dazoni's just the man, dude. That's just like he's about to get this other kill on Ojabu. Oh, he
technical quad.
Like, yeah, he got
technical quadra right.
Unofficial quadra kill right there. Going for the portal demon now. Dazoni, you know what? Sometimes it's just that man is just nasty. He just gets a triple kill. Like, he could play some Smite. This guy, we're gonna see him in the SPL at some point in time. He's just so good. This 6-1 right now. The junglers are the game, or the name of the game, and I knew they would be. 12 to level 15, 6 kills to 1. Carbon 6 is winning right now. The Poppies really need to win a clean team fight here. They're getting the objectives, but that fight afterwards was just devastating.
It was incredibly brutal, as well as now the Poppies on the back foot a little bit here, not too far behind, but having that momentum just slowed down by Carbon 6 is huge. And now Carbon 6 have shown that they are no slouch in these team fights here, and the Poppies not going to fight them on that front right now here, especially since Carbon 6 did go back and secure that portal demon as well. So despite losing the Gold Fury, they still secured a major objective on the map after winning a technical deicide of a team fight, I think. I'm pretty sure at one point all 5 members of the Poppies fell.
Well, I mean, and again, that's all in the back of the Dazoni. Just the great placement. The Hydra's limit doing work. He's able to get the damage and gets a triple kill, and not just, again, the pace that he needs to set. And the Gold Fury, while it's going to be worth probably... It wasn't near its like max value by any means. It's still worth a decent amount. The Portal Demon still nets them a global 750 gold. And then obviously the kills on Dazoni are really what's important. And I think he wants some more kills. Warchi this time. He's going to dash away. Blink Fear No Evil is good. And Kes will end up cleaning up that one this time around. And feels bad for Warchi.
Yeah, feels bad. But now Carbon 6 have found their stride. And they are rotating in force around the map. Looking for some pressure in the duel from looks of here. Now Fusify, Stevie, and friends all rallied up strong right here, going straight for the tower here, and they wanted to start the pressure game against the Poppies, and this is the call to be made here. Slowly but surely choke them out once you gain the advantage and give them no chance to swing their way back into the game here. As the Poppies now on the back foot, forced retreat, looking towards that mid lane push to slow down Tins, but Tins just staying safe in the mid lane here. Could get collapsed on if he's not careful, but Carbon 6 in position to collapse as well.
Well, I mean, Carbon 6, they need this win just as much as the Poppies do. If they can 2-0 here, they go to land. So, I mean, they're playing, they have something to play for, but there's Creed with the blink. Fusify is in trouble, but that's a lot of damage on the tank. How much more can he take? And he's just going to dash away just fine. No one dies on the side of Carbon 6, and everyone's running away on the side of the Poppies. Tier 1 tower goes the way of C6.
And one last thing to mention here about the LAN event, it's not just the LAN that Carbon 6 are fighting for here. If they can win at least one game, they just need one single win out of this set, they are secured for an SPL relegation spot, and they have secured their place in Challengers Cup next split if they don't make it in SPL here. So either way, there is a lot on the line for them to fight for here, and they're fighting like hell for it here. As now Dazoni coming in from the backside, they want to make something worth off the losing this tower here. Ojaboom and Warchi forced away from the party here, as we'll see Dalo taken incredibly low. Dazoni on the hunt for more blood. We're going to see the Poppies group up with Carbon 6 hot on the trails here. A blink away from Dalo keeps him safe and sound for now, as Carbon 6 may be able to catch up here, and this should be an escape from the Poppies here. Draco Marino almost gets caught out by the clap from Carbon 6, but not quite going to secure anything here. Is now Carbon 6 in the jungle and ready to brawl for every little buff that the Poppies could get.
man. Those are the brutal blinks. When you're Circuit, you're down 4 levels right here. You got a level 17 chasing you. You're like, man, I just got to get on out of here. You're forced to use that 120-second cooldown to blink away, so you have less of an engage to do any sort of ganks. And now the right-hand side, T1 tower goes down. Just so sequential, the Poppies. They get the left tower, then they go over them in mid. Now they're in the right-hand side, and here we go. Creed maybe looking for something. Yusufai one more time is going to be the victim of a lot of damage, but he should be able to take this. No longer. Dalo did show back up, and now they're still counter-engaging though.
Yeah, he still got his ulti off here and took so much damage here. Now's his opportunity for the Poppies. Just fall back here because Spanify picks up the first kill this fight here. Zizoni pushing his way forward. We'll see the immediate Fear No Evil locking Ojaboom away from the party here. Double kill for Spanify here. Looking for more here. Is now Tins looking to slow down Ojaboom as best he can. He's really low on mana though, so he's going to play this fight incredibly safely. Does tag him with the card, but he needs to back away from the tower. And the first tier 2 of the game falls in favor of the Carbon 6. And like clockwork here, it seems like they know exactly what they want. Despite losing Fusify immediately, they call for the fight. They pull the trigger, and they go for everything they can here. They knew Fusify took up a lot of cooldown for them here. They saw Fusify get his blessing off here. That was all they needed. He didn't need to stay alive for that. He just needed to get off one major ability.
Yeah, he got his ult.
Take as much.
He got his ult off, and he took a bunch of damage. But shout outs to like something mechanically that a lot of people kind of forget. Fear No Evil, you get thrown away from the center totem. So if you saw what they did to Creed on the right-hand side, he throws the Fear No Evil directly behind him. And then he actually ends up getting thrown toward his team. Like, that placement was just so, it was so sexy. That's just the only way to put it. I mean, he just throws Creed into his teammates with the Fear No Evil. I mean, you can't get any better than that. And Ojaboom, well, he looks to probably fall here in what was a 1v1, quickly turned into 3v1.
I mean, at this point, we got to expect that Carbon 6 aren't going to 1v1 you. They're just going to call in the entire team, 2v1 you, 5v1 you, 5v3 you, and just destroy you from there. And, well, I got to say, it's working wonders.
I mean, yeah, again, that's the pace setter. Again, you know, when you got Zoni running around the map, he's doing what he can. And Dalo did a really good job for the first, you know, up until that triple kill or unofficial quadra by Gold Fury, Dalo really was fine and everything all of a sudden. But once he got that level of disadvantage, and it really showed in the last couple of fights, just the power of Hoonbots, the power of cooldown reduction on this character. He's able to get his ultimate up so quickly. He's got such a cheap, effective build. Again, the Hydras is inexpensive with cooldown reduction, 20% on Jotuns. That's a relatively inexpensive item. And now he's got the Titan's Bane. So, I mean, he's just hitting like a truck.
I mean, that's a Hoonbots with that early game advantage here. He's going to run wild. He's going to take over the game here. It's the one thing we've seen from Hoonbots constantly since him coming back in the meta here. He is a god who can run wild if he gets any kind of lead. And this is just a perfect example of it.
I think he's got like an 80% win percent chance, something like that in SPL or some crazy nonsense like that. It is pretty unreal. But again, Crucify could be the victim of taking a bunch of cooldowns. Another blink forced out, this time by Creed. And all right, no more Ymir blink. That's going to be a big engage. The zone is going to teleport into the monkey, not scared of anything. Tier 2 tower is still alive, but they don't care. Here comes the fight. Creed is trying to ult. Stevie going to take a lot of damage. He stores it out what he can. Warchi on the left-hand side forced to use his Sanctuary as Fusify will fall to Dalo in the mid, but Dazoni still going to find himself one all the way on the left-hand side. That chase was worth it.
Yeah, but Dalo will scare himself a double kill here. CV is kind of locked down in an awkward spot here. Ikri put down a bit of an awkward wall, honestly, there, but the Poppy is still trying to find something after that here. Yeah, we are going to see a quick push forward here, and a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day will go in favor of the team that is currently down, in my opinion, but Carbon 6, unfortunately, got a little bit too in over their heads.
If Zoni had beads there, I am almost positive because he hits the Sacred Monkey on.
He probably would have gone for it.
You know he wants to teleport in there.
Probably would have done.
Tries the crit. He's got level 2 crit right now. He's going for the Deathbringer. Has a 10% chance plus his passive. It could have been pretty interesting, but with no purification and, you know, a couple of members around, doesn't want to take the chance. I'm taking the chance, but I'm also not playing in Challenger Circuit. So, you know, I'm going to go in there and take the teleport and see if I can kill the Circuit. But I'll probably lose, like I said. So, and then I'll feed, and then that's the Fire Giant. And then I throw the game for my team, and then I get reported.
And then you'll make fun of yourself on screen.
I know. Look. What else are you supposed to do in life? As Creed and the crew are trying to stop. The Poppies need to stop this Fire Giant. And, well, Carbon 6 will get off of it just to kill Creed.
Yeah, there should be a dead creator here. Not much we can really do. He's trying to stay alive as he can here. We'll throw him a few more shots, try and take advantage of the passive, but Tins going to slowly but surely just burn him down and finish the job right there. Not much you can do against 4 strong on the side of Carbon 6. And now Carbon 6, an immediate turn towards the fire giant here. The Poppies, I don't think they know what's happening here. This is going to fall down.
I mean, 22-minute fire giants are not the most common thing, but when you do have a pretty decent lead here of about 8,000 gold, why not go ahead and take it? And as you mentioned, no vision. I don't even think they're real. I think they had to realize that it was going on because they did just kill Creed there. I don't know whether they were just looking to take anything they can. They got a little global gold on the left-hand side with the 1 tier 1 tower, but without the tier 2, it's really not worth it. Now War Chief forces the dash, and well, he's probably gonna fall here. He's just delaying what he can, and you know,
he's trying to run at the fire giant as best he can right now, but unfortunately for him,
he's gonna die.
Yeah, the rest of Carbon 6 are also just rotating forwards. It's a good call here. Have somebody chase out Orchi, but otherwise, everybody else push for the main objective here. Dizoni will secure his kill into Orchi here, getting more blood and skulls for his own little altar.
Well, if there's somebody to chase, it is him because he's the most fed. So it's like, all right, at least that guy's not trying to kill us. But really, honestly, I think that ends up almost helping him because it gives him the 4-1 split. So 4 people on the left, 1 down the mid. And, well, you know, now that the wave's getting pushed back up, this tier 2 tower is going to be under siege as well. And, well, here's the fed Hoonbots.
Yeah, now this tower, look at it, just evaporates there. Hoonbots deals a ton of damage here. Like I said, he also got the wave pushed up for his team, so they're going to have that little bit of extra pressure. And honestly, Carbon 6, that worked out perfectly for them at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they were looking for. You know, at this point in time, I think the Poppies have to understand, and it's okay to think like this in a 2-game set. You got to chalk this one and be like, man, unless we win some major objective or win 2 huge fights and we wipe them, we're probably going to lose this game. What can we possibly do in the second game of this set in order to, you know, secure ourselves a land bird? And really, the Poppies, again, need that.
I think at this point, their best bet is to keep playing and try to just probe Carbon 6 for any kind of weakness here. Just test them on all fronts, see where their response times are, see what they tend to do in these later stages of the game here, and just try to see where they might fall apart in team fights as well. And just look for every little opportunity you have right now here. Zodraboom should be caught out here, will be immediately just destroyed by Kisfanify's Ice Field, and no way out for him either here. Portal Demon should be instantly secure for Carbon 6 as well, and this is going to be well over a 12,000 gold lead at this point.
Yeah, you know, from last week, if I remember, it's really hard to ban out the Zoni as well. He plays a lot of these high mobility. I mean, there's so many assassins that are really well, that do really well in the meta. It's hard to ban him out. So it's like, what do? You know, is the Hoonbots really the problem? You know, was it something else? You know, again, it can all go back to that simple little team fight at the Gold Fury. It's, you know, it's crazy that somebody is able to go off of one fight, bam, goes the team's way, and all of a sudden it just, you know, flies around.
I think their ban strategy is solid right now. Maybe, like I said, targeted with the Hoonbots a little bit, but personally, I'd say try to pick it away and get it onto Dalo as quickly as possible here. As we've seen Dalo just rock a game with Hoonbots as well. Same goes for Design.
One of those, oh, we'll pick it as a ban and we'll keep our other ban type of, you know, that's the old,
especially
pick
since
it to take it
Dalo
away
can
strategy.
play it. Like, especially since Dalo can play it very well here. You need to get rid of it some way. Why not pick it away for yourself?
Well, here's the siege right now, everybody. The fire giant and everything is, well, it's down. Got 60, 30, 40 more seconds. And there's the Terror Ultimate. Make sure they can take him all the damage. Tyr or the Phoenix is about to fall with the auto attacks. There it is. War Chief just got meted out, so he'll live a little bit longer. Aegis will also keep him up into the fountain. He goes, but Phoenix, again, is the objective that they want. Realistically, Carbon 6 cleaning up the mid, cleaning up the left. Dalo ends up falling on the left-hand side as well. Now Draco is, well, he turned into a dragon just to jump over the wall.
Yeah, he tried to buy more time there with those immunity frames from his dragon form. Unfortunately, they were just waiting, and he could just jump over the wall as fast as he could. And at this point, Carbon 6 are so tanky, but Odraboom going to just destroy Kispanify right there. That's a major damage dealer down for Carbon 6. They're still going to shred through this Phoenix, though, as they still have a very fed Hoonbots. And now Dalo is down for the Poppies. The Poppies, they don't want to give up so easily here. They're chasing down as best they can, trying to brawl to the very last here. CB gets caught out. CB going to get destroyed by Warchi and friends thanks to the freeze and carpet. Laid up by Icreed here. Fusify goes through, does drop the root onto several members of the Poppies, but an immediate turnaround here. Fear No Evil going to lock down Warchi and destroy his life as quickly as they can. Ojaboom still alive, turning in as many shots as he can, going for the axe life steal right there. Will stay alive and will burn through Tins and friends with Tins. Stuns, he backs out, he's safe as out as Zoni, picks up the kill and saves his life. Tins kiting his with the gainer, Draco Bruno trying to find the kill, but one hammer toss will secure it for him. Now Fusify locked out alone. Zoni has no mana, but the Titan under attack from all sides, from fire minions as well.
And they need to do this 2 or 3 more times, as I said. So the Poppies win the fight. They win one of them, if you can consider this a win, in the fact that they do. Yeah, their Titan is half HP, and again, they need to do this 3 more times, or at least 2 or 3 more times. Is that possible? More than likely not. And again, as you mentioned, this is really more probing. What can we figure out? What do we need to do? And again, the Poppies aren't going to just F6 this, which is fine. Again, you don't have to F6 it, but understanding that, hey, get the mental aspect that we can win a team fight against these guys, because sometimes that's what it takes. Even though, yeah, the game's pretty much over, we won a team fight late game. We're able to do something. Obviously, we weren't on our best, and then you take it into game 2 and learn. But the Fire Giant, well, he was up, but now he's down. One more time for the next 4 minutes. The boys in blue will have the Fire Giant, and they're looking to end.
Looking to end here. Carbon 6 looking to secure their spot in this Challenger Circuit, secure their shot at the SPL here, and they want to keep fighting for that shot at the LAN, as now they're rushing down the sides here, about to group up with that 3-2 split here, as we will see CB just pressing forward, knows how tanky he can be, and is right now, as the rest of Carbon 6 grouped up in the mid. They're going to go for a 3-1 possibly here, as now Dalo almost catches somebody out here, will lock down to Zoni, but Zoni over the top here, right into a mirror freeze. Actually, Zoni going to get taken down pretty low, but they're just going straight for the Titan. That's the call to be made here. Tins will drop his damage as soon as he can, right on the Titan here, and Carbon 6, with a quick burst of the Titan, will secure game 1 of this set and secure their spot in next split's Challenger Circuit.
Whew, Carbon 6, formerly known as Armor, with the man. Well, he just died there at the end, but obviously he was going for the Titan just to kill it. The 11-2 Hoonbots, the Zoni, my MVP. He was last week. He is this week. He's the pace setter. He's the jungler. And yeah, I mean, it was on his back. 11 kills. What was his damage real fast? Let me see. I only did 21,000 damage. It wasn't like anything crazy. Tins did 21K. Tins did 21K so quietly. Like, I felt bad. I never even said his name. Like, Tins actually played really well on a Zhang. Yeah, he played really
That's Zhang in a nutshell. He's a very quiet character. He's very slow and insidious, just kind of burn you down. And out of nowhere, you look at your health bar and you're like, where did it go? Why is Zhang full health? And why do I have nothing left?
Yeah, again, and his build was pretty damn interesting. He's got he had a mark of the Vanguard and the gem. He was super tanky. But we're gonna end up going soon, taking a break, guys. We gotta get ready for the next game. I think we're still waiting on all that. So we're gonna take a quick break, everybody. Please just stay tuned and let us know what we can do for you. During the break, you need some coffee, donuts, whatever you got. I mean, I can't actually get you that stuff, so don't really ask for it. But we love you. And we hope you enjoy the show. We'll see you guys in a little bit. And welcome back, SMITE fans across the world. My name is Freight Train again, one more time, bringing you the Poppies versus Carbon 6. Joining me one more time again is Mr. Souza. Well, we just had the Poppies. They had a chance to go to SPL. They had a chance for everything, and now they're really just fighting for relegation life.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Poppies are just fighting for that. Well, actually, at this point, I'm pretty sure Carbon 6 and the Poppies are both guaranteed that shot at SPL at this point here. However, the land spot is still on the line for both of these teams here. If Carbon 6 take this win with this 2-0 set, they're going to secure their berth to land. However, if the Poppies win just this one game, they're the team going for land here. So this is more or less just a best of one. I think it's a full reset at this point here. This is the one game that matters most to everybody now.
Yeah, this is for really it. I mean, what's going to happen? This matchup determines it. What team composition are we going to see? We see the Poppies. They banned out the Susano last time, and this time they banned out the Hoombots. But with their first pick, they grab the Susano. So they take a page at what you said to do, but instead of the Hoombots, they do it with
one of the two is a good idea.
Yeah, they do it with the Susano. So, and it looks like a broken Fat Loki going to be selected over here for Carbon 6, and now Scotty one more time. Well, it worked out really well. You saw how annoying Scotty can be late game. The field of ice right there, the Doge just invulnerable during the ultimate. It's just annoying to deal with it. Why not run it back?
I mean, especially with how well Hispanify played on it last time. He soloed it. He played the solo.
I like the
solo duo really well.
I like the Rama better because at least Astral Arrows can go through the dog when. Either way, the Astral Arrows can go through the dog, and you have access. Like him or maybe Izanami or like the characters, at least they have access to hitting Scotty with the dog in some sort of manner. It gives a little bit more potential. Scotty still is a 1v1 beast. Like, no one really beats Scotty 1v1, but at least those hunters have a better opportunity. Ymir going to be locked in one more time for the Poppies. Let's see if that goes over to Creed or if that's going to be their support. And then Zeus, we saw him banned out last time. And
this is actually scary. Yeah. This is actually really scary right now, I feel, as the Poppies, we've seen them kind of struggle with Zeus in past games, and Carbon 6, Tins being the one playing Zeus, is the real nightmare right here. Tins has some ridiculous stats every time I've seen him play Zeus. The man puts up massive numbers. He destroys people in team fights here, and he survives. He literally plays off the aspect of the only peel Zeus needs is killing his enemies here. And that's why I'm a little bit terrified on actually seeing him in here.
Well, they decided to go with the old strategy of let's see if we can ban out Dazoni. They ban out 3 assassins, Hoombots, Thor, Ratatasker. But Dazoni's like, you know what? Scotty's going to play a Doge. I'll play a Doge. Let's go, man. A bunch of dogs running around on the battlefield, and let's see what happens. Fenrir going to be the selection. And that just is devastating because if Fenrir gets a stun into a Chain Lightning or even Ragnarok shoe and just sits in a Zeus ultimate, that's a ton of damage. Yeah, it's pretty much certain death. In order to counter, they do have the Geb though for the Ragnarok, so options at least. Yeah,
they do have, like I said, they do have ways to actually save people from the Ragnarok here. You have Geb as one of the better peels in the game. Ul is going to be hard to lock down here. It's probably going to be played by Oshibun once again. At the same time, Rom, he's got plenty of self-care for himself. He's got the Astral Arrow for the slow. He's got the cripple. He's got the roll away to safety. He can use his ultimate to go CC me for a few seconds, get into the sky. The Poppies have plenty of ways to stay safe against Carbon 6's lineup. However, you've got CB on the Kraken. This is going to be an Amaterasu support.
Yeah,
CB's going to be hell to deal with.
I was wondering if that was going to be an Ama supporter. Yeah, I was like, oh, is this going to be a little Emilzy here? What are we doing with the Amaterasu? But Ama is just, again, early game, you get the 1, you get a couple auto attacks in, and all of a sudden you're doing more damage. It's just a really good clear. So, I mean, I definitely agree with the fact that Ama support does work out just fine. And, again, you see this push here. Looks like they're trying one more time for Ojibloom and Dalo. They're looking to maybe protect their speed buff, but 4 members are going to be at the speed, and that's going to be one taken for Dazoni.
Yeah, considering the start Carbon 6 went for and the fact that they were able to shove in Icreed so easily here, it's going to be almost impossible to actually fight off at the speed buff. I like to call it just go ahead and defend what you can, take the XP camp, and then try to farm your lane as best you can. But at the same time, not a whole lot Poppies can actually do in the situation here. Carbon 6 did get the superior start, I feel.
Yeah, they did. And so they get the right-hand Harpies, but that's going to lead more or less to Elementals also going down here for Carbon 6. That's going to be a little bit of a lead. Now, at least the blue buff does seem like that's going to get secured. So the Ymir will have his blue buff. That's pretty important. You know, Ymir goes through. Guardians in general just use a lot of mana. So when they're playing in the solo lane, they do need that blue buff, especially people like a Bracken and so on. But again, really, it's just a one buff swing in the speed. Not that big of a deal. Again, both side Harpies going the way of... actually, no. One went to Poppies, and now the other goes to Carbon. So they'll be split. Oracles, though, looks like Carbon's going to start them.
Carbon should secure them quite easily here. Tins would have burned through them with the Aegis being dropped on the ground here. And Fusify will finish the job as well. Carbon 6 now already off to a really strong start this game.
Yeah, they're starting off quicker than they did last time. Hey, you know, that's the dangerous thing about playing, you know, these 2-game sets. Sometimes you just have so much momentum going from game 1 to game 2. You're like, man, we just wrecked these guys, blah, 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 blah. Let's go ahead and, you know, keep it rolling. And you got to make sure that you're not too crazy because you're not level 20 anymore. You know, sometimes you got to remember, hey, we're still at level 4, level 5, whatever. Let's play the game. But at the same time, it's like, hey, we did this right last time. Let's keep the pace up. Let's keep it going. And again, you know, the Zoni one more time. There's a stun on Oja, but no follow-up as Susano was there. Dalo could have taunted him out of the, or pulled him out of the brutalize.
Could have, but didn't quite happen there. As now we're just backing off a little bit. We're going to see things slow down for a few moments here. As I don't think the game is going to crack wide open for at least another minute. However, with Draco Marino sitting right there here in the zone, he joined the party here. A quick stun on Draco right into an immediate attempt to grab there, but Draco Marino just going to nullify that with his own shockwave there, keeping himself safe and sound there. And the CC immunity from the ultimate actually, I believe, saved him from the Ragnarok there.
Yeah, I never knew that interaction happened. I'm not gonna lie, you were casting that, and I was like, I didn't know that was an interaction. I know Gebolt CC immune, but yeah, you know, Fenrir couldn't actually eat him.
Yeah, that, like, doesn't really ever happen. That's like, down to a frame. I want to say it was an accident, but that was so perfectly timed that it really couldn't have been right there. So yeah, no, well played right there by
Draco.
Yeah,
Draco was
a good shot.
That was really nice because, again, I was actually going to say it during like picks and bans. It's like, well, the one player that can't shield himself or that won't get beads is the Geb. So you figure he is the easy source to kill, and this showed right there, hey, I'm not that easy. I've got an ultimate, but that ultimate won't be used in those scenarios at all points in time, so we will see. But one more time, the speed buff does get invaded. No first blood yet at the 4-minute mark. Zoni obviously made his rotation. He'll be happy, though, with the speed buff here. And now Draco, he has no ultimate. That's got to be careful as Spy, Crew, and Tins are all here. And, well, that Shade Lightning, there you go. There's some free damage. Look at that. That's why he does so well.
I don't think we'll see any actual first blood here until we see the ultimates come back up for both Draco and Dazoni. Draco and the rest of the Poppies not going to want to fight here in this mid lane without the Earthquake. Whereas Dazoni, his team's going to be relying on that Ragnarok for an early kill here. Unless Fusify finds a way for a dazzling offensive to just tag Ojaboom on every shot, despite having his leap available right now, I don't think we'll see a kill here for at least the next minute or so.
Well, yeah, it's going to be questionable because let's look at the side. Who has Purification? You know, Dalo's got Purification, so does Oja, and then Morchi does as well. You know, those are the 3 people. They've all got their beads up. You can't really gank them if you're Dazoni, or you can't Ragnarok them because they can just get out of it. So you somehow got to get these Purification burnt, and that's going to really come from Fusify, I think. I think it's going to come from, like, using the offensive Dazzling ultimate from her, and then getting, you know, 1 or 2 members stunned out, forcing the Purification or a Geb shield, and then that's going to lead to like a Dazoni coming over and then using the stun / Ragnarok and then securing the pick / kills that they're going to get. Not as easy as a team fight draft, but still usable and acceptable for Carbon 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more focused on those picks here, like you said. So if they can continue to just continue, like, they can get those. I mean, we've seen like Dazoni actually get those pretty easily throughout previous games, so I think it works out perfectly what Carbon 6 likes to do. But at the same time, they are super reliant on picking people off here.
Yeah, this is a 100%. When you have a Fenrir and a Cabrakan, this is a pick composition. You have a Cabrakan, you know, you have a Ymir on the other side, but it's, you know, when the wall is an ability versus the wall is an ultimate and does damage, it's a little bit different. So when you get trapped in with a Cabrakan, it's like, oh man, you really don't know what to do over here. So it can be kind of annoying. Dazoni, though, there's the beads I was talking about. Okay, so that's 1 down. He'll take that trade, though. You know, again, that's 90 seconds versus 160 seconds. So mark Ojaboom as the next target.
Yeah, and they're going to be more than willing to just go for straight again here. He still has the stun on his leap here. Tins is going to have a free target if they get locked into that space there. The big question is, can they bait out the leap from Ojaboom here? Not the first target I would have picked for this. However, it still is a good target, especially if you can just wait out for the next Ragnarok as well, which should be available before his beads are back up. Then you've got a guaranteed kill on Ojaboom.
Yeah, you just got to know the timer. And I like to say that's why it's worth the trade. It's like, all right, you got the beads for the ultimate. I have 90 seconds. You have 160 seconds. So, yeah, we'll take the trade. I just have to, within that time frame, make sure to kill you. So, as long as that happens, this is definitely a worthwhile trade. Otherwise, it ends up being a wash. But I don't think a player like Dazoni is not going to understand when his ultimate's back up that his beads are down. So, he's going to go ahead and try to mark on Oja.
Fair enough. Fair enough. As now we will see everybody grouped up around here. This is going to be rather slow. And I guess the big question is, Frey, where do you feel this game's going to crack wide open here?
Well, at this
every
point,
time.
At this point, I thought, speed buff was the last time because of the way the timers were in the solo lane, the matchup. This time around, no one's really attempted this Gold Fury. And here we go with the red buff, maybe. It does seem like one of these teams is going to get picked off in the jungle. I don't think there's going to be like a dedicated fight unless somebody tries something crazy at the Gold Fury. That's typical. But somebody's just going to get caught out, maybe looking at a camp here or there. And then once that one pick happens, that's probably going to lead to a second kill, and then that's going to lead to the Gold Fury for whichever team. But I think that leans Carbon's way because they have the pick comp.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially in a set that has so much on the line here, somebody is bound to make a mistake at some point here. And that's one of those things that Carbon 6 can honestly rely on for their composition, like you said.
Right now, let's see. Red buff going to get taken one more time. I mean, let's say 8 minutes in the game. Let's take a quick peek at these graphs. I mean, there is literally no difference here. 90 gold or 90 experience, 700 gold. Not really a lot going on. So, I mean, this is an even game. And the Poppies kind of want to keep it this way because they have Warchi on a late game carry. They have Ojaboom on, again, another carry. They want to get these hunters in, the late game stage. But Fusify going to end up using the offensive dazzling just to get out of danger. In the Gold Fury pit is where we see the first action. Here goes Warchi in the air. 2 snipes hit. Third snipe not going to do enough damage anyways to kill. So a couple ultimates used near the Gold Fury pit. Vision ends up going the way of Carbon 6, though, for the Oracles. A lot of ults used to fight over some Oracles.
Yeah, I'd call it a win for Carbon 6 there since they did get the Oracles and they did keep most of their ultis in check here. Unfortunately, Fusify was forced to use his dazzling offensive to get himself away from the action, but at the same time, I'll take that to get yourself out of there and secure the Oracles instead. Now Warchi going to trade back on a Casvanify here. Takes a good chunk of damage here, but here's Susano. Dalo ready to party. Immediate purification here, but he's stuck in the Typhoon. Knock up, lockdown, and destroyed so there hard. As Warchi takes first blood.
Purifying that pull from Susano is it. I don't know what else I can compare it to as far as like the timing you need to pull. You need to pre-beads. You need to know that the pull's coming, and you just need to be like, I'm going to beads now so I don't get pulled. He attempted it, you can see, but once that pull interact, it's like Sobek pluck. You're like, once you're in the air, you're not going anywhere. You're still still getting pulled back. So late beads it's so tough right there against a Susano because that interaction is so fast. And that just led him to his death because obviously no beads, free knockup on the ultimate, why not? And first blood going the way of Warchi, which he definitely needs to get some advantage online. He has to carry. I mean, in order for Poppies to win, Warchi's probably going to need like 6 or 7 kills and doing some decent damage.
Yeah, he needs it. His team needs it. And I think they're going to do the best to just provide and enable that here. Here's Ojaboom also going to have the opportunity to carry here, but Ojaboom going to be a lot more self-sufficient on that ul here. He's going to be able to burst people down with his combos as we move towards this mid-game stage. So, like I said, I do agree. The Poppies need to get Warchi rolling as soon as they can.
I mean, why not first blood? Take it after that. That's a good way to do it. And again, one more time by the Gold Fury pit. Here's Fusify hanging around. Level 12 is Warchi. He hasn't backed yet for a second relic. He'll end up grabbing that Sanctuary or Aegis, I should say, soon enough. But his beads are down for the next 60 seconds. He doesn't want to get caught out of position. Again, he needs to be alive. Ojaboom, though, this is the thing about having one of those hunters in the mid lane. It's sometimes when you're in a matchup, look at that. Just taking the damage, level 10 versus Tins is 11. It can be a little bit difficult.
It's going to be difficult here, but with his axe stance, with the fact that he can get some lifesteal in hand, he's going to be able to just easily give himself sustained here versus a lot of Tins' poke in the stage of the game here. But later on, he's going to struggle versus just the sheer burst damage that can be brought out. And I guess the question is the double sustain going to be strong versus the burst potential of Carbon 6 later on? What's going to win?
I think it's normally burst that ends up winning. Unless you can double med and you have a healer, it's really difficult for burst not to win. One meditation, you can still kind of burn through that. Two meditations plus a healer, that normally doesn't win it. That burst normally will lose against that. But in this aspect, I think Carbon 6's burst is, detonate is too strong.
Yeah, I mean, especially given the fact that here they've also got a lot of ways to set this up. As now, there should be a split. No, this actually should be both Oracles going the way of Carbon 6 right here. Yeah, Fusify just buying time.
Yeah, he's going to use the ultimate. I don't like the ultimate being used.
Such a short cooldown that I think
it is a short cooldown. So I don't dislike it, but I'm not really the biggest fan of it. That ultimate again, it's he zones him out for the Oracles, gets a vision, not too bad, but. Again, right now you're looking at a composition. All the players have beads up. You gotta burn these beads so the Zoni and the team can do something. But here's Zeus in the mid lane. He's gonna be in trouble. Tins, that's a purification. He won't get knocked up. Meditation comes out from Fusify. Now there's a Ragnarok. This time the Zoni learns his lesson and he waits for it.
Waited it out perfectly there as Tins picks up a kill to his name right there. And we're talking about getting Warchi rolling here. Get that kill to Tins here, and Tins will run wild with the game for you already. Is, like you said, perfect adaptation by Zoni, waiting. He knows what's going to be attempted by Draco Marina right there. And
he's like,
he was close to it, but he's like, nah, I'm not going to get caught this time.
That was, that's, I love when players adapt in game quickly like that. It just shows, hey, look, I'm not going to get fooled twice. That just shows at how good of a play that was by Draco the first time, that Zoni was like, okay, not this time. I know you're going to go ahead and attempt this one more go. And then obviously giving the kill, as you said, to the mid lane mage in Tins on this Zeus. Always dangerous. I'm curious to see what type of ability he's going to go for. He's got the Dynasty Plate Helm. That's pretty standard, along with the boots. And then he went into a second starter in his third slot. I mean, a very cheap Mark of the Vanguard.
Against how much physical the Poppies have right now and against how much die pressure they can put out on them, I actually kind of like it so far.
Especially it's 150 health. Well, look, next week, no more 150 health. We'll see how much more this item is bought. And really what this, I'm really curious, just kind of talking about future, is what this is going to do to solo lane god pools as far as Guardians and stuff. I mean, 50 health doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a couple archer shots. It is worth noting that 50 health will end up killing you. Somebody's going to die thinking that they can take one more shot and they can't. And it's because Mark of the Vanguard got nerfed.
I mean, let's never forget the mage solo meta. I think it was like season 1 or season 2. I can't remember. Season 1 or season 2.
I think Givius had like a Diamond Giannis. Oh, to Zoni though, right hand side, he was going for the Harpies, and there's the snipes coming out from Rama. He's forced to use the Ragnarok, but CB is here to peel. Dalo's got a shield, and offensive dazzling, not going to really do too much. Creed's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Should be all right.
A lot of bloodshed, but no real deaths coming out here. Unfortunately, the Warchi snipe didn't quite tag. It was so close to actually hitting Zoni on that final shot, but unfortunately for him, just couldn't quite get close enough to it there. And that'll be an easy escape for Carbon 6 after that here. They tried to turn around back into the Poppies, but the Poppies, their front line is so tanky at this point here. That's not really going to happen.
So going for the Void Shield. This is an item you don't see picked up too often, as the Oracles, again, one more time, will be picked up by Carbon 6. Again, both from the Vision. This is a great item out of Fenrir. I love this item because, again, he is the quintessential, I'm going to go in there assassin. Ragnarok gives me some protections. I'm meant to take some damage. This is going to give him some physical procs against, as you mentioned, the physical heavy team of the Poppies. And then he's also going to be taking physical protections away from anybody that's building them. So, he does more damage as well. It's a great item out of Fenrir. I like it a lot because he is the quintessential bruiser assassin type, does damage but also survives. But Gold Fury, here we go.
Yeah, this should go the way of Carbon 6 here. Not a whole lot you can do. Dalo tries to make something happen, but Tim's has just way too much burst available right now here. Able to easily secure the Gold Fury, and Poppies were just nowhere near where they needed to be. Didn't have enough vision for it. They had an idea of what was happening, but unfortunately, they were just too late on the draw for it.
The Poppies are playing this game much cleaner than they did in Game 1. At just a point in time, that Gold Fury is going to give Carbon 6 a decent lead. Now, maybe they're going to go for the Portal Demon. And that might be something they could do. But, here's the Zoni around. I don't know if they can cleanly do it. Maybe. Oh, got a pause coming up. But either way, I think the Poppies are definitely playing better. It's 1-1. It's 16 minutes. Taking a look at the graphs. But they've been out-farmed. That's an issue.
they're just not really quite finding the farm they need to here. They're not quite finding the objectives. And Carbon 6 just finding everything they really need here. Like I said, the Poppies are playing a lot better this game, I feel, but Carbon 6, if that's possible, are playing better from the previous game, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. As you do see Oja DC'd real fast, so I think Dazoni respectively actually maybe knew that or something and didn't attack as. Fast forward, here we go, and we're time travelers, boys. We're back into real life. 16 minutes in the game. Portal Demon, Fire Giant, dude, junior guy, I don't know, is still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive here, and now the Poppies are going to try to start this one up here. Carbon 6 going to immediately respond, but Portal Demon a little bit too low to reset right here. We will see the dazzling offensive here. Stun out Draco Marino right now. CB is in a bit of danger, but he will be safe in Sans for his way around the corner. Portal Demon has been reset finally and is starting to heal back up, but the Meditate finally comes up through. Typhoon will knock CB around here. Sam goes for the zone. CB caught out, should fall here. One more shot can do it here, and Ward, she secures the kill, but they're inside the middle of Tins' shield right there, taking a ton of damage on the side of the Poppies, but they are going to survive this engagement. And now turning back around for the Portal Demon. Jesus Fight still wants to fight. Sam goes for Tins and Caspanify. He's just shoving down the duel in right here. Won't be stopped. And this is going to keep going for here. They're just delaying on the side of Carbon 6 here. Ojaboom over the wall will get bursted despite getting the kill there. As Zoni is the one spirit. Over the wall goes Zoni out to safety. And Caspanify now rotating over to the party after getting 2 towers over in the duel unit there. And that's going to go so horribly wrong for the Poppy.
You know, great defense. Dalo over here, he's forced to use the Aegis one more time. Can he get out of the freeze? Is good. The Zoni ends up getting basic attack. Ymir is here with the Frostbite passive, my friend. Let's go. Extra Demahes on them auto attacks after getting frozen. He'll go ahead and clean his first kill of the matchup. But yeah, the whole time, the Portal Demon is just bait. He's the big piece of meat in the ocean. And, well, the Poppies were sharks, and they wanted to go after it, and they wanted to clean it up. But the whole time, Kesp is like, well, there's some food over here, guys, and that's called the dual lane. And he took down a couple of towers, getting 2,000 global gold. Woo! Plus they get Portal Demon. Plus Delos probably... Oh, I thought he was going to die. I was going to say, that's a little bit too much.
There's enough backup here from the Poppies here to prevent him from dying. Draco Marino will get a good lockdown with his Earthquake as well. And that should force Carbon 6 to walk away from this fight. Same goes for the Poppies. But at the same time, that just went so horribly wrong for the Poppies. They tried to commit to it here, but Carbon 6 did such a good job just delaying here. And the big thing is, they didn't have to win that fight. They didn't have to kill anybody here. They didn't even have to hard commit to it. They said to keep buying enough time for Caspanify to do what he wants.
The Poppies actually have 4 kills compared to 2. I mean, the fight technically went Poppy's way, but globally, when you look at the whole entire picture, the really went way of Carbon 6. I mean, now the dual lane is completely gone. 2 towers for the objective that still ended up getting secured by Carbon 6. Oh, that's brutal. The Poppies just put themselves in a bad position. Down now. I mean, we were talking, this was a 2,000 gold lead. This wasn't that big of a deal. It's whatever. Now we're at 40. Yeah, now we're at 4,700, 3,500 experience. This is a situation that, you know, now you just need Warchi in all your team fights. But the problem is that dual lane is open for Kesp to keep split pushing.
And now you have that exposed Phoenix here, so you have a lot to worry about if you lose a team fight near that duo side of the map here. There's just so much more on the line for the Poppies now in these team fights here with that Phoenix being exposed. So there's a lot of extra pressure on them now.
You know, in this aspect, I almost would like to see just, you know, Kesp keep doing what he's doing and take it over to the solo side and then just kind of take CB out of the solo lane and let him deal with Creep. I mean, he's level 17 right now. He should be able to deal with you know, with the solo lane right there and just kind of, again, go for those towers. There's no reason for you to fight Warchi. Keep getting those objectives as the Scotty. I mean, that's what you're there for. Look at this build. He's got a Hasten Vitalis. He's got a Brawler's Beat Stick, which is really interesting. A Brawler's Beat Stick, especially on a Scotty, very ability-based character, especially with the Fields of Ice. You really can't miss that. Let's be realistic. You see how big that thing is. Maybe you can miss her 1 as a straight line, but you're not missing her 3. And yeah, less healing, and especially with the team. I love the build coming out from the Scotty.
It's such a nice setup there too, and it just is the fact that Caspanify, he can be that setup guy. He can be the guy that doesn't necessarily have to like be the big damage of the team fight here, because Carbon 6 has so many other sources of damage here. You have Fat Loki, aka Cabrakan, just raining down death with that ground pound. You still got a lot of damage for Scotty here, even with the build he's going for, and you've got Tins on Zeus who's going to just destroy people's lives. What more do you want?
You can't ask for much more. At 24 minutes in the game, Carbon 6 is asking God, you know, one day I'll learn to speak, is asking for the Gold Fury, and they got it. 21 minutes. That is another. Oh, that's another objective going the way of Carbon 6. Now 6,200 gold. Just kind of putting the pressure on now. Carbon 6 is like, this game, we want it to be over with. Yusufai is going to stun out Creed, not going to do too much there. The objective is really the mid tower. Here we go, though, in the back line. Warchi is the one that they got to try to kill if they want. And Yusufai is this Ama. He needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage, unfortunately.
They need to be careful here on the side of Carbon 6. Meditate will come on through here, and the healing from Yusufai should start ticking himself up quite nicely there. Tower will fall in favor of Carbon 6 here. Poppies held the door as best they could, but unfortunately, they just couldn't hold it long enough here. As now, Carbon 6 rotating around, looking to put some pressure near this solo side of the map here. Be ready for the Portal Demon spawn as well, and be ready for the Fire Giant brawl to happen. And the Poppies, they've got to start putting some ears to the ground and looking for these wards, looking for something to hold on to this game here, as it's getting wildly out of control at this point.
Yeah, there's not too many games in Smite where you can be like, oh, it's 4-2. And if I were to blindly tell you, well, the kills are 4-2, you're like, oh man, it's probably a close game. A couple thousand, you know, whatever. There's really nothing going on. This is the complete opposite right now. This is with the one team that has 4 kills actually the one losing. It's not something that happens all the time, but the amount of farming that the Carbon 6 team has been able to do is crazy. As Wall's going to come out, Warchi and Kruger, they got to make sure they get on out of here. Warchi's been in the spotlight. He needs to be 2-0. He's doing what he has to do. He's top net worth for his team. I think he's even probably top, not top damage, but 7,600 goes to Dalo. You know, but look at Zeus again, quietly. Tins. He did this last game too. Really haven't mentioned his name a lot. He has 1 kill earlier on, but he's putting out that Zeus damage. I mean, 13,000. It's crazy.
The big part of the reason like Tin's name isn't getting mentioned as much as time is because every time Tin's played last week, the man's name got shouted and screamed because he is a monster on whatever mid lane god decides to play here. And once again, he's pulling off the same this week here, consistently being one of the best performers on a very strong team already. I gotta say, this is probably one of the best roster pickups I've seen in a long, long time.
I mean, this team right here, Carbon 6, like legit, they're obviously
From relegations to this.
Yeah, they have a legit chance of actually making the SPL, in my opinion. Like, just looking at this team, and I'm just comparing it to the bottom squad that we see. Warchi, there we go. He's gonna end up getting tied into that. Oh man, just gonna end up falling down here in this big fight. Warchi finally goes down to Tins. Whoa, Dazoni gets one, and these jungle fights never go well with these double guardian compositions, or especially when you have all the walls and you have a big AoE damage like Tins. They lose one, but they end up getting a couple kills. Finally, Carbon 6 gets the lead in kills, which solidifies their lead in golden experience.
Despite the Poppies being the one to actually corral Carbon 6 into that jungle fight, they're the ones who ended up having it fall on their heads here, as they were just fighting in the middle of Tins, dropping a massive lightning storm right there. And against the Zeus in these tight corridors, that is the absolute worst place to fight, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of,
we saw Carbon 6 punish them for it.
That's kind of where you thought that, I mentioned it earlier, it was like, that's the pick composition, or those corridors. When you have somebody like a Gabrakan, those walls are annoying. Like those are the things that really end up getting you when you're in Tremors, when you're walled in, and then there's a Zeus ultimate. I mean, Tremors on top of Zeus ultimate, and then you have a wall that you can't get away. This is, what can you do other than using your Aegis, and that's about all. Unless you've got a movement ability to jump over, there's not much you can do. And Fire Giant now is going to be the objective that Kespify wants.
It's one of those questions where sadly the only answer is don't have this question asked in the first place here. Don't be in a situation for that question to be relevant, sadly. And unfortunately, we saw exactly why that's a thing right there, as the Poppies did end up being forced away from this here. And that's going to give Carbon 6 an easy Fire Giant. Tins was unfortunately still dead when the Fire Giant went through, but at the same time,
how rude. Yo, I would report his whole team for not saving the Fire Giant. What is that about? Yeah, like 2 seconds. There was no steal potential. Rude. Rude teammates.
Like, please.
How dare the team not hold the Fire Giant for the mid lane mage? Oh, the Zoni, though, on the right-hand side, takes a good chunk of damage. Here's the offensive dazzling being used to catch up to the team, and well, it does look like no purifications were forced out in that aspect. But mid lane tower with the Fire Giant buff should have going down. There's another big Zeus ultimate. Draco is easily going to fall. Here we go. The root from the Scotty Doge is good. Kestify into finding a double. Warchi got Tindo on the backside here with some snipes, so that's going to end up being a positive. Mid lane mage falls down for them. But they got the tier 2 tower, and they're also going to get this Phoenix.
Yeah, and one quick team fight is all it takes here. All he needed to get was 2 targets down, and Tins unfortunately did bite the dust there as he had no fire giant. As now we will see the Poppies trying to rally around this last Phoenix, but there's so much damage being available. Just tear these buildings to shreds right there that not much the Poppies can realistically do without putting more in danger here. As Carbon 6 now hold the game completely in their hands here. Their trip to Atlanta, unless they throw it away massively, it looks like they've bought themselves a round trip.
They bought them. Well, Hi-Rez bought them a round trip. Hi-Rez is going to be buying these boys a round trip more than likely to the land. They'll be making their attempt to do some work. CB and everybody will back here at this point, taking a quick peek at the gold. It is just massive decipit. Look, again, so as a you talk, man. I'm going to learn to speak one of these days.
I mean, you're doing fine, Freight. You're doing fine.
I know sometimes it's just early. It's still I say it's early, but I've been up. I was playing a lot of Zelda, a lot of Breath of the Wild last night. I gotta say.
Wait,
Breath of the Wild.
You got a Switch?
Amazing. Yeah, I did find a Switch finally. I found a Switch. Hey, dude, I found a Switch and I've been playing a lot of Zelda. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair. Zelda is so good, so good. Anyways, back to the SMITE game. That's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's important right now. However, there is a bit of a lull in the actions now. The Poppies just waiting trying to catch their breath right now. They know they have to fight and hold on as best they can because they still got a shot at this here. However, they're 14,000 gold down. This is past the point of no return here, and they've got to pray and hope that Carbon 6 makes some major mistake moving forward here. And unfortunately, I don't know how to get it here as Warchi going to get 1v1 by Zoni off to the side there. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy, and that might be the final nail in this coffin.
Well, and that's the power of Fenrir right there. He has a Void Shield up, and now he has the Spirit Robe as well. He's just really difficult to deal with. Here we go, though. Mid lane mage. Let's see if Tins can drop down some AoE havoc here, and he's just chasing another great wall, though, by CV. That's the power of the Kabrakan. And, well, look at the dog. Look at the dog and the minions just doing all the work on the Phoenix.
It doesn't matter much here when Creed takes you down with the ultimate there. It's now 4 strong, facing off against the Titan here. Freight, we're going to see a leap in from Dazoni here. Lightning Storm coming down on the Titan. Tins picks up Ojibun with the detonate. Titan not much longer for this world. And GG to Carbon 6 here. 2-0 over the Poppies, fighting off what could have been a risky battle here. Taking it all from relegations to this. We will see them go into land.
That's intense. Oh, man. Let's see what's going on here in the standings now. Carbon 6. Solid squad, man. Again, these guys are impressive. I think they've got a legit chance at beating, going into relegations. We're pretty sure it's obviously going to be Sanguine up there. I think they got a chance, man. I think they got a legit chance.
I mean, even the worst of the best is still a difficult challenge to come over here. So, I mean, this is going to be a close call, but they have put themselves up in a really solid position here. And holding on to this spot, getting this first place, they got a chance to go to land. They've got a free trip to America, which is always nice. And I think this is going to be CB's second land coming out of Challengers here. Same for Zoni. So, all in all, this is really exciting for them here. And unfortunately, the Poppies will fall down. They still hold that second spot. They're safe and sound in the Challengers Cup. And I believe they still have a shot at the relegation matchups here. But otherwise, no trip to America for them, unfortunately. And, well, we've still got one more set on our hands here, Freight.
Yeah, we do have New Game Plus versus Deserted, a couple roster swaps going on. We will discuss all what's going on in the second set when we get there. Stay tuned, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We will be right back. And welcome back for our second set of the afternoon. My name is Freight Train. Joining me again will be Souza. Well, we just saw Carbon 6 secure their land, secure relegations. Also, the Poppies have secured a chance at relegations. This means these are show matches. New Game Plus versus Deserted, all about having fun. Let's see what these guys can do. They still want to actually obviously win and play some good Smite. Getting that momentum going into relegations and the challenger circuit aspect is also important. So let's see how these guys play. But a lot of changes happened.
Yeah, set yourself up strong for going to relegations here. And coming off of a win is always a great way to just be feeling going into relegations here. There's a lot on the line here. You want to get your way back in the Challengers Cup. You want to get your way and have a chance at SPL again. And honestly, I think this game, while it doesn't seem to mean as much on a rankings level, it means a lot on the morale level for these teams, I'd say. As Plus had a very tough week last week, and same thing goes for Deserted.
Well, when you lose players any time, it can be difficult, and you got roster swaps happening. We'll kind of discuss some things. Obviously, Deserted has some things happening, and Zeus, staple mid lane. Even though he got that little nerf, everyone kind of thought, Zeus, he can't clear as well in the mid lane. He might not be as effective. I heard a couple people saying, well, you throw a Guardian in there with them, they still normally get the clear.
And let's face it, he still has the best peel in the game, aka Death. So, why not go ahead and just pick him up there? Especially, like I said, if you just pair a Guardian with him here, with the support mid starts being so popular these days, it doesn't hit him as hard, I'd say.
No, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is 20 less damage first, so I mean, it is significant. But
it's still a significant nerf, but it doesn't hit him as hard.
So Terra going to be locked in as well, along with Rama. Very strong composition coming out from New Game Plus, but not to be looked at. Uller is going to be a first selected. Uller first selection, just mind blown. Susano Fafnir are going to get picked up as well. That is more reasonable. But that Uller first pick,
they have two of the best Ull players in Challenger Circuit on New Game Plus.
What about Repikas?
You've got Game Hunter and Repikas. That's what I'm saying. You're taking it away from two of the best Ull players.
So that's you're
taking it away from them.
Okay. So that's all right. I feel you. All right. So more of that. I'm gonna pick it to take it away type of concept. Odin gets eliminated. Shink 10 and Hercules are the second band. So no Hoombots, no Kabrakan as well in the first phase. Let's see what New Game Plus. They might want to be looking at getting rid of a mid lane mage. Maybe the Poseidon they'll ban out. They'll get rid of the top. Makes sense. Again, you don't want to deal with anything. So again, Deserted going to be looking for that mid lane mage along with their solo laner.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I'm not really quite sure where they want to go solo and mid-wise inside of Deserted. It looks like they'll pick up an Osiris here. And one big thing to mention here is they do have a new solo laner on the side of Deserted. I believe his name is Flurs or Flurzy. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, actually.
Oh, Flurzy. I like Flurzy.
Right.
I'll go with that. I make up people's names all the time. So, Flurzy. That's what we're going to call him. Until otherwise noted and told, it's Flurzy. So.
Either way, this will be his debut in the circuit. And unfortunately, it's in a very, very rough circumstance for him. So I'm actually kind of excited to see how he performs just back to the wall.
Which means we got to be super hard on him while casting. Flurzy, you didn't auto-attack cancel properly. We got to rip him. That's our job, right?
Fair enough. And I think there is one thing that's kind of exciting here. Changa got picked up by Deserted.
Oh, man. DJ Pernicus, but that's not a jungle pick with the Susano. Changa going to be running in that mid lane most likely as the mage. And she's a very interesting pickup versus the Zeus. So if Gorgonzola is good enough, obviously the immunity frames on her too will allow her to avoid anything like on the detonate. But she's like a melee mage. She kind of has to be up close and personal. So
I kind of like
it's
it
weird.
For Gorgonzola's playstyle. I mean, he's a very aggressive guy when we see him in the mid lane here. And Chunga is one of those gods who can get very aggressive and get away with it too. With the wall tier, giving me those immunity frames. I honestly really am excited to see this one plays out here for Gorgonzola and Moex here. Moex making his debut in the jungle on this lineup.
Yeah, so look at Deserted. Flurzy is going to be on the solo side, and Moex is now jungling. Gorg is mid. Bass is going to be ADC. Muppets is support. I mean, so a lot of swapping going around. Let's see what Deserted can do. Whereas New Game Plus, relatively standard lineup here. But look at the back hero. No one saw All Hail Muppets. I didn't even see All Hail Muppets because I was so zoomed into the fight.
I mean,
all of a sudden,
you can take the jungler out of the jungle, But you can't take the jungler playstyle out of him here. All hell Muppet getting real aggressive to kick things off.
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm literally in the middle lane watching the fight, and all of a sudden I just see a little dwarf just hammer somebody in the face, and I'm like, what did he come from? I wasn't even ready for that. As the blue buff, speed buff, all gonna get taken off of that first blood. Moex ends up cleaning it up on the Susano. So not only does the old jungler get the new jungler first, I mean that's some intense stuff, man.
You just can't take the jungler spirit away from the scene.
Well, you're gonna take a death. Oh, not gonna end up going in there. Almost, as they say, not level 2 yet. So Pluck now should be online for the Sobek solo lane. Might be able to get out of danger here, but you know, that's happened to me in my casual games. Not gonna lie, I'm in the mid lane, I'm hanging around, I'm a little bit too far pushed up because I'm trying to be the aggressive one, and all of a sudden the other team support or jungler has come around the backside and ended up killing me, and it's like, yeah, all right, that sucks. It just happens.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's one of those things that you can't let it tilt you. You just kind of got to laugh it off and be like, all right, that was silly, but let's just hold out and get back into the game here. That's one of those things that can very easily just tilt you off the face of the planet, unfortunately, here. And I think with how experienced Caro is, he should be able to recover here.
Yeah, it's that's just one of those. He makes
really,
a mistake.
He a good swing of momentum for Deserted right here. And they definitely need that coming into this game.
Well, momentum not going to go on either side. Harpies, or say the Oracles here, go split. So no vision going to go either way. I'll have to ward it and spend the money if they want to see what's going on at the Gold Fury. Looking to see who's going to hit level 5. A lot of sharing happening over here on the side of Deserted. As you can see, it's level 4s across the board. We do pretty much trying to see where the first gank attempt might happen. Moex is hanging out in the mid lane. One of these guys, as soon as these guys hit 5, it's trouble.
I can see them trying to keep Caro down on the side of Desert here. He's on Zeus, and if you can keep that Zeus from actually taking off anywhere, you're going to do a very solid job.
Oh, he's going left.
A late game position here, but they are cheating left right here, and this should be a dead Game Hunter. Game Hunter will roll away to safety here. He's still taking a lot of damage and will get bursted before he can find any way out of this one here. And Deserted fighting very, very hard right now.
Yeah, good team coordination. Moex makes the rotation. I mean, Game Hunter is 5. Look, regardless, he's died. 3 people come that way. He rolls. I'm actually happy he didn't use his purification. I'm actually more impressed that he holds on to beads, understanding, crap, I'm dead. It doesn't matter. If I ult, I'll waste 90 seconds and maybe do some damage, or I'll get some minions. I mean, I've done that as Rama. When you know you're dead, I'll just ult the minions and just get the experience.
Get whatever you can out of it. I mean, the goal that you get from the minions is going to be far more effective than possibly dealing a little bit of damage to somebody. Considering the fact that New Game Plus, considering the fact that New Game Plus were likely aware of where Deserted may want to rotate after that here, it was a good attempt here to try to salvage what you can without putting too many resources into it.
Well, regardless, 2 kills over to the side of Deserted, and that's going to end up leading to the fact here. All Hail Muppets is going to... Oh, Replicas in the air in the mid lane. Here we go. Kiro ends up getting annihilated. Doesn't matter. Double tap is good. Moex in trouble. Berserker Barrage is going to end up doing the damage it needs. Replicas finds himself a kill. Gorgonzola with the heal. Going to survive a little bit. Murder throws out the med, but Changa will go ahead and beats it out. So Gord now should be okay. No waxing loot available. Still throwing out some heals. Muppets going into the dragon form and taking the aggressive path to Replicas.
And Replicas going to fall here as now Muppets looking to just breathe down some danger on whoever he can here. 4-1 is the current kill count here, and Deserted now are just on the offensive constantly here, giving New Game Plus no room to breathe, and that's how you beat teams like this here. New Game Plus have proven that they are not to be taken lightly at any point in the game here. And the only way you're going to walk away with a win here is by making sure that they've got no breathing room, no chance to recover, and constant balls to the wall aggression.
Well, I mean, that aggression comes out from an Osiris like that. You know, when he ends up getting into these team fights and makes the rotations, he's the one that's supposed to be on Kiro. When you have a mage like Zeus, and then you end up putting a Guardian into the solo lane, it's one of those situations where obviously the solo lane is going to get magic defense normally earlier than expected. So now, Flurzy, he has an opportunity to kind of do what he did, make a rotation, come in there, not take as much damage, jump over the wall if he has to. And he's going to be less scared of diving Kiro earlier on when he makes these rotations than normal. And that might lead to more issues for New Game Plus.
And I gotta say, for being thrown straight into the fire here, that was a very solid and aggressive dive from Flurzy. And I'm actually happy to see that happen out here. he's not letting his nerves get to him right now, it feels. And that's a
you just got to play the
important
game.
thing.
You got to play your game. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. As you gotta remember, you're playing Smite. It's kind of similar to like anytime a lot of these rookies play. Going to the SPL, fine, okay. Obviously, the new solo laner or Soar. A lot of people talking about, would he be able to perform? He's performed out of his mind. A lot of times these rookies do that. They play really well. And I've been a fine, okay fan forever. You've casted him. I've casted him for challenges. And other tournaments.
We watched him grow up in Friday Night Smite.
We knew he can do it. It was just a matter of time as Moex over here, Replicas, going to be the victim of a pull, but the hammer is good. Waxing Moon, going to be a lot of damage, and Moex will find that. Here's the ultimate from Kiro. Detonate, going to end up doing some damage, but Chang'e should be able to heal most of the back up.
Chang'e should get them going here, and Gorgonzola playing incredibly well on this mid lane Chang'e here. Moex getting some incredible snipes as well. He's sitting 3-1-1, but the turnaround could get bad here. Murder needs to just find his way this one here. That was a little bit sloppy from them. Dives in deep is Muppets and sets up a kill for Gorgonzola as Muppet still staying aggressive here, and even on support, the man is playing like that enabler.
No, Murder actually saved Kiro. It looked weird what Murder did, but honestly, the crushing earth stuns out too. Kiro's probably dead. He actually has to dive forward to save Kiro. So Murder giving his life up for his mid lane mage. The 101 support right there as Game Hunter just got a nice kill over here by the jungle. One more time, Replicas throws out the hammer. He's trying to get away. Moex looking no speed buff though, no cooldown, so he'll not be able to catch up.
Not gonna be able to catch up quite yet, but now back to a bit of a lull in the game, 2-6. A lot more of a bloodbath compared to the last game that we saw early on here. As I believe the last game was like 2-4 at 15 minutes in kills.
Yeah, well, that meant a lot more too.
Yeah, it was a lot higher impact, but here it's a really big bloodbath so far, and it's been kind of exciting to watch. As looks like Deserted is trying to carry through as much momentum as they can.
Well, both mid lane mages at level 8 and now 9 for Gorgonzola. Not really too big of a difference. I mean, 2 deaths on Kiro, only the 1 kill on Gorgonzola, 4 assists though, and being able to keep us is pretty decent in this experience aspect. So as long as Kiro can maintain, this level around the same levels, he should be all right. But again, I mean, the dive potential from Deserted on top of Kiro has proven to be effective.
And it'll probably continue to prove to be effective here. Isn't that quick skirmish in the mid lane? Nobody really wants to fight right now. And Frey, we talk about this almost every game. Coming into the next 10 minutes, do you think the Portal team is really going to actually break this game open here in the future?
It always ends up starting out with one of these objectives. It's either Gold Fury or Portal Demon, and it's normally around that like 15-minute mark. It is always the big key objective, and that's where you see the fights. And after casting so many games, you see the same thing happen over and over again. One team ends up losing 1 or 2 people at an objective, and that leads to just everything going downhill. Again, the classic example of what happened with the other game, just a triple kill for Dazoni on the Hoombots just through the whole game. 4 poppies at that time.
I mean, I gotta agree here, especially in EU. It seems almost like clockwork here. As soon as 15 minutes, like it ticks immediately, somebody starts a fight somewhere, and then at that point, somebody runs away with the game here. But Deserted are going to make the first moves here, going straight for the Gold Fury. They should be able to burst it before New Game Plus can respond. They see it happening here. They do have a timer on the side of New Game Plus, and they do want to start a fight here, but Deserted will secure the first major objective of the game here. Now Gorgonzola locked down. They're spinning about as best they can, trying to lock him down here. He has no real way out of this one here. Heals as best he can. Stun, not quite connecting from all hail Muppets there, as now up in the air is Game Hunter raining in shots here. Landing down is Replicas here. Moex forced away from this here. Replicas spins to win and secures the kill on the mark. They're saying, welcome to the jungle. There's now New Game Plus on a rampage here in the enemy jungle of Deserted right here. They will take out 2 from Deserted, losing only 1 in the process, but they still lost Gold Fury.
They do lose the Gold Fury. They get a couple kills. The early less than 10-minute Gold Fury, let's see what the graphs say about it. That was really, it's tough to call, as these last elementals will get taken just before the Fire Giant spawns. Whew, gotta get that big one before that 10-minute mark. I've been on the bad side of that, where it like spawns and I didn't get the DPS, and it sounds like, damn it, lost the experience. But anyways, the graphs, 600 gold or 600 experience and about 2,400 gold is the difference. So you see the dip down, that's the Gold Fury, and then kind of see it go a little bit. It still ends up being a little bit of a Deserted favor fight with the Gold Fury getting taken. But again, now that Portal Demon is up, this might be an objective as, no Gold Fury for the next few minutes.
And now Murder actually might be in a bad neighborhood right now. Will find his route. Immediate lockdown here as Deserted forced to just walk away from this one. They do have a good position around the Portal Demon, though, to start the next big objective. But the question is, do they want to go for it?
Well, right now, Deserted, looking at the relics, the only one that has anything left here is going to be Bass. He's got Purification. Everyone else has got about 70 seconds at the most with Susano. Going on New Game Plus's side, though, looking at the relic situation, the only thing that's down is Meditation. So they've got a much better opportunity to fight, and they're using it. Moex finds himself in a bad spot. Murder, the support, ends up getting that kill. Gorgazol with a beautiful immune frame on the Replicat's ultimate. Doesn't even need to use the Purification there. And obviously, it was down anyways. Ends up immuning all the damage, immunes the stun, and that's the power of Chang'e.
And the power of Chang'e continues to show here as now Fleur is in a bit of an awkward spot here. Will get caught out, plucked away right into the shield of Karo. Going to get smashed incredibly hard there, but he still will survive here. He's now lurking around, trying to find his way back in to maybe support Gorgonzola, but Gorgonzola will need as much help to get. Slows out Baskerville and does secure an escape route for his teammates. Muppets goes in and tries to make the play here, and I do believe they still lost the speed camp to New Game Plus right there, but now New Game Plus seem to have found a bit of a stride here, and they're starting to fight back against Deserted on all sides of the map here.
Yeah, so, I had mentioned that Fleurzy he's played well, and it's like, oh, he's going to build in the Magic defense, and then he doesn't build in the Magic defense. And then he got hit by a Chain Lightning and got detonated for half his HP. Needed to build into some Magic defense when you're going against the Sobek and you're going against the Zeus. Like, I get the Mark of the Vanguard, but it's not going to help against the level 11 Zeus. And the Frostbound Hammer is 350 HP. I get that. Or 300 HP.
I think you want to focus on being that disruptive force in these fights here. However,
you can't be disruptive if you're dead.
Yeah, even with the Frostbound Hammer as well, you've still got the Wrath that Osiris has. It's just going to be a massive disrupting factor here. The fact that it's run away or get stunned immediately on several members of an enemy team is a huge disruptive force now. Either way, I do agree. He probably needs something to keep him alive in these team fights, and they're just not.
Actually, let me click on him. I am curious to see what he is leveling. So he is not even leveling the 3. So the 3, the tether is his damage reduction. This is where I will point out a mistake from a newer player. Maybe if you're not going to build a defense, at least level the ability that gives you defense. That's where my objective in my mindset has to be. If you're not going to build a defense, level the ability to give you defense, because you're not going to poke out a Sobek. He's just going to heal. What are you going to do against the Sobek? So in that aspect, I will critique Fleurzy there in what he's doing, but basically, again, as you said, winning on all fronts now is New Game Plus. Replica seems to be flowing a little bit, getting that momentum on this store, and again, obviously, the whole time Game Hunter, they've been pretty much on sync. These two are key for the rest of the squad to keep going.
And the last time we saw a New Game Plus run away with the game, it was at that Portal Demon off the back of Repicos, making a massive play. And I think we can all remember that one if we actually watched last week here, as he stole away Portal Demon, got a double tap, double kill at the same time before dying and setting up his team for a massive team fight around the Portal Demon here. I don't think it's going to be necessary or happen again here, but at the same time, this is usually where New Game Plus start to claw back into the game if they're behind or run away with it they're ahead.
Well, I mean, again, take a look at the graphs. I mean, Deserted is still up. They've got the 2K gold lead. Experience is fluctuating back and forth right now. It's very, very even. So, I mean, the fight can go either way. Looking at the items, I mean, there's a tier 1, and you've got minimal things on each side that are doing. I mean, right now, again, Sobek's got like a Swift Wing third item, okay. He's just getting back to base faster, has a little HP 5. I feel you, Sobek, okay. I kind of get where that's going, but he doesn't want to use that teleport at all points, I guess. He's got it upgraded, actually, too. He spent 500 gold on upgraded TPs, so Sobek spending the money on the relics.
He wants to be around the map, it seems. He wants to be all over the place, and as a solo laner, I mean, that's something that you can just run wild with here, and I kind of like it, actually.
I mean, cheap build. I'm not saying, he's got boots online, cooldown boots are cheap, breastplate of valor's cheap, 800 gold for another 100 HP, plus MS when you get out of base, all effective stuff. So we spent the 500 gold for the upgraded teleport, which will give him more rotation ability to the fights like Gold Fury more often than obviously Fleurzy. So, again, it's all depending on how the team is playing, and if New Game Plus can take advantage of the teleport play going from left to right, that's huge. But you need to force out the teleport from Fleurzy right now because he still has his online.
They need to actually abuse that rotational power that the solo lane has right now. And it's something that's got to abuse, get themselves an advantage with the teleport, and then just start constantly out-rotating the enemy and forcing Deserter to respond and start playing reactively to you here. Keep them from playing proactive and just make them react to your game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You gotta. That's the exact way you gotta play. And we're sitting at the 16-minute mark. The Gold Fury is up. This will be the next major point, and the Portal Demon is available as well. So maybe we see something happen where one team goes to Gold, the other team goes to Portal Demon. I've seen that a couple times. It's really weird. It's not as often that you see Gold Fury and Portal get taken at the same time by the opposite teams. But left-hand side, Repicas is going for the kill on Bass. Nice stun out. It's going to be good. But too far into the tower. Repicas forced to go back. He'll take a little bit of heals and continue on his way.
I think the big thing to mention here, and the most important factor leading into this next few minutes here at this fight here, is that there is no real vision on the map for Deserter here. They have one ward outside the Gold Tree pit in the mid lane rotation corridor, but otherwise they have absolutely no real vision, as they do actually get a little bit up on the map right now. And New Game Plus are in complete control in that aspect right here in the jungle.
Century rewards, man. That's the name of the game. You want to be able to do that. Moex is going to need a double tap. Ooh, he's about half HP right now. Going to have to go. Well, no camps really available other than the purple camp, so he'll get a little bit of HP back. About 10% less, so not too bad. He'll be all right for a fight, but double tap going to happen to Bass. He has no purification beads as he used it last time. He's in trouble. Repicas going to pre-beats any knockup. No snipes are not going to hit, but the Sanctuary was good anyways. And, well, now Moex one more time. He's forced to use the Sanctuary. Boom! Detonate. Not quite enough. Oh, Moex so low, but not going to take the fall.
It may not be enough, but it does force the back right there, and that is all New Game Plus need to get a good shot at this objective. They're going to sit in the Terra Pillar and just heal up quite nicely while they're farming down this Gold Tree. Vascal doing a good job of playing the zoning game here, keeping Flurzy out of the party here, but Flurzy will find his way forward. Wall locks down Gorgonzola here, right into a free kill for Caro, as now Lightning Storm down on the Gold Fury. New Game Plus will destroy it and secure the major objective at about 17 minutes in here. Deserted, forced to walk away from this in here. They will stun out Vascal, put a little bit of damage into him right there, down to about a little over half health, but he's still alive and well and healthy enough to fight off the next few attempts here. Drops the meditate, and now we see an attempt at this Portal Demon here, but Deserted, they're going to be forced away from it very quickly.
Let's see if the momentum can continue for New Game Plus. They get the 17.5-minute Gold Fury, which was what we were talking about, that mid-game team objective. I mean, we said 15, 2 minutes, whatever, close enough. We'll go ahead and take it as us being right. But realistically, let's see now if New Game Plus is able to take the win off of that. We mentioned that normally most of the teams that get it, they're able to continue that momentum on the left-hand side. Game Hunter will open up the map a little bit by getting the tier 1 tower. They'll go ahead and back as well. He's got the Haste and Fatalis online, a very, very damaging base build and a cheap build other than the kin size, his most expensive item coming out for the Hunter.
And also off the back of that, there is one good thing that does go in favor of Deserted here. They did manage to salvage back control over one side of the map here when it comes to warding, and they do control the Fire Giant / Portal Demon side of the map here. So, all things considered, Deserted may have lost the Gold Tree and they may have been forced back, but they do have vision to prevent the next major battles from going against them as heavily and be prepared for it.
Well, 2 sentries on the side of New Game Plus. They'll be looking to counter some of that vision. We'll see where they place them out. There's the third one. And it's going to be the mid laner, Repicas, and of course, Murder the support, warding. Or Game Hunter. He has a couple standard wards, but he's on the left-hand side of the map. He doesn't need to really worry too much. Repicas will get rid of one of the wards. There you go. Limiting that vision, obviously, now. They know that. Only 1 sentry on the side of Deserted. It's going to be on Moex. As, again, some of the vision is disappearing here, so they got to go ahead and make sure they get that back up. Otherwise, a double tap going to be eaten by Gorgonzola, plus some chain lightning with the immunity frames down. What damage is coming out there? But now they're in a little bit of trouble. The knockup is good. Moex has to get out of there. Murder using the ultimate to go ahead and get the speed move. Cooldowns are free. The Game Hunter snipes are clean as can be. He cleans up Moex. Easy peasy. There's the meditation one more time. That's the power of Med right there. All of a sudden able to go ahead and get his teammates back up and running.
And now that's enough to actually give New Game Plus a way out of this fight after winning it here. If they want to pursue, they've actually got a shot at here. Vascal going in, lurking in the water is going to deal a ton of damage to Boss and Muppets right here. Muppets will get tossed around into the party. Repicas going to spin to win and smack him down from this. as New Game Plus now have all they need to just shove down this tier 1 tower. Deserted need to back away from it here. Boss gonna go try to help out Gorgonzola and save him from Game Hunter's inevitable onslaught against this tier 2. And they will buy some time, but they're going to lose their tier 1 mid in exchange for it.
Oh, yeah, good job tanking, waiting for the minis to come in. They got about half of it before the minis even got in there, so they'll be fine. But they're going to walk away at this point in time. They have options. They can bait out the Fire Giant, not the Fire Giant, the Portal Demon King. They're not going to do FG without Game Hunter here. But Game Hunter has one goal in mind. It is the tier 2, and oh, we got it. Okay, the minion actually got the last hit. Deals Winions right there.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to miss it.
Never forget the Winions do die for your sins, unfortunately. And sometimes they steal your tower kills for you.
Well, you know, it's not like League of Legends where you need the last hit on the tower.
True, true.
Like, you know, feels not
Still,
League of Legends, man. Feels
it's
not
one of those
last
things
hit.
where it's like, you're like, oh man, I just want this last hit in this tower here. I want to feel good about myself. And all of a sudden, minion strolls along and just smacks that tower once and it falls. And you're like, damn. It
Well,
hurts. It really hurts.
if Game Hunter gets comboed by Bass there, I mean, level 18
True.
versus 19, it could be dangerous with no purification.
Jokes aside, it
on.
was the safe.
It was the safer bet to walk out there, because with no purification available, he might have been in trouble. And again, going for the very effective, is going to go with some crit. You know, again, Ramba, one of the gods that obviously is very known for the basic attacks and crit builds right here, going for that Wind Demon most likely, as that will get finished up into the 8-pointed Shuriken. On the other side, Uller now just finishing his Transcendence. Both hunters have played well, though. Bass on this Uller 2-0-0. Not really been an issue. Moex, though, 3-4. He's been involved in both positive and negative ways.
Yeah, and honestly, there isn't really too much you can really afford at this point here. It's now New Game Plus have secured probably the first major lead of the game here. 4,000 now separates these teams here. Deserted, they're not out of the action just yet, but they've got to start thinking ahead and being really smart about the engagements they take here.
22 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. Let's take a peek at the graphs as the fight is going to break out in mid. Never mind. Muppets is going to end up taking a decent amount of damage. Replicas is in the air. Let's see where he wants to land on. Moex might be his target. A little bit too deep, though, as Bass is forced to use the Sanctuary out. Typhoon will knock up a couple people to slow down the onslaught, but Terra's Blessing is used, and everyone should heal back up. A triple stun! And then the hammer comes out.
Setting things up big time for New Game Plus here. Gorgonzola, he has no ultimate here as it whiffed in the middle of the last fight. Is now they're pressing forward on the side of New Game Plus, just burning down the tower here. But unfortunately, they press a bit too far for here as Replicas, though, he's still full health in the middle of everybody right now. He's looking for more. Will pop the Sanctuary as he's buying time for his team to keep up the assault. Moex will dive in, dive out after dealing some damage there, clapped down by the Terra stun. And this should buy Deserted an escape route, but at what cost is the question here. They've lost all their tier 1 and 2 towers on this left and mid side of the map here. All they've got left standing are tier 1 and 2 on the solo side of the map here. That's going to be nice for them here, but moving towards the Fire Giant pit, those are very likely to fall and are more or less just free money in the bank right now for New Game Plus.
Oh, Replicas feeling himself, man. That was a great, actually, I think that was 4 people. I was just amazed by the stun. He gets 4 people right there, gets a great hammer. Doesn't get any kills off of it, but does so much damage. It was unreal. But look at this, Flurzy and crew, the Portal Demon, though, they will go ahead and select that Replicas a second late. We've seen him take some objectives previously on this store, and not quite that time, but yes. So the Portal Demon does go the way it deserved, and they'll at least have an opportunity to defend the Fire Giant and get a way back in. They needed something.
It's something, and you always want something if you can. If you can, like, reasonably secure something without giving it up here, especially a Portal Demon here, which gives you that little bit extra gold here and some little bit extra XP, as well as a quick rotation back from your base, you're going to be more than happy with that, especially since they lost absolutely nothing for it.
Well, let's take a look at the damage. Who's leading the way for the squads here? New Game Plus, we got Kiro at 14,400. And we got 14,000 even pretty much in Replicas, and well, those two have been a pain to deal with for Deserted. I mean, just the combination, Reppy ulting in, then you got Kiro's ult. You can't really do anything about it. Game Hunter actually sitting kind of low in the charts, but he's been involved when he can.
A little bit low, but like I said, he's just been kind of starting to get really involved in these fights here. Now Flurzy, he's in a bit of a rough spot, slowed out by the lurking in the waters. A good Typhoon over the wall, almost sets up a good fight, but Flurzy going to get demolished by Game Hunter at the end of the day. Now Moex sitting pretty against Vascular here, but instead Replicas joins the party and will lock him down with the wall. does find his way out without taking too much damage here, but Muppets, unfortunately, maybe the sacrificial lamb goes straight for the dragon form, buys himself some time here, straight into a free ultimate there from Chang'e, but it's not nearly enough here, as there's no follow-up available from Deserted. Meanwhile, Boss trying to pull off something we saw from Hispanify earlier here, shoving down for that Phoenix, but, well, we have Bashful backing off here, should be able to hold the line against him, and this Fire Giant should easily go the way of New Game Plus here.
Well, teleport also available, so even if something does happen, Moex on the right-hand side is attempting to maybe steal this Fire Giant. Let's see what happens here. New Game Plus will get it, so they're going to be just fine with that, and Moex now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Game Hunter rolling forward, trying to get them auto attacks on. Not going to happen. So fast is this Susano using... I mean, look how he's just so quick, but there is a Sobek there. He will get caught out and plucked. The Sanctuary is good. Eventually, Moex here will fall.
There's just too much CC to escape from New Game Plus area. You have the wall from Thor, you have the slow from Vascular on the Lurking in the Waters, you've got the pluck, you have the knockback from his tail whip as well, you've got a quick stun as well from Replica, from his like ultimate on Replicas. Game Hunter has a slow. There's just so much crowd control available to New Game Plus. There's no real way to escape them once they have your number, no matter how fast you are.
Well, I mean, he made an attempt to steal the Fire Giant. It was really the only play that they could do as New Game Plus at the 26.5-minute mark, or really solidifying that lead. And really the game, it really, one more time, it goes off of one simple play on the left. They get a Gold Fury, a clean Gold Fury at the 17-minute mark. That fight goes their way. They end up getting some more objectives, and now they're in this team fight, and they just can't be stopped. They've got this Zeus, and Zeus is just, again, when you're in team fights like that, you got to take out Kiro, but he's just being protected so well by Murder and everybody else.
And that is just really solid team play across the board here. New Game Plus may have been hit hard by losing no numbers. However, they're really starting to come together once again here, and it's one of those things that I think they'll be fine going to relegations, but if they keep playing like this and coming back like this, they've got a solid shot going to the next split of Challenger Circuit.
I mean, Replicas and Murder are SPL caliber players. We know that. We've seen them in there. I mean, it's all there. Game Hunter, obviously very, very old school, but Replicas and Murder the most recent on team. So we know this team has the caliber. It's just a matter of getting it together and putting it all in a couple of games so they can get that set and get back into the SPL. But that's it.
I guess the question is, how well are they going to hold together going after the split here of the circuit? Because they're going to have to fight the relegations here, and most people, myself included, expected them to be one of the teams fighting for relegations. And after last split, I honestly expected them to be one of the teams going to land here. But, of course, we were proved wrong here, as CB and Friends will be the ones actually going to land. But I want to see if they can actually hold themselves together for that and keep fighting here. Because they have so much, like you said, they have SPL caliber players in their team here. It's just a question of can they stay together and execute next split.
Well, they're going to see if they can execute this mid-Phoenix first off. That's the goal that they want to do, and they want to get rid of these Phoenixes. They want to go on and win this game. They're looking for this sub-30-minute win. Let's see if they can do it. Frenzy gets popped. Here we go.
Up here, they're going straight for the party. A great Typhoon, though, will push them away from here. Deserted fighting off as best they can here, and this is their last stand of this game, it seems. Murder will pop the Meditate as well, keep this team nice and healthy. Vascular deep in there, lurking in the waters, comes up below Flaresy and Friends, and will deal so much damage right there, completely obliterating them. Now Game Hunter looking to hunt some gods. Moex will get taken out by Replicas, the double for Reppy, and now Gorgonzola and Boss, last men standing here. Can they hold the line is the question. I don't think they've got much of a shot here. Vascular going to back away, heal up, and teleport back to the party as well. Murder will also keep his team running on empty here, but they're going to push straight for the Titan here. They want to take this game, and they want to take the win as best they can. Lightning Storm will zone everybody away. The Titan getting burned slowly but surely. This should be good game. Game one of the set going in favor of New Game Plus. Despite a great early game from Deserted, they're going to fall in game one.
You know, and again, shout-outs to Bat, 3-0-0. Didn't even die that match. He played really well, and, well, he decided to stay in the Phoenix or the Fountain at the end of the game and not even die. He was like, I'm going to keep my free, my kill deaths ratio clean. So no deaths for him. But, yeah, I mean, Deserted had a great early game. New Game Plus come out strong in the mid-game, able to take advantage, and the rest of the game's momentum with them. Just under 30 minutes with Replicas leading the way at 7-2.
And honestly, despite having a really rough mid and late game here, Deserted played very well in the early game. Like I mentioned it before here. And they held out quite nice against New Game Plus, who are still a very strong roster to deal with right now. And going into game two, I think we can honestly see them go for a split. They can just kind of clean up those mid-game parts, or maybe just barrel through a little bit harder if they win off the early game again.
Well, we'll see what they can do in the next one. Again, this is these are just momentum games going into relegations. Both these teams are going to be fighting for their lives. We'll see what they can do. We'll be back shortly after a quick break, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying it all. See you soon.
As the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again.
It's the last set/game of the afternoon, everybody. Deserted versus New Game Plus. One time. New Game Plus took game number 1 of this set pretty handily after about the 17-minute mark and that Gold Fury. Let's see what Deserted has in store for them in game number 2. If they change up any of the picks or bans or strategy in general. Looks pretty simple, though. Kepri and Humbot still going to get banned out.
Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, my pick and ban screen isn't showing it. I'm going to reload it real quick, Fred.
I got you, man. No worries. But they do get rid of the Zeus, though, Deserted. So Kiro will not have that very strong AoE-based mage in the middle lane. They'll have to go ahead and select something else. Let's see where they go. As the first pick for Deserted, and that's going to be Terra, very highly valued over here in the EU as a support. Will be thrown into that aspect. And Fafnir quickly locked in as well. These are 2 supports that are consistently getting locked in very early and often in the EU series.
Considering how well we've seen the play out here, alongside Kepri, I'd say it's like the trifecta of supports currently here, especially in EU right now. We saw Draco Marino run wild with the Kepri before. Moex is a jungler now, but all Hill Muppets, he's a little bit unproven here. I think he's want to get him on something very strong here. And a Terra, that's going to be one of the ways to just be comfortable, strong, and ready to run wild this game here. As he played really well, especially in the early game on the Fafnir. So I think he should do fine on Terra.
Well, going with the rest of the draft, the Odin gets locked in 3rd for New Game Plus. Now, looking at the squad of Deserted, that's a great pick. The cage should be effective. You lock in Terra, can't get out. You lock in Vulcan, you lock in Medusa, and now Deserted really has to pick a composition that is anti-Odin and see what they grab. And New Game Plus wisely gets rid of the Wheelix.
Considering the fact that there aren't really that many ways for New Game Plus to get out of the cage at this point here, it is a really solid pickup, and it's going to nullify that little bit of healing that Terra is going to be able to do in these team fights here. So all in all, it's a very solid way for Deserted to go, for New Game Plus to go against Deserted.
Well, Fenrir is going to get locked in, so that's going to be one way out of the cage at least. And again, those selections have to be carefully thought of in Thor. So it's going to be a Fenrir into the solo side of things, it looks like, and it's going to end up being a Thor jungle.
And considering how well Flair's played as an aggressive player, I think that Fenrir is going to work nicely for him here. Gives him a chance to show off just how aggressive and mean he can be in lane. And it's a good way to start going back against Odin here. What's the best way to fight early game aggression? Fight back with even more here. As the early game is definitely Deserted's strongest point here, and I want to see them take advantage of that as best they can. Especially the fact they have Gorgonzola here on a later game champion here.
Left-hand side. Yeah, I was going to say, left-hand side. Game are taking a lot of damage already, and we kind of jumped in about 20 seconds in. So, yeah, this is where most of the action is happening already before the minions even spawn. Both sides, or as I say, really just New Game Plus taking most of the damage. But that should be okay.
To just finish off what I was saying, though, I think the big important thing here is Deserted have that strong early game. If they can press it and get somebody's late game got ahead, they can actually walk away with this game and be secured later on, which is a very nice adjustment in their draft, I feel.
So Moex and Gorgonzola end up getting the pressure in mid as Thoth was by himself, so they will take the invade of speed. But on the opposite side of things, it looks like Replikas and Vask were also going to be pushed up. And, since the supports were on the left-hand side, they get 2 buffs here. it's a kind of a win for New Game Plus so far.
A pretty solid win from there. Not going to show too much just yet in terms of gold advantage, but it is going to start to build ever so slightly here. Deserted will fire back and start invading the duo side of New Game Plus. So they can actually start to pressure out this duel in here, and especially if they go for a gank right now, they're looking to collapse on a Game Hunter and Murder here, as Moex does smell blood in the water. Murder will immediately turn and drop the stun on the Moex there. Game Hunter takes so much damage. Spin win coming out here, but Meditate keeps Game Hunter alive, barely though, as Boss will fire in the acid spray and secure a free kill right there. First blood already going the way of Deserted onto their AD carry too.
I mean, clean kill right there. That was a great gank. They got to be in comms right there saying, hey, they're rotating. We don't have vision on them. They invade the red and then just come wrapping around the backside in dual lane as they were so far pushed up. Great gank right there. Oracle's also going to end up going the way of Deserted. So, so far looking good, but this is what they did last time. They looked good early. Can they keep it up?
I think the big thing is they do have at least one area of strength they can just say is they have one area of strength they can definitely just hold on to and take advantage of here, and they can actually barrel through it this early game this time around here. I feel they've actually got a chance at firing back at New Game Plus and splitting the set 1-1.
So I don't know what was seen there or not based on what we were watching out in the camera, but Gorgonzola ends up using his purification in the mid lane off of a Thop stun as Repicos taunted and got some good damage off for sure, but really was no follow-up kill. Gorgonzola will have beads down, so watch for Repicos to make sure he takes advantage of that. He hit level 5, even though Moex and the crew got that kill on the left. It was split so many ways that he still isn't level 5.
True. And now I'd imagine we're going to see Moex here just doing his best to try to save Gorgonzola for as long as he can here, but especially with Repicos definitely just lurking around there. We see him actually sitting in that mid harpy wall, waiting for somebody to
Murder.
walk
Yeah,
up
look at the setup. Look at the setup.
They want to defend their mid laner right now.
They're like Murder's on one side, Repicos is on the other side, Kiro's here. This is bait central, and Repicos is going to jump over the wall, go for the Cobra's Kiss. The stun, though, from Moex is great. Muppet with another root as well, and he ends up being the victim of the death or the Cobra's Kiss or death.
Last breath.
Oh my gosh,
last breath.
There's so many abilities. I'm terrible today. I apologize.
It's fine. It's an early morning for both of us here, especially for EE time. But either way, we're holding as much as we can here as the series will go the way. As both teams, they knew exactly what was going to happen with the beads being down here, and that was just good prep from Deserted, I say.
And I got to really shout out Moex on the great stun, and then Muppets comes over, gets a root. He ends up taking the ultimate instead. Still doesn't fall. So really, again, great way of them protecting the mid laner that they knew had no beads.
And that was just great play all around here. Moex once again proving that no matter what role, the man still has mechanical skill and great decision making. So he's going to bring his best no matter where you put him. As now we will see speed buff being easily secured by Deserted.
Oh, look at the right-hand side into the solo lane. This was something, a lot of times when you see this Fenrir in the solo lane, you kind of expect them to get some early kills. Nothing yet, as no purification is obviously going to be online for the other solo laner as Vast is playing the Odin. I'm kind of expecting to see an aggressive play in this lane, but it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's one of those we expected, but it just doesn't seem to be happening at all, as they just don't want to go for it right now. As now we will see Muppets just kind of moving around the map, giving Flurzy whatever he can, keep him going here. As Flurzy doing a good job actually getting back aggressive against Vastful here, will lose his immediate wave due to the detonate, but he's got Muppets around there to keep him safe and sound, so he should be able to just sit there, farm this wave out here, and not lose into the tower really unless he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he should lose. He's going to end up losing a couple creeps actually to the tower. I mean, in the end, it's whatever. It's a Fenrir versus an Odin. I think obviously Odin has that early game clear, but with teleport available online, he's going to get his boots 3. Obviously hasn't got back yet. He'll teleport back in. Let's see if Flurzy decides to take the fight over to the side of Vask. Once he gets his ulti back up, he's got a few more seconds on that, and see.
Yeah, we'll see, but already Vastful rotating for a mid lane skirmish here as New Game Plus just want to carry on as best they can. Be down on kills, but they are still ahead in gold as they are actually farming incredibly well and have good control of the jungle right now. And that's been the defining factor for who wins these games. It's like, it seems today like the defining factor for who wins the game is who controls the jungle best.
Well, jungle is, you do Replic or Moex, as to say, in the air, as I'm used to seeing him on the Thor, is going to land, not hit anything. Game Hunter, though, gets the stun. Murder with the counter stun, though, so nothing ends up happening. Great plays, but both really Murder, again, just both supports and everybody kind of playing really smart here.
Yeah, we're just playing safe here. Even if there isn't as much on the line, it's that morale factor. It's that pride factor. You want to get those wins, and these teams love to fight back as best they can here. And losing even though it wouldn't mean as much here, is not an option for either of these teams, I'd say.
Again, trying to stick on the left-hand side. Ultimate's up from Repicaz, obviously. He wants to see if he can get this gank attempt on, but it does not look like Bass or anybody's going to move up too much. So instead, let's go ahead and just take the farm and move along. But yeah, you know, the jungle is such an important role. You go back to it. Whoever wins that, it's really is so important in this season 4. If you're able to go ahead and get the rotations, if you're able to get camps and steal things and make the gank attempts, you just really set yourself up for such a positive mid to late game.
And I think the big thing that's making it difficult for Desert in these games is, despite Moex being a very, very mechanically skilled jungler here, clearly has experience with the role in different settings. The fact that on the other side you've got Repicaz, who has some incredible competitive experience in the jungle, puts you in a very difficult position for one of the most important roles in the game this season, I'd say. And he's doing a good job holding up here, but at the same time, you're fighting against somebody who is arguably one of the best in their role. I mean, against the Zoni, it's a tough matchup, I'd say, but one of the best in your role on Challenger Circuits.
I just heard the Thoth yell with his ultimate.
Gonna miss
Hero. Can't do that next week, man. Can't do that. Can't do that next week, man. Otherwise, it's going to cost you some mana. Not able to just to start yelling out the chicken. That's insane. How I'm kind of glad they reduced it or they did that just so I don't have to hear it all the time.
I think it's a good nerve, but at the same time, I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah, it's a little bit like just I don't know. It's one of those ridiculous abilities. It's just hilarious when it just gets spammed out. But no more spamming unless you just have Book of Thoth and you a ton of mana or whatever. Then it's like whatever. It's gonna be interesting in like infinite mana modes when it happens. Like,
oh my god, yes. At least I can still like live out my dream of being a Thoth.
You can live out the dream there. Moex and Map Muppets is here by the Gold Fury. I don't know if Moex wants to go in the air, is waiting for Game Hunter, but he is sitting behind the Gold Fury.
They want to fight. I mean, both sides want to fight somewhere here. Moex, they're just
he's like
waiting
hiding.
for somebody to walk around here. They're waiting for somebody to walk around here and go into an engagement, but the XP camp is going to be what starts us off most likely here. All hail Muppets go straight for the stun. Repicaz going to be caught out incredibly hard there, but he does get his leap away on Circuit. Now Murder just buying some time for his team here as Karo rains in death over the wall. Game Hunter in the air should actually get caught out here. Moex dives down a bit early there, but that's just mostly him running out of time as Game Hunter is still caught out there. Moex so low right now, though, willing to walk away from the party. A stun down will secure it for him as All Hail Muppets will finish the job on the Game Hunter right there. Murder finds a stun, but he's stuck transforming back there. That's got a sting as Deserted pick up their second kill of this team fight here. 3-0 right now as New Game Plus trying to pursue, but Deserted have full control of this fight.
Yeah, Moex ends up getting really low right there. The final judgment of Thoth hits him. Doesn't quite kill him and, knows that there's no one around him as the fight was going on. Actually goes to the wave, shoves it up, gets himself some experience, so I like to play. Able to do that. But the Oracles do end up going the way of New Game Plus. Again, they are... It's interesting because, again, this is one of those games. You see the team. If I tell you it's 3-0, you're like, oh, the team with 3-0 obviously is winning. You're looking at the graphs at just sub 10 minutes with the Gold Fury still available. This is only a 200 experience lead for the blue side and only a 600 gold lead for red. So New Game Plus actually has a very, very small gold lead. Again, it's so minor, it doesn't mean a lot, but it's just interesting to see that a 3-0 team is actually down in gold.
I mean, that's kind of been a trend we've seen today in general. I mean, we saw it in the Poppies game. They were up 4-2 over their opponents here, but they were down quite a hefty amount in gold actually here. This time around, it's not really that much of a difference, but at the same time, it's just interesting to see, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it all the time, and the fact that we've seen it like twice now in a couple of games, it is a little bit
it just
weird.
The importance of farm.
Yeah, I mean, you can be down a couple of kills and don't F6 a game if you're down 3 or 4 kills. If you're within a couple of gold, that's really what matters right there. So you got to make sure that you're able to get the farm and get the buffs. Really, again, farm, and that's what these guys want to do. 15, 20 minutes in the game, that's when you go ahead and exploit at a team fight for an objective, and you kind of try to take control of the game from there.
And now we are seeing that push for control from both sides. Gold Fury is an immediate objective available to them right now. Same goes to the Portal Demon, and we're reaching that point where games tend to crack wide open already. So honestly, in the next 5 minutes here, we're going to see an end to all things.
Right-hand
Here,
side,
Moex up in the air. They want to go for a fight. Double stun for Moex. Sets up a free kill on the Vastrical here. Boss also 1v1 in game on this side of the map here. Desert looking so strong right now, as now Replicas locked up by the meatball here, but the bounce not quite going to tag here, as unfortunately that backfire is backfiring on New Game Plus right there, as Deserted making a full retreat. Moex once again just barely cheating death, it seems, will escape with his life. Caro charging up in the background. We'll just clear out that wave. Easy peasy. Pushing forward is Murder. Stuns out Gorgonzola. Goes straight for the Dragon form, but Gorgonzola already out and safe. All Hail Muppets really deep right now. Stunned out, but tanky enough to survive whatever onslaught comes against him. And unfortunately for New Game Plus, they're going to have to send somebody to deal with Boss just shoving down that dual lane.
Yeah, the solo kill, that's that 50-50 gamble. Not sure exactly what happened there, but Game Hunter's ult is still up, so didn't even get a chance to use it. Look, when you're fighting 4 on the other side and your Hunter loses that 1v1, that's exactly what can happen. I mean, the tower ends up getting forced down. If it's not for Replicas getting out of there, able to come back, that's a T1 easily, and that opens up the map. So at least they're able to save the tier 1 for a little while longer. But that whole fight on the right-hand side started off with both junglers waiting to gank the other solo laner. Obviously, Moex could do it from a much further distance with his ulti. Finally, you see Flurry use his ultimate and then bring him closer into the tower. Top of a Moex ult. Couldn't get out of there was the Odin.
And that's just the story of this life here. As now Caro should actually die here. Muppets looking for the dive, but charging up for that judgment here. And Caro makes the call. Point blank ulti right in his face here, but now we see the dive here. He's going to miss it right there as Caro got that dodge off in time. What a play there. Caro earns his double kill.
The jukes are real by Kiro, right? Oh my goodness. That was a play. He just literally looks at All Hail Muppets and goes, "Are you really going to stand in front of me?" Final judgment to the face, and then he has the hot jukes, the backdash. I mean, it's not, the most impressive thing, but still got out of the way, and yeah, it still dodged death realistically, and ends up getting the stun, and that leads to his double kill. And now that led to the gold fury. New Game Plus no longer only 600 gold in the lead.
Yeah, and now New Game Plus have the first major league of the game here. 3,000 separates them from Deserted, and well, just like that, it wasn't quite 15 minutes, but it's around the same time frame. The game is now heavily in favor of New Game Plus. However, Deserted still are in the position to just fight back, but it's going to be a lot more difficult at this point. But if Boss keeps 1v1ing like this here and winning these fights, he's got a good shot at actually carrying his team through this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 14 right now. In the past 2 games, here we go. Murder is actually fighting him, but Replicas is here to take the fight as well as Game Hunter one more time. Realistically, lost the 1v1. The Sanctuary will only last just long enough for him to die. Replicas will clean up that kill. That's his first death the whole time on the right. Portal Demon does get taken over by the blue side, so Deserted ends up cleaning up one objective while the Hunter got ganked and left.
They're the kind of team that keeps fighting tooth and nail despite the odds being stacked against them at this point. So Deserted have to definitely be applauded for that here. And I got to say, Moex, he's performed incredibly well in the jungle role so far. Especially the fact that he's going to a tough jungle matchup here. And
Serpent versus that, that's not easy at all. He's 2 levels down right now, probably about a level and a half, actually. I don't know exactly where his XP is at. Let's see if I can figure out exactly where Moex is sitting. He's about 11 3/4. So yeah, about a level and a half. He'll hit 12 here soon. Has to get out of this jungle. He does not want to fight again with Blink online for Replicas. Here we go. Fleur Z has to run away with Ragnarok. That's going to be one ultimate down, but yeah, I think he'll take that. But here's Reppy and crew still waiting.
Still waiting, still ready for something, but unfortunately, there's nothing really to be taken here, as New Game Plus will just start to push forward. They actually might be able to just put some pressure on that Tier 1 tower, but with the rotation of Deserted, it's not nearly as likely here. Will get spotted out by New Game Plus. All Hail Muppets gets spotted here, dodges away from the hammer with the dash of his own. Takes a lot of poke from Basketball here, set up for a free kill possibly inside the cage, but Muppets too dangerous of a target with Boss waiting in the wings here. And with Flurry rotating around here, Moex a little bit deep though, will get destroyed by Replicas before he can actually do anything here. And now New Game Plus have a jungler down on the side of Deserted.
Replicas again, just showing his prowess. He's got the Circuit, he's got the damage online. Look at the build, it's very efficient. He's got some quick cooldown reduction online. Now he's going for the wraparound kill. Let's see if he decides to go for Bass, and he is going to zigzag. There we go. Throw him backwards with the last breath. Bass now forced. There's the Petrify. We'll get a couple. Not too bad, but at the end of the day, Replicas, the Scorpion, has stung again. 3-0-2 is the jungler.
he is a massive monster right now.
Laughing at my scorpion joke?
No, I'm not laughing at it. I'm
bad.
sorry, afraid. I mean,
Yeah,
when you're
it's
used to
bad.
making jokes as bad as mine, I mean, you can't really laugh at other bad jokes, sadly.
So I like casting with you.
I'm the king of bad jokes.
I love, yeah. Well, 16 minutes, Soza. Bring us into, man. What are we sitting at here?
Right now, 16 minutes here, 6,000 differential between these two teams here. New Game Plus has slowly but surely just been pushing a massive advantage ever since they had that big team fight at about 13 minutes in. Deserted are just struggling to deal with that right here. The early game, once again, was immaculately well played by them, but unfortunately, New Game Plus just continued to show that prowess as a team here versus a roster that's fairly new in all honesty here. There's a lot of the same players here, but they're all in different roles. There's a new player in a very important role that's still in here, and they're playing well, but they just don't have the experience of the team here. If they try to sneak the fire giant, but Vastrical, he smells it and he goes to stop it. Yeah, they're going for it, but it's just not working.
Teleporting on him. Well, Murder spent 750 gold. He's like, this is well worth to get here quickly, and he's gonna make his moves as Kiro. A power of thought. You know, yes, he's getting a slight nerf, but the ability to go through walls with that is so devastating. Final Judgment is charged. Final Judgment is let go. Nothing gonna happen. Petrify not gonna do quite enough, as Kiro will secure that one now with Rama in the air. I don't think the snipes are going to matter too much. Kiro did dash forward aggressively. Has to be careful. Murder going to take most of the damage forward, but here's Repikas in the backline one more time.
Yeah, Repikas setting up his team for a massive team fight here. Gorgonzola taking so much damage. Diving in deep is Moex, but he's a little bit too far back here as Kara will finish the job. Diving forward onto Gorgonzola, knowing the front line of Deserted are way too far away to actually do him any harm right here. Muppets pushes forward a bit, but he's a support versus 3 right now. He can buy time. He can put down the CC, but he can't buy wins here, unfortunately, here. As it looks like Deserted just going to go ahead and throw in the towel. GG as New Game Plus take a 2-0 over Deserted.
That's a little surprising to me to see Deserted decide to F6 that, but at the same, you got to understand, you know, when you're down that much, it is what it is when you're down. But
the big thing is they prove they can fight, and they know where they have to focus on right now going into relegations. They know what they're going to fix, and honestly, for being a roster with so many lanes with the role swaps, a new player coming into solo lane as well, they looked rather impressive, honestly, versus a really strong team.
Yeah, they were good there, but sadly throughout the whole CC, they find themselves with 0 points. Looking at the standings from bottom to top, 0 points for the Deserted, 4 points for New Game Plus after they get this 2-0 here. And then the Poppies in Carbon 6, they're going to be the ones that get your SPL chance, and Carbon 6 get the land. Man,
they've got to be feeling themselves there. I mean, coming into this, I'd say there were quite a few people that actually believe Alpha Jackal put up a vote at the poll earlier on, and I think 78% of people who voted it thought the Pops were going to go ahead and walk away with this land spot. But I got to say, big props to them, and Dazoni and Stevie once again.
Yeah, Dazoni really
pushing the team through. Dazoni hard carried that game, like full stop. And honestly, I got to say, they earned their spot in the lane here. But the Poppies, I'm pretty sure they'll want revenge next split if they don't make it into the SPL.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We will see how it goes. But that's going to do it for us today. I mean, those are the standings. Those are the rulings. And then tomorrow, make sure you're staying in for NA. And that's going to be it, guys. See you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Week 6, the final day of Europe. We find out today who ends up going to Masters to face off against some of the best teams in the world. Joining me in the desk to start the day off is going to be Taco. Taco, got some exciting sets today.
We do certainly have a lot of potential upsets coming through. I mean, there's a three-way tie possibility. Three-way tie possibility, and I think that that'll be pretty exciting to see how it plays out.
Well, with that three-way tie, let's go to the standings just so you get an idea of how this could all work out today. Obey against Lion Guard will open the day, but they're against Lion Guard. That won't influence the standings at all. What we're looking at, though, is going to be Enix, the new team that was once Valent Squadron, up against Dignitas. The winner of that would qualify themselves to number 2. But at the same time, if they do split that set, Taco, there's a chance that good old Energy could catch them by placing well against Sanguine.
And if Energy managed to find the 2-0 against Sanguine, like you mentioned, Hindu, the 12-point three-way tie, that would certainly be a spicy setup to see between those EU teams.
But we start the day off in an interesting fashion as well. One thing I will mention to you one more time is the Caster.tv is going on right now. You guys can actually sign up to compete in a reality competition that will see you net $10,000 if you do come in first place. You'll have an opportunity to show off your casting knowledge or skill, and even if you don't have those, you could apply if you think you have what it takes to be one. I'm excited to see how that one plays out. Taco made it here somehow, so if they can do it, she can do it, so can you.
If he can do it.
I mean,
I'm
still not sure. I'm still not sure. It's undecided still from my point of view. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, one thing I am sure about, though, is that $10,000 is certainly a very nice prize to potentially pick up, and that's always something to look out for.
Well, before we head over to the cast, we did say it's Obey going to be up against Lion Guard in the first game of the day. Obey have looked very strong. They've already qualified themselves for Masters, but this one's important to them in a way, Taco, because this could allow them to guarantee that first place.
And guaranteeing a first place, being number 1, going into the Masters line is always a nice setup.
I'm an idiot.
For Obey.
They're already guaranteed
They're already guaranteed. That's right, 14
stupid.
points. Nobody can catch them. But,
yeah.
I mean, it's still pretty awesome either way.
It is. Well, let's see if Lion Guard can pick up some points here after having some role changes, or at least a roster change. Frostiak no longer on the side of Lion Guard, but Aggro and Anatolia standing by to bring us that first set.
Thank you very much, Hindu and Taco. We are ready for the first game here of the day, the last week, though, of the SPL. And as I talked about on the desk, Toli, this isn't a big game necessarily here for Obey, but this is a good opportunity for Lion Guard to potentially get some momentum coming into land and kind of move their seed up in that gauntlet land.
It's going to be very difficult, though, because Obey Alliance, their only loss was against Team Elevate, surprisingly enough, managing to 2-0 every other team, having secured their spot into the Masters land as that first seed. Lion Guard is going to have a tough uphill climb here, especially switching their jungler here.
Wow, Lion Guard banning away Kuzenbo from Maniac. He was the one to bring it out here at the SPL level on Thursday. And Lion Guard immediately don't want to deal with it, so they're going to pick up that Hunbats first. And remember, like they mentioned on the desk, there's a new jungler in town for Lion Guard. No longer Frostiak, it's Rearward.
Interesting. Apparently, he's a really top, high-ranked player, very respected in the European community. We'll see what he's able to do with his Hunbats. But Terra Toth being locked in for Obey Alliance, wouldn't be surprised here if Maniac was to take this global presence in that solo lane.
We know Maniac is comfortable on the Guardians, but Emilzy has also played this Terra consistently for Obey. Wouldn't be surprised to see that signature Osiris locked in here for Maniac. Vulcan and Fafnir, the 2 picks for Lion Guard. Yeah, it is going to be the Osiris. So Obey already with a nice balance of early and late game. They can rely on Maniac in that solo lane to get the early pressure, but then come mid-game, that Thoth and Terra are going to be a real problem for Lion Guard to deal with.
See, on one hand, Maniac has been doing such a great job with this Osiris, but on another, Emilzy was also doing a good job with Warrior supports as well, playing the Amaterasu, but instead electing to keep the momentum rolling. Maniac has been going off on a tier. You want to make sure that you put him in a good spot, and now you're basically showing the world, showing the European scene like Maniac is really strong with this god, and they're trying to get teams maybe to ban it out for him in coming land.
Chiron for Ataraxia. No surprise there, though. We haven't really seen a lot of Chiron, if at all, quite yet here in Season 4, but with this game not really being that impactful for Obey. No surprise to see Ataraxia go to one of his favorites in that Hunter role. Uller and Bologna are going to be the final 2 picks here for Lion Guard, rounding out their draft. A pretty solid team fighting draft, I would say, for Lion Guard.
Definitely a great idea to get the Bologna here, wanting to maximize that Scourge potential, making sure that Maniac, once he dives that backline, you Scourge him, you get away the in-hands, and if he has Frostbound Hammer, you're going to be limiting his potential in these team fights. But Chang'e being locked in here for Obey Alliance yet again. This Chang'e jungle just showing its head again.
It's starting to really catch on here in both Europe and North America. But we saw Twig absolutely kill it on this god last time around. The 1 pick, the 1 victory. Let's see if he can knock it up to 2 picks and 2 victories ready to go here in game between Lion Guard and Obey.
And the beauty between this Chang'e jungle is the fact that whenever she makes her presence known in that solo lane, this is something that teams have been preparing for, trying to take advantage of these solo laners that don't necessarily have the magical defense right away. And they have to decide whether or not they want to build into pure physical defense to make sure that they handle their solo lane matchup, or a little bit of hybrid, which will hurt them in the solo lane anyway.
And Twig really doesn't. Last time we saw him on this character, he didn't really pressure any lane early on. It was very farm-oriented, waiting until the mid stages of the game, which really Obey wants to do regardless of who Twig seems to be on in that jungle. If you're Lion Guard, do you want to play this very aggressively and try and pressure out this Chang'e jungle early?
I definitely want to make sure that Chang'e doesn't get comfortable, making it sure that maybe you hit level 5 first, and it's going to be a race between both Rear Ward and Captain Twig. Those ultimates are going to be the big deciding factors in these team fights between these 2 teams.
So we haven't seen a lot of Chiron. You got to remember that even when he gets poked out, only 1 health pot, or excuse me, still has 2 health pots there for Ataraxia, but that passive going to heal him and Emilzy up in lane whenever he uses those abilities. But Lion Guard, they're the ones with the pressure early on here on this left-hand side. On the right, both teams splitting up their buffs as per usual. And again, I'm very surprised we don't see, we don't see a lot of invades on this Chang'e jungle, but I suppose it was last picked in this scenario, and you're picking into a pretty low pressure composition in the 2v2. Hunbat's Vulcan in the early game are not scary in terms of their clear potential.
Not necessarily a level 1, but once level 2 happens with the meatball, it's very scary. Ataraxia taking a lot of damage, but charging right on out of there. And this is a good idea for Lion Guard to kind of put more pressure here into the duel lane. Frezzy is known to play very aggressive, and taking advantage of a Terra level 1 is always a good idea because she really has not much presence, whether it's the jungle or the laning phase at level 1.
Well, Shadow Nightmare and Rearward are coming around the side here, and Obey have no idea. Purification beads used by Ataraxia, but he knocks back Rearward, and in fact, Ataraxia is going to turn it around on a Frezzy and pick up the first blood.
The archers assisting Ataraxia. Frezzy just went a little bit to him. He even died with meditation there, didn't respect the potential damage coming forward, and this is not something that Lion Guard wanted to get off to a start here, trying to battle for their positioning up in the gauntlet.
No, that was a great opportunity for Lion Guard. They steal away both left side buffs in that scenario and have an opportunity to gank, but it's actually turned around on them. And don't forget that both Shadow Nightmare and Rearward missed an entire wave in the middle lane, and while they were busy on that left-hand side, Prime and Twig invaded their red buff. So a pretty terrible turn of events right now for Lion Guard.
Experience definitely going to favor Obey Alliance here. Not only is Captain Twig going to get a little bit more ahead of Rearward, but on the other hand, Emilzy is going to get more farm than Frezzy as he had to respawn and get back into that lane. And a level 5 Terra versus level 5 Fafnir, you can force a team fight just off of that presence alone.
Without a doubt. Rearward just trying to get a foothold here in his first game in the SPL. It's the first time we've seen Shadow Nightmare with a new jungler not named Frostiak in a long time, and that's got to be difficult to play with one player for so long, especially with positions that are so intertwined like mid and jungle are, and then try and make an adjustment to a new player.
It's definitely long-term committed relationship that they once had.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if they still play with each other actually off of the SPL competitive matches. They're still probably playing ranked together. You know, they're really good friends regardless of the fact there's friendship a little bit, but there's also the business side of things. And if things don't work out, you have to figure out what necessarily didn't work out for your team and make those necessary adjustments moving forward.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really underestimate it. It's not just those from the outside looking in, but those inside the pro scene as well, that it isn't always a black and white sort of scenario. Friendship and business decisions are separate, and that can lead to some tough decisions for teams in terms of roster changes and things like that.
Which is why we see a lot of rosters changing in between season 3 and 4 specifically. The only teams that stuck together were Cyclone GG and Team Eager, surprisingly enough. Kind of tale of two opposites, where Team Eager was doing really well. You know, they made the semifinals of World, whereas Cyclone GG, they necessarily didn't do much, now known as Team Rival, excuse me, and they elected to stick with their roster, trying to make sure they build as much synergy as possible. But now Lion Guard making this jungle swap is going to be interesting to see how they develop their strategies moving forward into the gauntlet.
Yeah, those two players in particular, Shadow Nightmare and Frostiak, you mentioned all the roster changes or non-roster changes that other teams made. There were always changes on this former Dignitas, now Lion Guard roster, but it was always the same two. Those were the anchors in the mid and jungle, and now Lion Guard kind of has to find a new anchor, I would say, and Shadow Nightmare going to have to try and do it without his long-time jungler. Regardless, we're 4.5 minutes in. Obey, surprisingly enough, got the first blood despite it was Lion Guard being the aggressors, and now Obey looks to be the aggressors themselves in the enemy jungle, trying to steal away this red buff.
Having a lot of damage here between Pretty Prime and Captain Twig, now both at level 7. This is a good opportunity for them to look for a team fight, especially after getting their own red buff. They have double sustain as well. We didn't really mention this between Emilzy and Captain Twig, so Lion Guard is going to have to recognize this really early and start building into that anti-healing.
And it isn't anti-heal worthy, I would say, but Ataraxia's healing with his passive is also there, so it's kind of like 2.5 sustain gods here for Obey. Quite a bit of healing in terms of good, decent in-combat healing as well. Jump forward by rearward. They're looking for Pretty Prime, but he used the Purification Beads and gets out of that Vulcan ultimate. Huge Waxing Moon coming out from Captain Twig, and Frezzy's going to take his second death early on rearward, trying to get away from the whole of Obey, chasing him down. Even Maniac is here to join the party. Rearward with the speed buff may be out, but he turns around and seals his own fate. Emilzy locks down number 3 for Obey, and they immediately turn their sights to the objective.
Obey aligns, showing us why they're such a strong team, winning the team fight after getting the red buff of Lion Guard Esports here. So doing a great job controlling the pacing of the game, controlling the space control in the jungle side of Lion Guard, now up to a very comfortable lead at 2,500 gold at the 6-minute mark.
They just seem to team fight so well, Tully. I mean, we've seen the kind of maturation of this team from what they were in Season 3, the finals runners up to the World Champions energy, and I think a lot of people expected a pretty significant downfall after losing Variety, their solo laner, but Obey just seemed to keep getting stronger and stronger, but it's still a similar identity to what they had in Season 3.
And the thing is, when you look at these two team compositions between Obey and Lion Guard, definitely favors Obey in terms of the short-term potential between the Chang'e ultimate as well as Toth, whereas you look at Lion Guard, their setup between the Hunbats and Vulcan ultimate can be easily negated with one Purification Beads into running away, and then there goes your big damage source of Shadow Nightmare, whereas Pretty Prime can use that ultimate from so far away, and it's through the walls very instantly. It's not as telegraphed as the Vulcan.
It's true. Vulcan ultimate does have an excellent range similar to that of Pretty Prime, but it's a little slower. It's not quite as instant, and so it's going to be a little bit easier for Pretty Prime to confirm that ultimate damage on the Thoth. Another invade attempt. There's the ultimate coming down. This one's going to find home on the Twig, but Maniac still running away. Chang'e is going to fall. Lion Guard gets put on the board by Ducky out of the solo lane, but Pretty Prime is here. Final Judgment is going to hit Frezzy, but it's not quite enough damage to finish him off. Lion Guard able to escape with a clean kill.
Not the worst thing in the world here. Only losing Captain Twig. Could have lost potentially more. They still secure their own speed buff. They don't lose the blue buff in the process. They have the meditation being used by Frezzy, and he can't get out after the ultimate fizzles.
No, he has to transform back into the dwarf, and we lost his power. As a result, he's going to fall. Ducky trying to go 1v3 here. No ultimate available for the solo laner, but he is pretty tanky. Maniac diving that tower. Meditation popped by Emilzy, trying to keep Pretty Prime healthy. Maniac finally finds Ducky underneath the tower, but Shadow Nightmare's made the rotation, but he's out of mana. The turret placement isn't there to follow Maniac outside of the tower, so Maniac just able to escape with his life.
This Osiris by Maniac is just so scary. Teams are going to have to start recognizing that this god is just so obnoxious, especially especially in the hands of Maniac. He's going to be able to dive towers just like this. He doesn't even have too much physical defense. He only has Mark of the Vanguard and Silver Breastplate. I think that's something along the lines of combined 40 physical protection and taking the tier 1 tower for about 10 to 15 seconds while the rest of his teammates are trying to throw the pot shots outside the tower.
It's not enough to really put him down, though, even despite taking that tower up. Maniac on this Osiris. Remember, he does get percent damage mitigation through his passive, so that can help out in scenarios like that. We've seen Ataraxia continue to play aggressive on the left-hand side. He's got that level lead over Flurry Q. Ataraxia has his hand in 3 of Obey's 5 kills early on. But he decided to finish his boots before the Transcendence, whereas Flurry Q on the Uller, he went Transcendence first. Who does this favor now, Tola?
It favors Ataraxia because of the rotation he made earlier on. With the increased mobility, he was able to make his presence known in that earlier teamfight, which is why Obey Alliance got that Gold Fury after winning that teamfight so handedly. This is something that hunters always struggle for. Like, do I get a physical power spike or do I go for the extra mobility? Now, if you don't have mobility and the enemy hunter does, then you could potentially get chased down very often.
Well, you can see the no mobility option for Pretty Prime right now in the mid lane. He went for the Doom Orb to start us off before the boots. You want to talk about a damage option in the middle lane, Doom Orb. As our good friend F. always likes to say, you can do more with Doom Orb.
Oh, F. Oh, Maniac though in a lot of trouble. 1v3 Vulcan ultimate over the top, but it doesn't matter. Maniac's going to use Lord of the Afterlife. Still doing a good job. Tether buying him a little bit of time, but the Bludgeon and the Scourge finally confirming the kill. It's a great timing of a kill as well because the fact that the Gold Fury is down. So overcommitting 4 members on the right, not that big of a deal for Lion Guard.
It took 3 ultimates and Maniac still almost survived courtesy of that ult from Emilzy, but he does finally fall. Lion Guard recognizing how potent that Osiris can be. Pretty Prime charging that final judgment, not firing it off quite yet. Emilzy and Twig are here, but it's still a 3v4. Maniac does not have that teleport available whenever he respawns, but Ducky is the target for Obey. There's the Waxing Moon and the final judgment. Ducky can't dash out of it, but he's still alive until Twig puts him down with his 1. Emilzy trying to help out his jungler, running away. Great double stun out of the Terra, stops the Dragon Breath out of Emilzy, and now Obey's trying to turn it around. The stun is not going to find a home on the Shadow Nightmare, and Lion Guard able to escape, but so does Captain Twig.
Ooh, they're not done yet. Emilzy trying to stop the back earlier on from rearward. Not going to be able to stop it, but without Shadow Nightmare having any sort of mana here, he's definitely going to get focused out. Nice little stun. Angus buying him a little bit of time, but Captain Twig's right around the corner.
Oh, just not enough damage from Twig. He used all his mana on that one last-ditch attempt to try and pick up the veteran mid laner for Lion Guard, but just wasn't enough damage. Pretty Prime still alive, very low HP, and rearward could try and chase him down, but with that long-range evade and punish, no chance of catching that slippery Thoth.
Obey Alliance are just so good in responding any sort of deficit that was given to them. Maniac getting dove under that tier 1 tower. With all those cooldowns being not available for Lion Guard, Obey Alliance, they start grouping up and they chase down the members of Lion Guard in that solo lane, almost even chipping away at that tier 1 tower. And this is something that made Obey Alliance such a strong team here in Season 4, only having 1 loss.
They've just absolutely been killing it all season long. Already secured the top seed out of Europe for the SMITE Masters LAN that will be taking place right at the end of April. As they mentioned on the desk, Tolly, I think that the big storyline for today overall comes in the 2nd and 4th sets of the day. It's going to be formerly Valen Squadron Enix up against Team Dignitas. If they split, then all Energy needs to do is 2-0 the bottom-seeded Sanguine to force a 3-way tie. This is despite the awful start that Energy had to the split.
That can be a very interesting 3-way tie. All 3 of those teams are very strong, especially when everything matters. Energy have been struggling a little bit to start things off in the split, but so far, towards the end of it, they picked it up a little bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if that 3-way tie does happen, that they all of a sudden just turn it up and make it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the crazy thing, is that only the top 2 teams are guaranteed a spot at the SMITE Masters. So you're talking about Enix, you're talking about Dignitas and Energy. only one of those is guaranteed, and then the other two have to go through the gauntlet, which is going to be incredibly difficult for every team in Europe and North America that have to go through that. So it's going to be a pretty crazy day here, potentially. Going to be some crazy lands in April as well. Going to be a lot of excitement. Ducky here with Rearward has to use a Fear No Evil defensively as Ducky Eagles rallies away. Pretty Prime picks up Shadow Nightmare in the mid lane while Twig and Maniac continue to chase down Ducky. He gets away. Can't say the same about his brand new jungler, I don't think. There it is. Twig hits him down. And Chang'e Jungle making it happen. 2-1 and 2. And Obey just controlling Lion Guard all across the map.
About 2.5 kills technically, as Ducky did have to back Frezzy trying to defend this tier 2 tower. Nice little rotation by Frezzy, stunning out Maniac, allowing Ducky to make this rotation off of the teleport. Very low is Maniac, but nice tether stun is going to keep him alive.
And remember, Emilzy and Twig have that sustain option for Maniac, but he also has teleport available, so the Osiris gonna just port back to base, could potentially teleport in and help out on this Portal Demon. Looks to be the call, but with Ducky and Flurry Q showing face on this right-hand side, Obey just gonna back up and allow Ataraxia to continue to just farm it up on this left-hand side. I think I have to mention it, Toli. We're 3 items into Ataraxia's build, and we still haven't seen a Brawler's Beat Stick.
Which is very surprising, right? He usually goes for this kind of unconventional build in the Hunter role. Very innovative is Ataraxia, ever since he's been playing competitively back in his days in Titan. And level 15, 1 level above Flurry Q at the moment, opted to go for the Executioner here. Starts the tier 1 here, looks like to be a Fatalis potentially.
Yeah, you just gotta give Ataraxia a couple shots whenever you get the chance. It's just fun. But I do think that I love the creativity that he brings to the Hunter role. You never know what he's going to pull out in terms of builds. It always makes you think, you know, could this be better? Is this the best possible build path? And sometimes the answer is no, but sometimes the answer is yes. And you can always count on him to try and bring something different to the table.
Surprisingly, Ataraxia goes for Executioner while Maniac goes for the Ichaival. Normally, it might be the other way around. Oh, hold that thought though, in the mid lane, a lot of pressure onto Shadow Nightmare.
Again, Rearward forced to use that ult defensively. Pretty Prime puts in the final judgment, and Twig cleans up 2 underneath the tier 2 tower. 3 dead quickly for Lion Guard as Obey continue their dominance here in the spring split of Season 4.
That's why you go Chang'e right there. It doesn't matter if you're fighting in the jungle or in the lane, you can get a beautiful double stun. The damage is very significant, not to mention the duration of the stun if you hit multiple targets.
Terra's Blessing, Meditation, both ready to go as Obey try and siege down this middle Phoenix. Ducky just taking too much damage, and Maniac puts number 12 on the board for Obey. A clean dozen puts them up by 10 kills and the middle Phoenix. And we still haven't hit the 16-minute mark yet.
They're looking so scary for Lion Guard. Heading into this first game, Obey Alliance looking so strong. They already secured themselves 2 Gold Furies. They're about to get the 3rd one once this respawns. Lion Guard having to defend their mid lane with those fire minions, struggling very deeply in the gold and the level department. And this is going to be a very slippery slope for Lion Guard unless they can start getting something back in return. But there's nothing really to take here. The Portal Demon's down.
And the Gold Fury's respawning, but Obey, they're here. They want that Gold Fury. They don't want Lion Guard to get some free gold. Frezzy's still sticking around, probably going to try and make a play with the hammer to try and steal it, but Twig and Maniac say, not today, my friend. They box out at least Twig's former teammate.
Shadow Nightmare was just not in position even to steal that at all, instead electing to go for the mid farm, which I don't necessarily blame him for. He needs the levels and gold, but at the same time, you have to use your Vulcan ultimate to its greatest strength whenever you get the opportunity to.
He's got 2 items though, Toli. He just finished Book of Thoth. My man's has 11 stacks on his stacking item, and they've lost their Phoenix at this stage. It's a tough road to climb right now for Lion Guard. Absolutely down over 12,000 gold. And you look at the experience differences as well. I mean, Emilzy's level 14, and there's only 2 members on Lion Guard who are even close to level 14. A last-ditch Fire Giant pull here from Lion Guard is going to be, Twig just walks up and says, really, guys? Is this what we're going to do? And then Frezzy and Ducky say, nah, all right, we won't do it.
Yeah, at that point, honestly, that's all it takes is a Chang'e Jungle to stop all 5 members from Lion Guard to be able to even attempt this Fire Giant objective, even from attempting to do the speed.
Rearward uses his Fear No Evil again defensively to this time to save his own speed buff. Terra's Blessing popped as Obey want to chase this down, and the focus is Shadow Nightmare. Twig puts him number 5 in the kill column. Rearward getting chased
Look
down
how
here by
fast he
Maniac.
is. Mama, there go that man. Maniac diving the Phoenix on the right-hand side. Speed buff. Luckily, buying Rearward enough time to get out of combat to use that blink, and Maniac with the Terrace Blessing and the Winged Blade was able to do all that work.
Ducky wants to rally there, but the rest of Lion Guard is on the retreat, and I don't blame them. Ataraxia up into Sagittarius, trying to use that ultimate to put out some damage, but the Aegis from Flurry Q prevents his death. Rearward celebrating that he survived and has a speed buff, and usually in games like this, totally, that's enough. I'm just happy when you get your speed. That's not so bad then.
That's what a jungler really wants, honestly, at the end of the day. Like, we lost the game, but hey, what? Guess what? I got my speed. That's all that matters. Did you see that speed buff? I got away from Maniac.
I secured that speed buff, man. That was a hot play. Hot plays all around from Obey right now. Baker's dozen, 13-2. About to secure themselves the first Fire Giant of the game. No one from Lion Guard even close. It goes the way of Obey, who just really have to worry about the Titan at this stage. Shadow Nightmare.
Doesn't even get off the ultimate in time, getting stunned out by Pretty Prime, who has been on point with these aggressive dashes nonstop.
He's just been, and when you allow a Thoth to get the free farm in the early game, as well as a Chang'e jungle, then this is kind of what's going to happen. No pressure in the mid lane for either team, but it ends up favoring Obey. Right side Phoenix falls quickly to the first seed in Europe. Maniac picks up Rearward. Ducky's gonna be next, and Flurry Q stunned out, 4 dead, only Frezzy alive as Obey knocked down the Titan for an easy Game 1 victory.
Obey Alliance definitely showing up yet again non-stop. They're not comfortable with the 16 points. They want more. They want to shut down Lion Guard even harder than they already have been this whole split.
I mean, there's no reason to kind of let off the gas pedal at this stage, Tolly. I mean, this is your last week of real competitive play. Yes, they'll be practicing and scrimming up until the land, but you want to end the spring split with a bang.
Absolutely, and showing the whole world, Chang'e jungle still works for Obey Alliance.
Yeah.
Maniac still doing work with Osiris as well, looking like just an absolute monster, penetrating that back line, going for a very aggressive build as well, going for the Ichabile after that hide enemy line.
I mean, they were so far ahead it didn't really end up mattering, and I really liked that draft from Obey because it didn't tell us anything. It's like, okay, we know Twig plays Chang'e jungle. Maniac is still farming people on Osiris. Hey, did you know Ataraxia had Chiron in his god pool? Yes, everyone knows Ataraxia has Chiron in the god pool. You're not showing anything leading up to land. These are picks that they've done time and time again all throughout the spring split.
Absolutely, and heading into game 2, we'll see if they elect to do the same options here as it's worked out for them before. They're not going to really change things up if it ain't broke.
No, absolutely not. On the side of Lion Guard, I mean, did you see anything that's kind of encouraging? Rearward's performance was mostly defensive. He really never got the chance to be an initiator on that Hunt Bats.
Well, the problem was that failed gank attempt in the left-hand side, which wasted just too much time, and not only that, it gave up first blood to Ataraxia because of those 3 archers. The aggressiveness between Flurry Q and Frezzy worked well at levels 1 through 2, but it just didn't pan out for them. They have to figure out a way to extend their dual lane advantage because that's the one key component. If you can get one advantage in one lane, you can transition that into the jungle side and start controlling those objectives.
You're right. I mean, Obey for Ataraxia for Obey, rather. He just had the pressure all along, was consistently invading those buffs. Flurry Q secured a lot of them with the Uller, but who was still on the back foot. Serket, the first pick here for Captain Twig. Giannis and Fafnir answered back by Lion Guard. The Morrigan here. So could be solo for Maniac, but
potentially.
I've seen a little bit of Prime playing this Morrigan on stream. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a mid lane Morrigan.
Well, time to experiment, I guess, for Obey Alliance, at least in the SPL category. So having the Morrigan here with Amaterasu is a good idea to have that movement speed here just to match out this Giannis play, because you want to make sure that not only you're going to be able to chase the Giannis through the threshold, but that you're able to run away from him and his portals.
That's a great point. Matching that mobility with the Morgan. Osiris going to be locked in for Lion Guard. And I love this pick because not only is Maniac so comfortable on it, he's been dominant on it so far here in Season 4, but Ducky was a very proficient Osiris, really when Osiris wasn't being played during Season 3, so you know he's comfortable on this guy.
Absolutely. Ducky loves playing these aggressive gods. He's shown us time in and time out why he's a great soul laner. When he was playing in Season 3 in the group lands, he was able to solo a few members there consistently, so having this Osiris for him could turn the table, at least in that matchup.
Freya locked in. Haven't seen a whole lot of her in the SPL, and Bologna going to be the answer to Osiris. Maybe Maniac can show Ducky how he's supposed to play that matchup. That's the idea, right? Like, solo laners love this kind of stuff, don't they? It's like, oh, they're playing what I played? I'm going to play what they played and show them how they should have done it. That's such a solo laner mentality.
Magical Hunter is definitely a great idea in terms of dealing with these warriors in the late game.
Yeah.
So the tether from Osiris is going to mitigate some of that damage, but it's a Freya. Once she gets her 4 to 5 items, she's just going to absolutely melt through you like butter. Not to mention, the Bologna is available here for Maniac this time as well. So he's going to be able to be a presence as well in the late game.
Absolutely. Scotty, the last selection there for Flurry Q. Going to try and take it to Freya in that early laning phase. Ataraxia going to have to handle one of the most winningest gods in the SPL right now. Scotty's really rocketing up there.
Fighting early game versus late game. Scotty is definitely a god that controls a lot of the pressure in the early laning phase, especially considering you have Frezzy playing this Fafnir as your dual lane partner. You got to be extra cautious here if you're on the dual lane side, but not to mention, or not to forget rather, Emilzy playing this god here is going to be very aggressive on the Amaterasu. One of the best warriors you could ever want as the support role next to Hercules.
Yeah, excellent clear, decent peel, though really does rely on that ultimate in total, but just giving your hunter that speed and or damage boost can absolutely help out in that laning phase. And immediately, Emilzy and Ataraxia are going to look to take it to Flurry Q and Frezzy. Emilzy going to take the majority of the poke, I would say there, but he does have that switch stance, which means that he's going to be able to heal up pretty nicely.
Going to be doing a lot of damage with a passive as well from Emilzy, just amplifying the damage. And Maniac at level 1, just there's no stopping him. He's just using his potential to outbox Maniac completely.
Ducky puts Maniac down to very, very low HP. Maniac on the receiving end of the Osiris this time around. You can see Rearward here invading Maniac's blue buff, but while that was happening, Captain Twig was on his speed. Looks like Rearward may have started on the enemy speed. Twig realized that and went to that of his own. Twig gonna knock away this blue buff as well. So both buffs stolen away by the junglers here.
Gonna swap it out. It's gonna hurt out a little bit on the side of Ducky, but not if they able to find this kill early on. Maniac doesn't want to stop clearing outside the tower. Normally, soul laners at this position in a 1v2 spot will just let the wave enter the tower, but not Maniac. He's not one to just back down from any sort of encounter.
Never, never for the solo laner. Red buff invaded there by Lion Guard successfully. Pretty prime. Gonna have to watch as Flurry Q walks away with his precious, precious damage buff. But Emilzy and Ataraxia, they stayed in lane and got a little bit of pressure here. They're going to turn it on to Frezzy. Flurry Q zoned out from this wave quite a bit. And look at where Twig is. Around the back, he looped around the back of the towers to snag away the enemy back camps. And now the 3 will secure the enemy red buff as well.
Invades are nice, but the timing of the invades need to be well calculated. Despite stripping the red buff away from Obey Alliance, they gave up that whole wave, which still gave Ataraxia and Emilzy level 3. So once Frezzy and Flurry Q got back to the lane, they were still level 2. They couldn't really contest it, not to mention the positioning wasn't in their advantage. And with the rotation from Captain Twig, now not only did they control the lane, but they also got 2-for-1 buffs.
Emilzy's in a lot of trouble right now. He's gonna get towards Shadow Nightmare with the dash, but Caldier still on him. Rearward smacking him with the club. Emilzy trying to get away. He does have the speed buff, a nice slow coming out of Flurry Q with a stun from Pretty Prime's enough. Emilzy jukes the Unstable Vortex and the Ice Shards. Can't do so with the hammer. Finally, Emilzy falls to the hand of Frezzy.
But it's only the first blood for the support. It's not that big of a deal here if you're on the side of Obey Alliance. If there's ever somebody you want to get first blood to, it's got to be Frezzy, as well as the person to die is going to be your support. Still having a decent advantage in the experience department. They're not too far behind here in terms of the support category.
Sometimes we see players miss the Unstable Vortex kind of by accident. They're just walking, and with how the ability moves, it's kind of difficult to understand where it's going to go. That was a conscious juke by Emilzy to sit in the center and have the Unstable Vortex go around him and then juke out the Ice Shards. Really impressive play out of the support, despite falling for the first blood. And like you mentioned, it is onto Frezzy, and while it's a support player, so you usually don't want to give that your first blood Frezzy's so aggressive that maybe
That's
that
true.
is the right character to give the first blood to.
Potentially, depending on how he wants to build, right? He could go for Shoes the Mad Guy, penetration onto Fafnir. It's not something you necessarily want all the time because you want to still be relevant in terms of gold category. Usually you want to get the Traveler Shoes, but having the Fafnir onto Frezzy, he's going to want to dive that backline, so it wouldn't surprise me, rather, if he takes this First Blood gold bounty to his advantage, trying to find more kills and more setup for his teammates.
I mean, last time around, he was behind early on and still went for the Shoes of Focus on the Fafnir, so maybe he will go for a damage option or continue to look for that cooldown on the Fafnir. Ready to get back in game here. 3 minutes in. Lion Guard, they're up 1 kill, but as you mentioned, it was on to the support. And Obey's team composition, again, is not early game focused. They really don't seem to put a high price on that early game.
No, not at all. And no exploitation, rather, as well. This Freya has been left unchecked for the most part. Sitting at level 5, Flurry Q still struggling at level 4, and not even having to use Purification Beads in any sort of encounter, making it more difficult to really shut down this Freya in the early game. And Flurry Q is going to probably have to look for some aggression play, considering the fact that he has this global ultimate from Shadow Nightmare.
But it is going to be difficult with him rushing this Transcendence, don't you think, Tole? I mean, he kind of needs that mobility to match that of Ataraxia, who's already finished his boots.
Especially once this Fatalis comes online from Ataraxia, Flurry Q, without having the boots right available to him, and this timing is not going to favor Flurry Q. If he doesn't finish boots before Transcendence, Ataraxia is going to have a huge power play using his mobility to his advantage.
Especially because I think Ataraxia at this rate will finish the Fatalis before Flurry Q gets his boots. Nice wall there from rearward. Frezzy already in the dragon form through space of time, not going to hit Twig, but going to cut off his escape path. Serket still so mobile, the Twig able to get away despite the 2 ultimates burned there by Lion Guard.
Surprising that Lion Guard electing to put pressure on the right instead of the left. Freya is one of these gods that you just have to take advantage of before the mobility and before the damage. Not a Serket that has 2 different escape mechanics, a taunt that can deter you from chasing her down, and an ultimate that could push you away.
And tank boots for Captain Twig. We've seen this squad in particular during the Season 3 meta where tank boots got buffed and everyone was starting to pick them up. This squad, Twig, Prime, Ataraxia, they were the first to really start buying them in bulk. And right now, Twig maybe just taking these for a test ride as Ataraxia and Emilzy are able to secure the red buff, basically 2v4. So late rotation there from Lion Guard. Blink in, freeze from Rearward. Pretty Prime in a lot of trouble. Shard Device popped as well, but he transforms into the Serket and jumps out of the damage. Double Serket ultimate onto Frezzy. There's the Valkyrie's discretion, but not enough damage to bring down the support. Ducky, Lord of the Afterlife, up over the wall, but a Shadow Nightmare caught out the silence, not enough to stop him from getting through the portal. What ends up in no kills certainly wasn't lacking in flash there as Obey making some hot plays.
I like the idea that Pretty Prime had trying to double Serket, but they didn't allow the Serket, the first Serket ultimate to really do the damage before resetting that buff. Gold Fury, though, going in the way of Obey Alliance, very aggressive, but they lose 2.
Rearward, he finds 1 there on the Maniac. Ataraxia chased down by Frezzy, and the old support puts down his former Hunter, getting some revenge onto the Hunter from Obey. As you mentioned, Obey get the Gold Fury and the Oracles, but lose 3 in the process, putting them down about 200 gold in total.
Having an early Gold Fury is definitely a good idea because in Season 4, Gold Fury is worth a little bit more, but honestly, losing 3 members here this early on is going to allow Lion Guard now to get a little bit more experience in tow. Flurry Q was a level behind here, having to try to get back into the game is very important for this Scotty that's trying to rush this Transcendence, now finishing it off, but look at the side of Ataraxia here. He's almost finished with that Fatalis.
Flurry Q has been a part of all 4 kills so far for Lion Guard, but still, like you mentioned, a level down, still having trouble in terms of finishing off his mobility, and Ataraxia is going to be able to finish that Fatalis long before the boots are ready for Flurry Q. Twig, the receiving end of Ducky's aggression on this right-hand side. Lord of the Afterlife already used through space, and time was fired to try and get Lion Guard in position to chase down the jungler. Shadow Nightmare guarantees the Unstable Vortex this time around. Twig falls down, 5 kills on the board for Lion Guard. Maniac forced to use his ultimate defensively as well, and with Pretty Prime just worried about securing his jungler's speed, Tier 1 tower on the right likely to fall.
Maniac could have potentially used that Eagles rally just to save the life of Captain Twig if he used it onto Shadow Nightmare perfectly timed, but as a result of the Gold Fury going down earlier on, nice blink over the wall by the new jungler, securing the Tier 1 tower and the kill onto the Soul Laner, and the timing of this couldn't be any better for Lion Guard as Gold Fury is down.
Oh, Flurry Q's in a lot of trouble here on this left side, Tolly. He's got no boots. Emilzy with that dazzling offense, and Emilzy gonna secure it. Both ultimates expended, but Obey is willing to use that to get themselves on the board. Flurry Q just punished for his item selection right now.
There's a difference between the early game and the late game, like we mentioned before. There's so much pressure on the right that Ataraxia is looking like he's getting off to the right momentum that he needs to get this Freya online in a position to get the damage and start winning these team fights. Shadow Nightmare in the back, forced to use that beast. The portal finally does come out as well for him.
Nice stun there by Pretty Prime, using that stealth to close the gap there and get in Shadow Nightmare's face before he realized what was happening.
And because of the whole early game versus late game dynamic, this is why Captain Twig elected to go for these reinforced Greaves. He doesn't really care about the damage. He wants that 20% crowd control reduction, making sure that Rearward isn't going to stun him out for a very long time, as well as Ducky with a tether.
And Rearward's had an excellent game so far on this Ymir. 2-0 and 3 for the new jungler for Lion Guard. Ataraxia and Emilzy zoning Flurry Q out because of that lack of mobility, but the cavalry is here. Shadow Nightmare hits Emilzy with that through space and time, but it's not enough to do anything at all. Ultimate expended there, and Emilzy and Ataraxia walk away safe and sound.
Also having their Tier 1 tower if they wanted to retreat, despite not having Valkyrie's discretion available. The Purification Beast was still up for Ataraxia. He was still in a very comfortable position to be able to get away. Not only that, Emilzy having the meditation. Lion Guard need to figure out a better plan if they want to shut down this Freya.
Rearward almost with that blink ready. 12 more seconds until he can use that engage or disengage tool. Really put good use to this relic early on. He's up 2 levels right now. On to Captain Twig, who's had a tough time on this circuit. But he's been the focus, like you mentioned, and it's allowed Ataraxia to really not worry about it on the left-hand side. Flurry Q's got to worry about it. He's seen this one before, and Emilzy once more picks up the Hunter in the mid lane. Twig uses that ultimate to try and buy himself some time, but Shadow Nightmare still finds the kill onto the jungler. Maniac rotates around the backside, but everyone is worried about him. And as a result, Lion Guard are forced to back up a little bit. They'll have a wave here, Tolly, and they might be able to get this tower pretty easily.
They definitely need to if they want to take advantage of the fact that they have these numbers in the mid lane. Nice blink from Rearward, able to wall him off for a little bit. Ducky doing his best zoning attempts here, but the rest of Lion Guard are pummeling away at the tower. They still have some minions to be able to tank it.
But they have no Hunter right now, Tolly, and they're lacking the tower damage necessary to get this Tier 1. Maniac has teleported back in on the right. Pretty Prime still pretty low, but Maniac jumps in looking for Frezzy. Emilzy can't quite find him with the reflective mirror. Very, very close there, but Frezzy survives by the skin of his teeth.
Nice little wall from Rearward just to be able to stop that secondary part of the bludgeon. And like you mentioned before, without the damage from Flurry Q, despite all that time, about 30 to 45 seconds Lion Guard had to get that Tier 1 tower without any sort of real physical Hunter damage, not able to secure that Tier 1 in mid lane, despite being able to have the numbers advantage for such a long time.
Flurry Q still not with the boots, and Ataraxia has completed that Fatalis, so Ataraxia may not even need Emilzy at this stage.
And not only this, Flurry Q doesn't have Aegis. Elected to go for that Purification Beads, making sure that any sort of CCs between the Whoop and as well as the stun from the ultimate of Emilzy could get negated, but it doesn't matter if you're negating the CC if you're just going to take all that damage anyway.
Frezzy jumps up over the wall, trying to steal away the enemy red, but a little bit early. Unfortunate timing there for the support as Ataraxia gets that for himself. Twig frozen out by Rearward. Lots of damage onto the jungler, forced to jump away and back right as the Gold Fury spawns. Lion Guard trying to control this Gold Fury pit. They're up in kills, but even in gold, Ducky just getting shredded by Ataraxia. There's a stun from Frezzy through space and time, dissects the team fight nicely. Ataraxia forced up into that Valkyrie's discretion. Maniac doing his best to zone on the backside. Meditation popped by Emilzy, but it's not enough to save the life of his solo laner. Shadow Nightmare puts number 3 on the board for himself, and Emilzy jumps in. Gold Fury is secured by Lion Guard, but Ataraxia cleans up Frezzy.
Taking away the support player and taking away the life of the soul laner. Pretty Prime in a little bit of trouble, but he transforms into the Freya, going up into the sky, gets a kill onto the mid laner of Lion Guard. That's 3 dead, and it's going to be a turnaround here. Nowhere to go for Rearward. This has been a total series of turnarounds here for Obey. They they were the ones that got the earlier Gold Fury, and they lost everybody, but this time it's Lion Guard that got the second one, but they got decided.
Lion Guard doesn't have enough to answer to Obey's aggression. Flurky makes a nice play to at least get something in terms of kills for Lion Guard there with the turnaround, piercing cold, but Captain Twig the only one to fall from Obey. All 5 dead for Lion Guard. Couple respawning right now, but Obey willing to give up that Gold Fury for that sense. That's been the story, Toli. You get the Gold Fury, you lose multiple members for it.
As long as the game is even, Obey Alliance are happy to go into the late game here. They have a Milzy, they have Ataraxia, they have Pretty Prime that could turn into either of those two depending on the situation. So Obey Alliance, they're very comfortable with giving up the Gold Fury as long as they can even return some kills. They didn't necessarily need to find all 5 members, but because of how Lion Guard engaged that, with Ducky going up and down with his Lord of the Afterlife, that means the rest of Lion Guard was fully committed towards that team fight.
And they fully committed, all right. They lose all 5 members, but do get the objective. Twig has had still a little bit of a tough game on the circuit, been focused out pretty heavily by Lion Guard, but is now even levels the rearward, who blinks in and finds the freeze onto Emilzy, but a great taunt from Captain Twig prevents the follow-up damage onto Emilzy, who probably would have been safe either way. But now Twig, now Emilzy knows Twig's got his back.
That's something that you definitely want to take advantage of, the synergy between your jungler and support. You're always holding hand in hand in the jungle alongside your mid laner, but holding a lot of hands is Lion Guard as they try to invade that speed buff, but taking a lot of damage is both Maniac and Rearward.
Yeah, Maniac still has that ultimate. Gonna be safe for the time being, and Lion Guard concedes the enemy speed to Captain Twig. Still not quite level 12. Rearward has dinged that second relic level, but hasn't backed to pick it up yet. What would you pick up here if you're the Sumir jungle?
Honestly, he also has the Relic Dagger trying to minimize some of his cooldown, so he has the offensive blink option. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes into even a Sunder potentially, trying to find some more kills. Freeze, Sunder, the Ice Carpet will do a lot of damage.
Last breath onto Rearward. Emilzy there as well to try and focus down that jungle. Ymir through space of time just barely misses Twig, who dashes out of danger. Maniac finds the kill onto Rearward, and now Ducky's in the wrong spot. Up, down with the Lord of the Afterlife, but a great portal from Shadow Nightmare creates some space for the Soul Laner. Flurry Q is here, and the focus is on the Maniac, but it's just not quite enough damage with Kaldir. Emilzy still creating zones there for Obey to make sure that their Soul Laner and Jungler are safe. Obey get away with the kill, losing none on their side.
Obey Alliance doing a great job baiting, specifically from Captain Twig. With that 20% crowd control reduction, the tether stun from Ducky didn't really allow Shadow Nightmares through space and time to confirm the damage, and Obey Alliance won that team fight even without Ataraxia being there.
Tier 1 tower falls in favor of Obey. Teleport was used there by Ducky to try and defend the tower, but even without a traditional physical hunter, Ataraxia and co are able to snag away that 500 gold for themselves. It's a risky invade here, Toli, with Emilzy low on mana, but Rearward just cannot quite find the Blink Freeze.
And that's the one problem with freezes in general for Ymir players. Sometimes they'll be in range, but because of the travel time of the freeze from the location to the end time, it's easy for a god that has so much mobility, such as Ataraxia's Freya, just to be able to backstep it.
I love this Spear of the Magus pickup here by Ataraxia. Needs a pen option. We usually see a ring in this spot, an attack speed boost, something to try and get that Freya to get more mileage out of that Pulse Irradiate combination. But this is a penetration option that is about helping out Pretty Prime in that mid lane in terms of his damage as well.
Not only that, it's also a good idea for the early to mid game because Obsidian Shard is more about the late game focus. You have that 33% out of that item, and at this point there's not that much magical defense to fully benefit Ataraxia for going this heavy penetration style.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of magical defense. I mean, just the Heartward Amulet trying to help out there. Emilzy trying to help out his team defend their left-hand side. Dazzling offense on a Flurry Q, and Captain Twig immediately blinks into the backside and cleans up Flurry Q. Maniac teleported in. Ducky trying to handle 3 on the front, but Twig throws Frezzy into the enemy team, and Ducky forced to use that Lord of the Afterlife away. Pretty Prime cleans up Ducky by cosplaying as Ataraxia on that Freya. Frezzy whooped and dead. Prime 3 kills, double kill in that engagement, and Obey marches down this left-hand side.
Lion Guard overstayed their welcome. Now it's Rearward in a world of trouble. The wall's not going to save save you this time, buddy. The rest of Obey Alliance trying to get their 4th kill of this encounter. Despite losing that tier 1 tower on the left-hand side, Obey Alliance, they pick up 4. They respond in kind with a tier 1 of their own, and more than likely, they're not going to be done here. They're going to go for this tier 2.
Through space and time, trying to pick off someone who was low HP, but that is
I think it was Captain Twig.
An optimistic shot there. Down the lane, everyone can see it coming. Shadow Nightmare not able to find it home with that one. Tier 2 tower the focus now, but Emilzy, he wants Flurry Q, actually turns it around and forces 2 relics with 1 ultimate. Nice play out of the support from Obey, and as the rest of the squad cleans up the tier 2 tower on the left, Obey now in a commanding position, up about 6,000 gold.
Emilzy's so smart, man. So hitting 2 shots onto Flurry Q Scotty originally, he recognized that Scotty was not even in a position to defend the tier 2 tower, but Shadow Nightmare wanted to go in to defend it. So as a result, hitting the 2 times, the 3rd stun, the 3rd hit was going to stun Shadow Nightmare guaranteed. So taking 2 relics for 1 now puts Obey in a good spot to be able to regroup after they spend all that gold in hand to start going for this gold fury. And Emilzy's ultimate now is going to be up before those 2 important relics.
Captain Twig trying to invade the enemy's speed, tosses rearward away from his buff, and secures it with the auto. Twig not deterred from the early focus that Lion Guard is putting onto him, having a nice game now, 2, 3, and 7. Third on his team rather in terms of player damage. Emilzy, number 2 on the support Amaterasu.
I mean, that's what happens whenever you just press 4 and left click on the enemy hunter that doesn't have the Aegis amulet. Captain Twig was 2 levels behind earlier on, but now he's a level ahead of this Ymir jungle. And yet again, Lion Guard focusing so much on the right-hand side. But this timing, though, is a little bit unfortunate. Obey Alliance could potentially look for the Gold Fury on the left as it is up, but Ataraxia did have to back to base.
Lion Guard, their focus is onto this Portal Demon. 4 members here for Obey. Ataraxia still on the trek back from base, as you mentioned. Emilzy wants to engage around this Fire Giant. It locks rearward in, forces out that Shards of Ice, but Shadow Nightmare is the real focus. Captain Twig is on him the whole time. Emilzy picks up Shadow Nightmare, but Frezzy answers back onto Twig. Ataraxia handling Ducky on the back, and he's able to find the kill very, very easily. Freya is swinging now. Got that 4th item, Prime. Once more, trying to do his best Ataraxia impression. No kills this time with that Valkyrie's Discretion, but Lion Guard on the run.
Doing a great job as Obey Alliance. Ataraxia finding a wood, but nobody else is going to be able to take advantage of that. Finding a 2 for 1, and like we mentioned before, without the purification beads onto Shadow Nightmare, that was the prime target for the rest of Obey Alliance. Without that mid laner, there is no threshold, there is no portals for the safety.
But Blink in here from rearward. Lion Guard don't want to give up this objective. Ataraxia is not going to fall, but Lion Guard do secure that Portal Demon.
At what cost?
Oh, but the rest of Lion Guard comes through the portal. Flurry Q, he's going to fall to Maniac, but 3 members are here, full HP. Where did Shadow Nightmare just go? Erased off the map by Pretty Prime. Now Frezzy and Ducky, they had the numbers, but have no longer. Ducky, he's going to fall here to the rest of Obey, who just say, keep on coming, Lion Guard. What else you got?
What a whoop from Ataraxia as 3 members from Lion Guard entered the portal. They found a kill instantly onto Shadow Nightmare. Obey Alliance, they just cannot be stopped right now. They're going to be doing the Fire Giant here, even expecting potentially Frezzy from going through this portal, but instead going to play it very safe, allow the members of Obey to get this Fire Giant. And this is the same situation as they were in the last game. They're down 7,000 gold. They still have Phoenixes, but they gave Obey the Fire Giant.
What a play there by Obey. I really thought the fight was going to turn whenever 3 members popped out, but Shadow Nightmare just got obliterated by the damage from Pretty Prime. And we usually don't talk, we've seen a little bit more of the Morrigan. She's starting to become a little bit more popular in terms of multiple players playing her and really multiple roles, but she just does so much damage in the late game. Rearward whooped. See ya, dude. I mean, you're level 13 at 21 minutes up against an Ataraxia Freya who's level 18. You're done, son.
This is the mobility we were talking about that Amaterasu can provide for your team. Captain Twig, though, trying to get a little bit of damage, forces out the Aegis from Flurry Q, but not before the ultimate. Ultimates being exchanged, Ataraxia looking for the whoop, but with everyone else from Lion Guard going to back on off. A nice little small marginal victory for Obey Alliance now as they're going to continue to push down these towers. Flurry Q is going to be heavily exposed without that relic.
Yeah, no Aegis, no ultimate either. Twig has really just been a nuisance in the enemy backline. all game long. Going back to Pretty Prime on this Morrigan, he's just doing so much damage at this stage that I don't think Lion Guard really have an answer. He's top of the player damage charts right now at 21 minutes. Just been absolutely killing it with the transformations and just the raw damage that the Morrigan can put out.
And he's also basically turning himself into Ataraxia for a majority of these team fights. This is a great idea to take a late game character such as the Freya and have the Morrigan to be able to transform into her to be able to double your damage output basically.
Yeah, no runic shield quite yet for Ducky. He's only been able to complete 3 items, and the opposite there, and not the runic shield that reduces magical power, but the Jade Emperor's crown that reduces physical power, picked up by Rearward. I don't know if that's, I mean, it's really not picked up for the passive in this scenario, right, Tully? It's more about just the cheap stats that it can provide to the Guardian jungle.
Absolutely. For 2150 gold, you're getting a lot of protection there, 60 specifically, but having Ataraxia and Morrigan being able to turn into the Freya anyway, it's not really worth going into this physical protection item. You're trying to really make sure you win these team fights, and reducing the 30 physical power on the side of Twig, Emilzy, and Maniac is not going to be the deciding factor.
No, as well as, you know, we see the Sunder pick up here for Ducky. That was at a point where Lion Guard is a little bit farther ahead, but I think in some situations you have to predict that you're going to start losing some team fights due to Ataraxia and Pretty Prime being Ataraxia V2 basically on this Morrigan. You got to kind of itemize for the later stages, not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is that Flurry Q is getting chased down by Emilzy, and again, he gets the relic for the ultimate, and that dazzling offense is on such a low cooldown, it doesn't matter. Pretty Prime actually transformed into the Giannis and tried to snipe out Flurry Q. He did so successfully, but doesn't kill him, and Pretty Prime gets trolled by his own ult.
Interesting little encounter there between the Giannis portals. Either way, the rest of our Bay Alliance, they still have Fire Giant for an additional 1 minute. All the towers from Lion Guard are off the map. This is the time that Obey strikes some of these Phoenixes.
But there is a problem for Obey in that they don't have that traditional physical hunter that can knock down these objectives well. Pretty Prime had the option to change into Flurry Q and do so, but no longer using that changeling to try and get the kill. Ducky trying to frontline, but he's only level 13. That's a difficult ask of the Osiris. There's the ultimate for both Rearward and Frezzy. Ataraxia himself up into that Valkyrie's discretion. Phoenix still stands. Ducky able to survive with 1 HP. Maniac going to be in a bit of trouble sliding around on that permafrost, but it's just not enough as middle Phoenix does eventually fall, and Obey really isn't even that low.
No, not at all. They're just doing a great job sustaining with their Fire Giant, even the meditation being procced. The ultimate from Shadow Nightmare not on the mark, but putting a positional advantage to dive this backline.
Frezzy jumps in and is immediately exploded. Twig gets some revenge on his former support. Lion Guard now has to defend with 4 members. Another meditation used by Obey to top off anyone who was a little bit weak in that scenario. Left side Phoenix falls to the damage of Obey. Twig jumping in, trying to find Shadow Nightmare. Freeze on a Twig and the portal as well, and Flurry Q is able to answer back, but Prime picks up Ducky, number 6 for the Morrigan in this game. Obey cannot quite siege that Titan room yet, but it's looking more and more likely to be a 2-0 victory in their favor.
Obey Alliance are closing out this split almost to near perfection with that 1 loss to elevate, looking like the strongest team here coming out of Europe.
They've been absolutely killing it, and this is not a team that I think a lot of people expected to get this strongest team in Europe right now title coming into the spring split. Everyone, of course, Energy is the favorite in that scenario, but everyone's talking about Team Dignitas, Variety's new team. He leaves Obey, goes and forms this other super team with a couple other great members from Europe, and then Valen Squadron, now Enix. A lot of people have a lot of very high expectations for them. They follow through with those expectations, look phenomenal for this entire season, but none of them have matched up to Obey's level of play. All 3 of those teams I just brought up, Tully, suffered a 2-0 defeat at Obey's hands.
Absolutely. Obey Alliance are looking like a totally different team now, and they were able to bounce back despite having a few roster switches between Maniac joining and now Emilzy.
That's what I was going to bring up, is what changed for them. I mean, their level of play going into Worlds last season was high, but I think that a lot of people thought they overperformed at Worlds. They just stepped up and made some plays when they maybe weren't the second best team in the world. They certainly look like it right now, if not the best team in the world. What changed for them?
The way they're approaching these team fights has just been on point. Not only that, even when they are on the defensive and it's the enemy team where Lion was being the main initiators this game, Obey still found ways to get back into the game and get something in return. And this time around, they were focusing on Flurry Q for a majority of the time. Every time there was action in the soul lane, Obey would get something in return in the duel lane.
It just, overall, for me, I think the biggest difference is Emilzy. I mean, he has just been so impressive in every god that he's played so far this season. And Maniac has done everything that Variety did for this team, if not more in some instances. I'm comfortable saying that. Right side Phoenix, that's the last structure standing, defending the Titan for Lion Guard. All 5 members of Obey with that Fire Giant buff around their way. Shadow Nightmare gets caught there by Captain Twig. Knew exactly where the mid laner was going to be. Twig forced to use both his relics, but he's going to get away without much worry. Shadow Nightmare being down makes this defense even harder for Lion Guard. Right side Phoenix still 1 HP, but will now fall to the damage of Ataraxia. Prime in a bad spot, but he transforms, and there he's ready to fight as Ataraxia now. Emilzy with his mid laner, pretending to be the hunter, puts down another member of Lion Guard. 24 kills on the board for Obey.
Ataraxia just killed Frezzy right on the fountain, trying to get revenge earlier on for that solo kill, finding the Titan as well. Obey Alliance get a 2-0 clean victory here. Despite having a little bit of struggles in the early game, they still respond in kind. They got the Gold Fury, they lose 3. They lose the Gold Fury, they get 5.
A near perfect split for Obey, and that's really all we can say about it. They just looked phenomenal throughout, from beginning to end. Only one split, all split long. Taco, Hindu, how about this set though? How do they look today?
How did they look today is the real question. Well, they were good enough to take the 2-0 against Lion Guard here. Obey, game 1. Let's go all the way back there. What was the standout thing for you, Taco?
I mean, clearly Captain Twig on that Chang'e, just completely dominating the jungle, and pretty much every single portion of the team fights that were coming through for the side of Obey, just absolutely nowhere to run for Lion Guard.
Yeah, DJ Pernicus, definitely the first person to bring Chang'e jungle into the forefront of competitive play. But more and more people starting to recognize just how much she brings to this role.
I mean, people can recognize that Ryan Gosling is certainly a trendsetter, but Captain Twig displaying that his knowledge on this god is certainly nothing to be wary of. I mean, he just knew exactly how much damage he was going to be dealing, as well as the sustain that he was able to provide to his team.
And that actually just allowed them to catapult very, very easily. So it's like 17-2 there. Well, here's the official stats. It was indeed 17-2. Only 2 deaths on the side of Obey that whole set.
It was just a complete wipe on the side of Lion Guard. Really nowhere to go from Obey. They just had control the entire set. I mean, when you have a 15k gold lead after only 15-17 minutes into a game, that's a pretty substantial amount to be ahead by.
Yeah, around 1,000 gold a minute is definitely something you can't really ignore, Taco. Game 2 though, bit of a different story. Lion Guard got off on the right foot this game.
Lion Guard had a much more aggressive draft at the start of the game, which I think really helped them prevent such an early snowball lead from Obey. And Obey also had a more late game oriented draft. I mean, when you build for the Freya, you're not exactly looking for that early game presence.
That's true. However, as the game did go on, Pretty Prime was the one that really stood out, playing mid lane Morrigan, which is something we've not seen too much of. This is the best performance of Morrigan I think I've seen in the SPL.
A large amount of pro players don't necessarily consider Morrigan to be that mid laner presence. We've seen NA, mostly Incon, try and make something happen with him in the mid lane, but never really able to find that grasping of it. But Pretty Prime completely turned it around and was just an absolute nuisance on this Morrigan.
Because with Morrigan as well, Taco, the big key here is that, yes, she's good on paper, but she's high to execute at the highest level. The mechanics involved to understand every single god and which god to turn into at the right time, as well as a base kit of how to perform with it, is quite tricky.
Not to mention that it's always helpful considering that this time around, Obey was actually, for the most part, ahead after that initial start. I mean, the goal was actually pretty even throughout that entire game. Even at 10 minutes, when Obey had a slight deficit towards line guard and kill count. Kill count doesn't necessarily spell how the game is going.
Does not.
And by like the 18-minute mark, Obey had just started to really take this game completely under control.
And Obey will close out with a 2-0 for their final game before they move themselves on to Masters Land now. That was already confirmed they were number 1. They've definitely just put an extra stamp on that for no reason, really.
I mean, at the most part, that's kind of just asserting your dominance to a certain extent. They really just want to show that, hey, we are the number 1 team right now in EU, and we're just going to seal the deal on it.
Well, don't forget this week we have the birthday celebrations going on of SMITE, and right now there is an opportunity for you to get some nice, easy sales for yourselves. I believe it's double everything today. There's constant things going on this whole birthday week, so make sure you get yourselves involved in SMITE, get the sales, the events, and even more as well. Talking about even more, there is sales in terms of our clothing. Hitpoint TV, I believe, they actually have a sale going on right now, 15% off all the products on their website, so make sure you head over there during the birthday week to pick up those products as well. Get yourself some nice t-shirts and some hats and things like that.
Always nice to get a little bit of SMITE swag. So.
Do you have any SMITE swag?
I do, actually, yeah. Well, a lot of the older, like, Norse Pantheon clothing gear, but I could definitely like to freshen up my wardrobe a little bit.
Yeah, freshen up the wardrobe a little bit. Well, game 2 is the next one up, and the casters are getting themselves ready right now. And I just want to talk about that next. Dignitas versus Enix, or Enix, is it? Enix.
Enix.
I'll get it right.
Think
After
Phoenix,
shouting at me from the background, I get it wrong with some of these
Phoenix,
names.
but no P.
Enix.
So it's just Enix.
Okay. So Enix is the new roster. Was called Valent Squadron before. These two teams are tied on points right now going into this, both on 11. And this is the do or die moment. It's Dignitas, which is Trickstack and Cuvo, versus Enix, which is Lobster, Zalia, and Funball as well. So it's a battle of 2 teams that were together at the same time.
This is really the telling point of who made the right decision when it came to splitting up the crews. And I can't be more excited to see how this match plays out.
Where's your money on? Split? Are we going 2-0 for Enix? Or are we going 2-0 for Dig?
It is so difficult trying to place a 2-0 onto any sort of team, but I won't cop out. I won't pull an F dot.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was expecting that.
I will not cop out and pull an F dot. Personally, I think that I prefer Kivo and Trix.
So Dignitas for the 2-0 for you. I'm going split here, that's for sure, between these two teams. 2-0 for either team guarantees themselves the second spot at the Masters LAN. If a split happens, we could see a 3-way tie, depending on how Energy do against Sanguine. We will see a 2-way tie, a 3-way tie if it is a split. But anyway, it's time to move on to Efton and Toli. They're going to bring us this amazing set over in Europe.
Thanks a lot, Graham. Tully, I've been waiting for this one all day. I have been putting together my notes just for Dig versus Enix because this is, as the guy said on the desk, this is all about the tie implications. We could be here for a long time today if these guys wind up splitting, and honestly, these are the two that are going to wind up splitting if you look at the EU League.
Honestly, the competition in all of Europe has just stepped up so much here in Season 4 with Variety's new team now, Team Dignitas, Enix, formerly known as that Valen squad. It's so surprising to me to see all 20 members here between these 4 teams, between Obey Alliance, these 2, and Energy, just doing so well.
So Hunbats has picked up first here, and I actually want to ask a question about this. Is Sylvanas worth a ban over Hunbats?
It just depends on how you want to play against it. You can leave both open and grab one or the other depending on what Team Dignitas wanted to do there, but it seemed that Enix was more comfortable making sure that they got the Fafnir instead, not having the Sylvanas and the Hunbats as Team Dignitas, but trying to have even more control to balance that out. Going to pick up the Terra.
And the Scotty, who's been very popular as of late, you just can't fight her one-on-one ever. The dog is not only going to attack you and root you theoretically if you get it in the right spot, but it's going to absorb your basic attacks, which is a big deal. However, Rom is the one hunter that's going to be able to deal with that, so I like that pick, and Dignitas pick the Scotty into the Rom. And then Thoth for the mid lane on Enix.
Rom, obviously, once those Astral Arrows do connect to Kaldir, it's going to be considered as 2-shot. You're doing the physical damage and the ability damage onto Kaldir. It takes away 2 of its hit points, making it a little bit more advantageous for Funballer.
So right now we're halfway mark. Enix go ahead and ban out the Nuwa, looking towards Team Dignitas. That's very curious ban here. Why do you think they're banning that one?
It seems that they want to be very aggressive on the side of Enix, so they want to take away any sort of safe defensive options. But they did leave the Giannis open, which is another great defensive global ultimate god, but instead, another defensive god minus the global part, going to be the Aphrodite for zeros.
Aphrodite and Hercules teamed up right here, which is funny because Enix is the team that banned out the Circuit. I bet you they kind of wish they could play that Circuit now. Looking for some sort of healing reduction, the Sobek comes out, likely to be the solo selection for Azalea over there in the short lane. He's got some healing reduction on the Sickening Strike, so that's why we're going to see that selection there. Hunbats, Terra, Scotty, Hercules, Afro. Honestly, not loving this draft. How you feel?
It has a lot of control, but it has to be executed to near perfection on the side of Team Dignitas. Enix, they have a lot of damage potential here between the Toph, Rom, and the Thor. Also great setup as well. Toph's distance with his stun through his little wall curtain, whereas Thor can also set him up with that wall. It's going to make it easier time here on the side of Enix.
So it's no surprise that we see the Aphrodite selected, as Zeros has loved this character for a long time, and I think that he's been rather successful with it. And, you know, talking about what you said about the necessary level of execution at the ceiling. You have to pull everything off perfectly. That takes a lot of confidence. And if you ask me, Team Dignitas, perhaps the most confident team in the league.
Absolutely. You know, they're doing a great job so far this split, sitting tied with Enix currently at 11 points. Both of these teams having 3 wins, 2 splits, and only 1 loss. Both of those going to Obey Alliance, making their presence really known in Season 4.
Well, the first ability of the game is going to be missed. Trix Tank not able to land the stun. Onto the Rom playing a fun ball. Right now our long lane is going to be our focus. Things a little bit boring across the map, but this long lane looks to be very exciting already. The basics coming in before the lanes even match up. That stun's going to hit. And right away, our Hunter is at half HP, and Big Man Ting's not too much healthier.
What the problem is, though, all the abilities were used on the side of Team Dignitas, so they're not able to have the lane advantage. So now Arco and Trixtank have to concede a little bit of lane pressure. Funballer and Big Man Tings have a small opportunity to take away some of these little ogre minions.
This is dangerous for Enix, however. Team Dignitas can totally collapse on them, and it looks like Terra had the idea, but Arkle didn't want to go with Trixting, so it was quickly called off. Instead, looking to regain this pressure here in the lane, and likely we'll see the same play, but backwards, coming out from Team Dignitas if they're able to clear this lane. But look at the way that Enix comes in here and prevents Dig from really gaining footing.
The timing of it really worked out well for Enix because the fact that they didn't commit to either the purple or the red buff. They just wanted level 2 to be able to get back to the lane in time. And had Trixtank and Arkle been level 2, they would have been able to clear that wave and have lane pressure back in their favor, but only with 2 abilities, not going to be able to do so, allowing Funballer to make the necessary rotation back.
And I think that's kind of representative of how these 2 dual lanes have been working out for the entirety of the season. I feel like Trixtank and Arkle, while no slouches, they're much more individually strong. Trixtank is a great support when he's rotating, and Arkle will just kill you, whereas Big Man Tings and Funball have created a more cohesive lane unit, I feel.
Oracle's going on the way of Enix, and this is something that they really need to control on their advantage. They've been doing a good job denying some gold and experience on the side of Team Dignitas, and now stripping away that neutral camp is going to give them a little bit of a bonus added effect.
I always get surprised when you see that long-range teleport to the monkey, but no crit, so no commit. So that's kind of what you're looking for out of the Hunbats. If you actually get that passive boost, then you kind of see the Hunbat stick to the target a little bit more. But if it's just a little wally for 20 damage, all right, look, I'm going back to the lane. No big deal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Hunbats is definitely one of these gods where you want to min-max using your in-hands in between your abilities because of that passive, and Cubo Fred has been playing this god at great success, even since the beginning of Season 3.
And that's why, talking about that passive, Hydra's Lament, the itemization is what made Hunbats this absolute monster. I always talk about in the past about how Hunbats has traditionally been a control character. Here he's transitioned into more of an assassin because of those items around him. Not only the Hydra's Lament, which is basically just Hunbat's passive, just put those basics in between your abilities, but also items like Heartseeker, cheap itemization that allows him to really start hurting.
Variety doing a great job with Cubo Fred denying the blue buff of Azalea. This is very standard for a Warrior versus Guardian matchup for a Guardian to lose their own blue buff, but not anticipating this. Usually a lot of Guardians will elect to go for the Mana Chalice, expecting to lose their blue buff time in and time out, but not wanting to invest into that 300 gold this early on Azalea, so he puts himself still in a good spot to not fall too far behind in items.
Well, when it comes down to the Sobek, he doesn't really mind. One, the Mana Chalice, it depends. The solo laners are split on whether or not they like the Mana Chalice. So again, it's 300 gold, and it sells for nothing. So you need to use at least 6 Mana Potions, which if you're getting one of those blue buffs, you're probably not going to use those 6 until late. And then plus the passive, or excuse me, the ultimate that Sobek has, Lurking in the Waters. Listen, if he was an Aphrodite over the solo lane, I think he'd be a little bit more upset. But being Sobek, I think he's all right there.
You definitely do have those two options available to you, but at the same time, we could see Variety take advantage of Azalea whenever that Lurking in the Water is not available, because not only does it give you back mana, it does a lot of damage, and it also has a little bit of a slowing field around you, so it makes it more difficult for members to really get away from you or to catch up to you.
And also the flip side of that conversation is the fact that Variety's just going to have that blue buff available to him longer, just now picking up the blue right here. So he's staggering, he takes the opponent's buff, and then waits about a minute or 30 seconds before he hits his own. So he's going to permanently have this blue buff almost. And for Hercules, I mean, that's talking about how Sobek doesn't need it. Hercules' dream is to have this perma blue buff.
Variety coming back into the lane with the Warrior Tabby, not on the mark with the pull. The ultimate is available for Variety, whereas Azalea doesn't have it. Has to respect the potential damage output between that Driving Strike and the Boulder. Just clearing out the wave here is not a bad idea for Variety, considering that both of these teleports are down, and Azalea cannot clear the wave with only one ability here.
There's the Hunbat's ultimate coming out right on top of Cherio, but it doesn't do that much damage. Thor just totally fine. It doesn't even look like he got ulted right there.
No problem at all. Cherio able to disengage with that hammer. Purification beads wasn't even used. Ultimate not even expended.
And that's one of the issues right there. I wouldn't say real issues, but that's one of the caveats per se about Hunbats, is that since that passive is based on critical strike, it's luck of the draw. If Cherio gets lucky, or excuse me, if Cubo Fred gets lucky right there, that is basic, crit. No luck there. Luck for Variety. The wall out of Cherio gonna miss. He's able just to mitigate his wounds and pretty much walk away, no problem. Terra ultimate popped, but no.
Variety, hello? Variety? I thought he was about to get soloed by the archers. The mitigate wounds doing a great job keeping him topped off. Variety is a very bold, interesting person. He was able to Driving Strike Azalea north of his tower instead of retreating under the safety, not really respecting the gank potential out of Cherio at all.
Well, in that position, one, you're looking for the stop. You want to make sure that Cherio can continue hitting his abilities of Berserker's Barrage, most notably. So you push him away and intercept and just interrupt that, and then walk backwards. I think that's what Variety was looking for. Almost died of the archers, like you said, but he's got to heal. He's got to heal, and he's got to heal.
It wouldn't be the first time around that an SPL player did die to minions. There were a few cases earlier on in Season 3 specifically come to mind. Even in the LAN, I believe it was. We're not going to mention that player's name here on the cast. But yeah, it definitely does happen. Sometimes it's out of your control. Sometimes you underestimate specific damage because of the heal from Variety. Yeah. And it's only, back then, he was just level 7. So that was only a level 1 heal.
That's
so it's
true.
not the strongest in the world. Have to be very careful that you take archer damage before you get your physical defenses truly online.
Slight miscalculation really might hurt here in the solo lane, and also might help, or at least, hurt in the big picture. Team Dignitas and Enix right now, both of them have had very successful seasons. Don't forget, this was once kind of one team split into 2 different directions. So both of them have been successful. There really is no Trix Tank calling Lobster in the middle of the night saying, haha, we're better than you. You made the wrong choice. Both of them have something to hang their hat on, and this is what it comes down to. Both of these teams, if we see the split here, we got a tiebreaker. Both of these teams want to find the win and find themselves at LAN so that they can call their buddy after a night and say, hey, look, we made the right decision.
Do you think all 4 of these members are calling Lobster at the end of the game?
Yes.
Daddy Lobster's like, whether or not they win, like the winners will call them and you're like, we won. And then the losers would be like, Lobster, man, we lost.
You know what? If it was any other unit, I would probably say no. But these guys here, specifically talking about Cuvo and Trixtank on the left, and then Zelia, Lob, and Funball on the right, those guys played together for so long, and they really, watching them interact at LAN and everything, these guys are still friends. These guys are a long-lasting tradition of SMITE. They still have their fun. They absolutely still have their fun, and in that, it makes these matches that much more fun to watch.
Especially considering how long they've played together for, probably about 2 to 2.5 years on several different organizations. Now trying to contest these Oracles, though, as both teams. Dignitas looks like they're able... No. Oh, yeah, they do. Not going to be able to steal that one away with the hammer.
Arco able to get that basic in between the hammer weave. But yeah, I mean, the core of what Orbit used to be, Lobster, Cuvo, and Trixtank, those guys played together since before the launch tournament. I mean, we all know Paradigm. The logo of Paradigm was a throwback to Amaranthine, the team that those three guys created in 2012. It's 2017 right now. Think about that for a moment. They're absolutely still having fun, now making their departure. Similar across the way, we see sometimes where these long-term partnerships just reach their end. Frostiak moving away from Shadow Nightmare over there on Line Guard. Those two also played together for a number of years. So we're seeing teams and players really realize that, you know, it might not be individuals that cause issues or whatnot, and the results might not even be too terrible, but sometimes you just need a different look. You need a different view to change your results.
It's all about the team dynamic, so whatever works at the end of the day, you have to experiment with different options, whether it's players, whether it's roles necessarily, whether it's different god pools in specific roles, what you want to do, how you want to start the game with different invades, which we saw so many different options in the beginning of Season 4, where teams were invading, even proxy farming between Tier 1, Tier 2, even between Tier 2 and the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Season 4 has definitely been the height of creativity for teams, and that's why we're seeing teams like Eager over in North America, and over here in Europe we're seeing Obey really flourish because of the intelligence and the cerebral approach that these teams take to the game. You look at Ataraxia and Emilzy, that's one of the brainiest lanes, and I say that with the most respect. They're plotting everything out. They understand their strategies, and those teams are really making themselves well known. Trixtank wrapping around the back, looking for a flank here, Toli, but it looks like they were disrupted just a little bit.
No, not able to find anything in the mid lane quite yet. Both of these teams trying to look for the right opportunity, but with Zeros playing the Aphrodite here, the sustain is just too much. The poke is not really going to amount to much in the long term. And going back to the dueling that you were talking about before with the identity that Emilzy brings for his teams, other teams as well have their own identity where the supports will just start roaming non-stop. You look at Eager specifically, that man is left alone for the most part in a 1v2 spot. When's the last time that that's happened when he doesn't want to get the plays necessarily in the early game?
Well, it's all about that adaptation and the change that we spoke about, not just with Season 4, but SMITE in general. Very different worlds. It used to just be, hey, man, I push my buttons better than you. But I think a lot of players have really caught up. The outliers are just that. You're either just a little bit worse or just a little bit better than the rest of the pack. But the majority of these players are around the same skill level, and so it really becomes about the team, the unit, and the overall approach to the game rather than just me push buttons.
Honestly, at this point, it's like, who ate their Wheaties in the beginning of the morning? Who started off their day right, you know? Did they have their breakfast? Did they get their morning stretches in? What happened for these teams?
Right now, Fear No Evil going to come out. Excellent read by Cherio.
The meditation.
Big man Tings with the big man things right there, helping out his jungler.
Great meditation from Big Man Tings, keeping his jungler alive, but without the ultimate from Anvil of Dawn, it's going to allow Dignitas to flirt with this Goldfear for a little bit. Trixtank zoning out, making the rotation is Variety and Zeros on the top side.
With Variety coming through, that's going to have to be the retreat. Trixtank, 25% still dashing forward. Lower than that, here comes Zelia. Rom helping, looking for the kills, and Trixtank falls down for first blood. Big Man Tings continuing what he already started with a fantastic play earlier. That's just going to be one kill. Enix now on the aggro. Big man Tings tries to get the stun. Can't happen, and he'll trade his life to Cuvo. Fred, aggro play coming out of the support doesn't pay off.
1-for-1 on both supports. A lot was invested onto Trickstank to start things off, and easily able to capitalize was Team Dignitas without all these important cooldowns, not to mention the fact that Cherio, once he wasn't in that team fight originally, as he did have to back. So now Gold Fury being started yet again. Variety zoning out 4 by himself.
1 man versus 4. He falls down, and he is still clapping Worth, trading your solo laner out for the Gold Fury. Always, that's what you do.
In the last set earlier on, again, Obey Alliance against Lion Guard Esports, we saw both of these teams get the Gold Fury, but afterwards they would lose 3 members or even 5, but this time only losing 1, favoring Team Dignitas here. Zalia's not going to get too much of an advantage with the respawn timer from a Variety.
Now you can see they boosted up to 1,000 with the kill on the Gold Fury and then lose about 100 gold. That's the trade you want to make, and that trade, that ain't even a trade. Cubo Fred just says, do you have a hunter? And there is no go fish. He actually takes the hunter. It's going to be 2-2 right now as we're approaching 14 on the clock. Zeros throws what could be the worst mage ability out to try and steal something, and the Portal Demon goes to Enix.
I mean, you never know what some abilities is capable of stealing of it, honestly. Like, whenever Incon can steal an objective with an Athena passive, I remember even playing with Lassus one time. He stole a Fire Giant with a Loki decoy.
The Loki decoy's got to be miserable because the team attacking, you see the little Loki decoy, and you're like, nah, and then pop. Oof, that one's gotta hurt. Either way, it doesn't work out for our Aphrodite player. Cherio lands on 1, and Zero's gonna be brought down to half HP. Still has the ultimate, so it's really not that too concerning. When you're looking at ganking mid mages, you're always looking for, all right, we burn the beads, we'll come back a second time. With Afro, she has that shield. It makes it so problematic to gank this character.
Also building defensively, Zero's going for the Dynasty Plate helmet, relying on Trickstank's Monolith to keep him topped off if his doves were on cooldown for whatever reason, as well as the meditation, the protections that Gauntlet of Thebes provides you, and now going for the Rod of Asclepi is going to have more mobility, more health on the side of Zeros, and I can expect Team Dignitas, once this item is completed, just to start grouping up and using this double sustain option to their advantage.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And what's crazy about the Rod of Asclepius is perhaps one of the better items, I think, in the game. It's just so powerful, period, on top of being fantastic for healers specifically. You're looking at a pretty large amount of power, and what is 70 power?
I think it's 75.
It's 70 power plus movement speed plus health. And then you get the bonus onto your healing. It's crazy how strong this item is. In fact, I think a couple of times we've actually seen non-healers pick it up when they have sort of adjunct healing on their team.
Absolutely. You want to be able to help out any sort of healing that you have, not just yourself. We've seen Team Eager actually do this strategy where I think it was Zatman that picked it up on a Chrono specifically whenever Best was playing Raw at times. Yeah. And that really worked out well for him and his team. And now we see it this time on a Aphrodite that's played mid, but at the same time, it's going to also boost out the healing done by Trickstank on that Monolith, on the meditation. It's going to be helping out Team Dignitas in these team fights, just out-sustain their opposition.
Well, outside of the team fights, Team Dignitas already starting off earlier, picking up a nice little tower over there on the left side of the map. Tier 1 going down, and that gives Dig the firm 1,000 gold lead. Enix certainly still can fight into it, but Dignitas starting their game off now, really looking for what's next. And honestly, with the Gold Fury down totally, it'll probably just be a little bit more of this, looking at their composition. They want to reach that late game. Almost all of these members are not early game. BMT coming from the back, just going to clear out a wave.
Going to stun out Cubo Fred. A little bit of poke from Lobster from a distance, but either way, Zeros has the heal available. Arkle going to get stunned out with that hammer. Ultimate coming out, but so does the Terror Ultimate, making sure that the Hunter from Dignitas gets out into safety.
Cherio's got to hit that ult. That's what it comes down to is, you know, the Thor player, you got to land that ult. You can get away with not landing the ultimate here and there, but that was one of those situations where you needed that stun off the ult, the stun into the full combo. That's a dead Hunter, but by missing that initiation, unfortunately, Arkle gets away.
The problem was the distance of where he started channeling the ultimate. It was just too far away, so wasn't in range of hitting that ultimate. Also, potentially might have walked over that ward right above that Gold Fury that Team Dignitas has. Really well positioned. Normally, a lot of teams will put a ward inside the Gold Fury and inside the Fire Giant to spot these global ultimates between between the junglers, whether it's a Thanatos or a Thor, even Ratatasker. But even on the top side is not a bad idea, just to spot out these ultimates, as well as any sort of rotations in between the lanes.
I really like what Dignitas does here with their wards. I've seen this vision play a couple of times by them. Gold Fury positioning by Enix. You can see the ward right here on the left in front of Arkle, and then it's not this tier monster ward, it's the ward to the right, and Arkle finishes up the zone that you don't get vision on himself. He clears the wave, and he walks right in that position on that little eyeball every single time. So he has vision into his lane, he has vision out of the mid lane, and then right here where this red ward is by Enix, that's where Arkle stands behind it, so that all spots of that jungle is covered in vision, whether it's by a ward or a player.
And positioning yourself between purple and the red buff from that far away, you could still see particles being thrown at the Gold Fury between in-hands, between abilities as well. So it's a good idea to use your sentry wards to your advantage, making sure the enemy team doesn't have vision of where exactly you're going, and using the vision that you have all the way down that area of the jungle.
Yeah, that's the exact key. That's really what it's about, and it's really cool to see that sort of higher level. That's what I was talking about, where you need these higher level strategies now, because everybody's good. You used to just be able to beat up the lower end team, but you just can't do that anymore.
And as a result, not overcommitting himself positionally to even check for the Gold Fury, he puts the Hunter in a great spot to continue to farm. You know, sitting at level 16 now, going for a very aggressive build, fully finished Transcendence into the Brawler's Beatstick, not having too much lifesteal, but doesn't really need lifesteal whenever you have this much healing from Team Dignitas.
And one of the classic plays we see here is that Hunter's always going to look at the Gold Fury in that position, so you always flank him. But with the 2 sentries, not going to be an option. Cherio here trying to wall off Zeros, not going to happen either. Trickstank gets the root on the support, so nobody's really partying about it. Funball, a little bit unsafe, goes a little bit deeper and finds himself relatively safe. The Gold Fury will be started here.
It's getting bursted down really quick. Yeah, the crits coming out of Cubo Fred on this
Cherio's here though, and he has ultimate available. Take it to the sky, and before he makes it to the clouds, Gold Fury's down for the count. Looking for the punishment, lands down, gets the stun, but walks right into Variety. Big vision coming out from the solo lane rotation. Half HP is going to be the jungle 4. And trouble from the top side is Enix as they control Variety after his strong play. Funball gets the kill. Continuing down, that's going to be it. Enix playing it safe. So the Gold Fury does go the way of Team Dignitas for the second time this game, which brings them to a nice, almost 3,000 gold lead. But Enix able to bite back and take down the solo.
5-on-4 for Enix without Variety for another 30 seconds. They still have the ultimate of Big Man Tanks and Funballer as they siege down this tier 1 tower. Diving in the backline is Tank trying to zone and root members.
Beautiful.
But Cherio stunning out Trix. He doesn't have any more dashes, and without the ultimate from Zeros or the Terra, they're not going to be able to really get away from that one.
It was a great wall coming out from Cherio. Not a complete cutoff, but it forced the player to walk in a diagonal, which is, you know, you're not going as the crow flies, so you're slower. Trickstank falls down. Nice control coming out from the jungler on the side of Enix. They'll also pick up the Portal Demon right there, and that's coming closer to cutting this lead short. Now just 1,000 gold separating our teams.
This is your traditional European style of game here. You know, 20-minute mark, only 2 to 4. One team gets an objective, another team counteracts by picking off 1 and then securing 2 more in the form of the tier 1 tower and the Portal Demon, making sure that that Gold Fury wasn't as valuable as it could have been.
And this is, you know, this is exactly what you'd expect from 2 teams of this caliber. They're so evenly matched. And you're going to get these back and forths. You're going to get this team fight objective, team fight objective, team fight objective type style. And right now we're certainly getting what we signed up for. 21 minutes in, as you said, 6 kills in total, 4 of them going to Enix here. And virtually a tie game. Those teams just separated by under 1,000. I call under 1K a tie.
No, Variety though caught in a really awkward position, but a great monolith just to scare away Enix. Doesn't even crash through the monolith to root or get the damage over time. Acts exactly that. Not necessarily knowing what's behind that monolith is very scary for Enix. So just giving Variety's life back into the form of Team Dignitas, but now everyone from Enix, they're feeling very confident going for this tier 1 tower on the right.
The monolith works like that lone Giannis portal. You start ganking somebody, you see the Giannis portal in the wall. Oh, hey, is it the whole team or is it just one guy? Right now, Cubo Fred, he's just one guy. but he's able to control the whole team. Big fear, no evil, but perhaps bigger for Enix, knowing that that ultimate is down.
Variety, though, he was eating some of the ultimate shots from Funballer, surprisingly enough, but everybody else from Enix, they want this tower, but at what cost? Diving the backline is Trickstank. Cherio now going into the sky, but doing a good job of zoning his big man.
That's the first ultimate that I think had an impact right there. Landing on top of Variety coming out from Cherio, but still not enough. Enix not as aggressive, gets stunned down. Cherio has to Aegis, but he's likely going to fall. The kick coming out of Variety and a basic helps it out. That's going to be kill number 1 for the solo lane.
And this is where the healing is going to be so important for Team Dignitas. Despite finding that pick, they were so low. Now having zeros on a line here, doing about almost 7,000 healing. Not too much on the side of Trickstank quite yet, but this monolith now will be proving to be very useful as a tier 1 from Team Dignitas is going to be aggressed on.
Variety versus the world. And the world does not want to fight with him. Tier 1 for free. 500 gold in the pocket of Team Dignitas. And they'll continue up the lane. This is going to be the bigger play. Enix need to defend here. It's this is where Team Dignitas can really make or break their game. You get 1,500 for this kill on the tower, then of course the ensuing gold from the team fight. How does Enix answer? Nice little combat coming out, not letting Team Dignitas find the target.
That was a great tail flip from Zalia that disrupted the combination of the Blink, Fear No Evil that Cuvo Fred wanted to have in mind. All the relics was not available with the exception of the Aegis from Funballer, and that could have been a great play had that Fear No Evil been positioned a little bit more calculated, but just like that, one ability disrupting the whole flow from Team Dignitas and keeping their tier 2 on the solo alive as Enix.
Very good defense coming out, and like I said, that play right there was extremely important. Totally, it's 1,000 gold lead for Team Dignitas. That winds up being 2,500 just off of the tower. Plus, you're going to get 1,000, let's say, off of the kills from that team fight. Then you're going to hit Fire Giant. That becomes such a domino effect right here on the right side of the map that it's incredible that you can say Zalia tail whipped. And that saved that lead.
Pretty much at this point, honestly. It took that one single ability, and just like you mentioned before, these teams are just that evenly matched. It's going to take one ability to either make or break this game. We've seen the Thor dunk earlier onto the right lane, onto Variety, which didn't amount to much. On the goal fear, though, earlier on, was a great play by the jungler Cherio because the fact that it baited out Zero's ultimate. So this is something that Cherio could potentially look for more, making sure that there's not that much resiliency on the side of Team Dignitas.
Lobster able to snatch one of those oracles away, and that means that nobody goes ahead and grabs the vision. But yeah, the resiliency of Team Dignitas, totally. I love that word choice because it's really what you're looking for, not only out of the team in general. Team Dignitas, Variety's new team, had to be resilient coming through relegations as a brand new squad. They're known for their solo lane, which is perhaps the most resilient position, and they're picking this tanky, thick, long healing type sustain composition, and that's really just hard to fight into here, especially when, you know, Enix doesn't really have any anti-heal outside of Azalia's natural sickening strike. They have to build into it. You see the Pestilence, you see the Divine Ruin come out, even a Brawler's Beat Stick. Every option available for Enix to fight into this healing.
And not only that, Team Dignitas, though, outside of their healing, look at the auras that Trickstank is providing for his team. The Gauntlet of Thebes gives you 20 on both physical and magical, and then you're going to have 20 on physical and magical in the form of the Heartward Amulet and the Sovereignty. So providing 40 protections on both is Trickstank.
Very old school mentality that those auras are extremely necessary. You see some of the newer end supports going more for these selfish builds with sometimes even the Urchin, but I know we don't like to talk about that one. I was actually going to ask that question. Usually you see the one-sided aura come out first before the Thebes, but Trix goes right for the Thebes, the balanced approach. Why do we see Thebes come out first?
It was about the health and the HP 5 provided, making sure that he's going to be taking that front line, having that early game health pool is going to keep him alive, because despite not having protections, it's still a good defensive tool to have at your disposal before the penetration comes online anyway. It's not that big of a factor, and this sustain from Dignitas is just non-stop, whether it's the healing or the HP 5.
Cute little sneak from Team Dig. Able to pick up the Portal Demon with no investment whatsoever. Azalea's sitting there yelling at his team, hey, these guys are getting the objective. But a nice play coming out from Trix in the mid laner they just prevented Enix from really shading over there and actually disrupting that. So that gives Dignitas the presence to back by and come right on back into it. Dashing forward is Trix tank. That's why he needs to be a little bit more resilient than the rest of the crew. That's what you were talking about, how the Thieves makes him individually more powerful. When you're playing this Terra, she has to be a little bit more tankier in the early stages than others because what she wants to do is dash towards you to get her stuff done. Gold Fury goes down to Team Dignitas one more time. And Enix show up, but a little bit too late. That Gold Fury is going to be one of our most meaningful leads of the game just yet. Just shy of a half hour. And Team Dignitas leading by about 4,000, give or take.
This is the first Gold Fury that wasn't contested by Enix and not responded by finding any pick of their own. So Team Dignitas getting a little bit of a comfortable lead. Like you mentioned, they snuck out that Portal Demon as well. So they're getting a slow and marginal lead here. The question is, how is Enix going to respond in kind this time around? Now, the Tier 1 tower on the right-hand side for Team Dignitas is very low, but you can't just pressure that out right off the bat without having some sort of advantage, whether it's the form of having a player advantage or in the form of an ultimate or relic advantage. And Team Dignitas didn't really expend anything except the Terra ultimate just to disengage from that Gold Fury.
This is actually a really interesting lesson on how the different sides of the map are, they weigh differently. This tower right here on the right, if that's a duo lane Tier 1 tower, as a team, you count that tower already gone. It's not something you can depend on. It's not something that you need to defend. Whereas here on the right side, because the Fire Giant is here as the game gets later, this side of the map is more important. And so that tower, you don't really count as being gone, despite it being as low.
The stun, not on the mark here for Trix tank. A little bit of poke by Cuba Fred Variety. Is looking to do something over the wall. Not the pull. Not going to really reach Zaylee from that far away. Lobster trying to get some poke in return here, but it's going to get negated yet again. Zero's doing a wonderful job making sure all his members are topped off.
Having the Aphrodite on your team is a wonderful tool to allow your assassin or your carry to really stay relevant, but it could also be a little bit of a tell. When you see that tail, when you see that latch, you're looking for the jungler. And so when it's not there, you got to scratch your head and say, is Cuvo Fred going to flank us? And that's really what you want here, the flanking Hun Bats. But with that Aphrodite, like I said, you're kind of tipping your hand. If he's not linked up to the Hun Bats, who is he really linked up to? The Hunter is going to be the other option. And then you say, well, we're missing the jungler, watch your flank.
Cuvo Fred, though, he doesn't necessarily need to flank with that blink. All he has to make sure is that he's not going to get disrupted this time around. And he didn't go for... Oh, the ultimate from Zeros was just used for no reason. He misclicked.
That can't be good. And you see the immediate disengage coming out from Team Dignitas. Oh, boy. That was a misstep. Not too strong. They're leading by 4K, so they certainly have the advantage in the fight. But with that Aphrodite ultimate down, that's one of their lifelines, Toli.
Yes, that's a huge tool now. Enix has a small window to take advantage of it. It's a little bit of cooldown in the form of Shoes of Focus here, as well as the starter item. But Enix getting the Tier 1 tower, 500 gold, it's still something at least. You know, it's not that big of a deal at the 30-minute mark, but getting more map control is an important factor, and it exposes the Tier 2 here.
There is no... You go for the Fire Giant, you can't just fall back on your Tier 1 tower. Variety's going to use the beads to get out of that little pluck, and Zalia's just skating around. Low is the Sobek. But he's relatively tanky, so he should be fine.
It wasn't the beads. It was actually the Stone of Gaia that was picked up by Variety. Terra's Blessing being used to dive the backline. Zalia gets deleted. Cherio's in the sky, trying to zone in the backline. Lobster taking a lot of damage by Trixtank. The pull not on the mark. This time, Variety's ultimate is available, but Final Judgment doing a lot of damage, but the meditation keeping Arkle alive.
Enix waited a little bit too long right there, Toli. We mentioned how the timing was very important. They had the window of Zeros' ultimate being down as soon as the Sobek pluck went in. And like you said, not beads. I did think it was curious that the solo had beads. It's going to be the itemization choice there on Variety. Not only, so that gets negated, but as soon as they engage, Zero's ult is up again. They wait a little bit too long, and that window that Enix had, look at this. It's what we saw right before Zero's accidentally ulted, except now it's a 5-on-4. Variety's just going to eat this damage while his team eats the tower. Team Dignitas hits the 70,000 gold mark. and Enix trailing by 5.
Still not a bad place to be if you're on the side of Enix. You know, the Fire Giant has not been contested, not being started by Team Dignitas. Nice little route here from Trickstank being able to disengage, but Zero's taking a lot of damage from that double tap. But meanwhile, it was all a little bit of a delayed tactic as Team Dignitas sneaks away yet again another Portal Demon.
Yeah, it's just variety zoning. That's just what he's doing. You see him flip and stun a support, and you go, oh, that's the wrong target, Variety. And then his team gets the objective. He VELs and backs to base. That's the right target, Variety. Absolutely. Dropping the vision. Variety has been such an important part of, honestly, the league. It's been fun to watch this guy grow. Stun, but a nice interrupt by Big Man Tinks to prevent Xaylia from really being feasted on.
And this time Xaylia stops the Stone of Gaia by tail flipping him away. Variety not going to have that for another 80 seconds. Could be a potential opening for Enix to potentially pluck this Hercules, but at the same time, if you pluck a Hercules that's sitting at level 20, he has all 6 items fully completed, also having a upgraded Sunder.
And look at the tankiness of those items. You've got Bulwark of Hope, which isn't really purchased because it's too expensive, but it's so tanky. And then you've got Nimian Line, another really tanky item. I love the build coming out of Variety.
Absolutely, especially with the Spirit's Robe. If he does get displaced by Xaylia, he's going to have that 15% damage mitigation anyway, and that's something that you're really looking forward to, just to bait out your Hercules.
Big rotation coming out from Big Man Tings around the backside. Xaylia gets controlled by Kivo Fred, and down comes Terrio on the back, all by his lonesome, brought down to about 25% HP. Trickstank still chasing, Variety leading the charge, doesn't get anybody with the flip, but the tier 2 tower goes down, and the job has been done by Team Dignitas. They know better. They won't fight into the enemy team. They'll clean up the jungle, and they'll walk away.
That was a great ultimate from Zeros. I think it actually saved Arkill's life there. The ultimate from Lobster, the final judgment was used, and pretty sure that absorbed it by Zeros' ultimate. Not having that kill opportunity for Enix means that they lose their tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and slow and steady, what was about a 3,000 gold lead, 3 to 4 for Team Dignitas, has now been stretched to about 7,000.
Many lessons in this game. Earlier we discussed the relative importance of left lane versus right lane as the game gets later on, and kills. Well, the game is tied if you look at that big number at the top, but the number you should be looking for is the number on the sides of the scoreboard. Team Dignitas up ahead, 7K, like my co-commentator just said, and yet everybody has the same amount of kills. How is that possible, Anatoly?
Well, looking at the charts here, the healing from Zero, 16.5. You have 3.5 as well from Trickstank, combining for 20,000 on the form of Team Dignitas. Kivo Fred was thinking about using that ultimate in the backline, but Trickstank controlling the opposition really well, and all the damage that Kivo Fred did, traded out rather with Cherio, is going to get negated by Zeros.
Those 4 kills on the side of Enix aren't as impactful or heavy as the 4 kills on Team Dignitas. It's all about the timing. We saw Enix get some kills when all the objectives were down. Nothing you can do there. Team Dignitas fight when there's an objective to be had. Fire Giant's here, and it's taken down by Team Dignitas. Now, Enix trying to fight into their opponent and trying to escape, honestly, but that's different. Funball rolls forward right into the clutches of the enemy, takes to the sky. Look at the lineup, misses one. Doesn't even find the third as the second is off the mark as well. Arkle down low, big damage out of the mid-mage. Lobster takes down Arkle, and Arkle winds up taking down Funball right before he falls. It's a 4-on-4.
Trading Hunter for Hunter, but getting the better end of the deal is Team Dignitas finding the Fire Giant, but they're not done chasing. Variety wants blood. He uses the Driving Strike just to cut distance, but not able to find the pull onto Xaylia. Instead, looking for the mid-mage is Lobster.
Oh, he's going to get in trouble. Blinked on, hit by the monkey, and then hit by the monkey.
Oh, killing his old mid laner, Kivo Fred. Definitely very happy about that one as his team is leading the charge here. They're going for this mid Phoenix without 2 members to defend. It's a lot of damage being lost here by Enix. They don't have Lobster. They don't have Funballer. They can't even kill anybody from Team Dignitas without those 2 players.
Absolutely not. Those are the 2 carries. Cherio can do some damage. You can see he's got a lot of power and penetration in the build by way of the 2 maces, but still certainly not a mid lane mage or a hunter. So the second Phoenix goes down, and it's mid and right. and Team Dig walk away.
Just like that, Team Dignitas, they find a small window of opportunity to get the Fire Giant. They grab it away. Enix can't respond in kind, and beautiful positioning by Lobster during that team fight. Behind the speed buff, using the abilities through the wall was a very great tactic, and anytime you have a god that can use those abilities through the wall, it's something you have to exploit, especially when you're a mid-mage or a hunter potentially, just to make sure that the enemy is not finding any return fire on you.
And that's something that Lobster honestly made a career on. He's played gods like Vulcan, gods like Zeus, gods like Ra historically in his career. These are the three that I think people go to when they're talking about Lobster. Would you come up with a different one? Maybe Nuwa, I think, doesn't really, it's not as iconic as those other three. And really, he made a name for himself with his superior positioning, finding those snipes through one, sometimes two walls when playing the Ra, dropping the ultimate in the jungle, and then hitting detonate from a zillion miles away on the Zeus. That's what he's known for. And so bringing out the Thoth, absolutely a god to fit in Lobster's wheelhouse. You know, I'm not too much of a lore guy, but there's a relationship between Thoth and Ra, and they're very similar characters in one way, shape, or form, and it fits perfectly for what Lobby wants to do.
Both of them are indeed the chickens of the Egyptian pantheon, so definitely maybe
aren't they brothers or something?
You might be onto something here, actually, Tom.
Aren't they brothers or something, Thoth and Ra?
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Thoth is the keeper of the underground.
Okay.
And Ra is not.
So that's your.
Yeah,
he's just.
That's
not.
it. That's my analysis right there. That's I'm not touching that one anymore.
Sports, guys. I can hear Tina yelling at me from afar. She's our lore representative. Tina and Fishman really have a handle on the lore here. Big Man Tings doesn't have a handle on anything as he misses his hammer toss. Interesting approach. Terra. Trix Tank is the one that's going to be taking up the 4-on-1 by himself. Usually you see the jungler, a tankier jungler, walk up there in that mid lane by himself, but instead it's Terra, who's basically a warrior. Let's be real here.
Trying to find more initiations is Team Dignitas, finding the stun onto Big Man Tings, and Zayla getting bounced around the wall. So is Big Man through the side, not finding the Polish variety in the mid lane is Cherio, looking for the right opportunity to engage with that Anvil of Dawn. But Team Dignitas is so patient here, waiting for that perfect opportunity. But their Fire Giant is fizzling away now.
Yeah, it's very low on the Fire Giant remainder here. In fact, it's going to fall off in just a matter of moments. That's why they need to fight right now. Big Man Tings transforms as Cherio takes to the sky. Still, Enix has better footing here. Trix Tank very low, saved by the support out of the mid lane mage. Zelia still very low, gonna dash away. Now it's two players playing full defense on the Phoenix, who's full HP. Lobster tossing out some stuff through the window. Not enough to find a target, though. Cubo Fred, ultimate down, not able to make an impact. There's Variety tossing the boulder out, but still, the Phoenix is 25% HP. That's enough. No kills necessary, but Zelia might go down anyway.
Not available for the stun. Zelia barely able to avoid the collapsing walls as he plucks away into safety.
Titan's
Indiana Jones style, because of the fact that the mid Phoenix and right side was down earlier on. There was some fire minions inside the Titan room. Enix, they have their Titan completely exposed. No Phoenixes remain standing. Their Titans at half health. Team Dignitas, they want to wait to get this Phoenix in mid and right before they continue pressuring.
Yeah, the mid Phoenix goes down easy peasy, one basic. Right side should follow the same factor. And then honestly, with an ultimate like Zero's has, I expect Dig to just walk right into the throne room.
Definitely is the case here, as they have a fire minion wave available to them. Unless they want to play very safe and go for the Fire Giant, it is a very important match for them here, Tom. They want to make sure they get at least the first win here to not... The VXC, the global emo GG coming out very confident as Team Dignitas, as they should be, honestly, here.
Absolutely.
They're up 14,000 gold. They have all the Phoenixes exposed on the side of Enix, and with this Fire Giant to boot, they're looking like they're going to at least secure themselves a first game win to make sure that they're still in contention to get that top 2 in the Masters land.
I think the Team Dignitas right now are very confident in their ability to go ahead and take this win, but at the same time, they're not dumb enough to think that Enix is just going to lay down and take it. Absolutely. Like I said, with the fact that they have an Aphrodite ultimate, I think they could have walked into the throne room and taken a half HP Titan. But it's still a dice roll. And with that in mind, against any other team, sans maybe Energy, I think we see them push it, but they have a lot of respect for these guys, and they're going to back off.
And there's no rush necessary for Team Dignitas for them to close out the game at that point in time, because the fact that they have the better late game composition anyway, they're not too worried about Enix in another 5 minutes or so, especially once the rituals come online. We're seeing so many rituals here for Team Dignitas. 3 flickerings, 2 frenzies, even a revealing ritual on the form of variety. He's able to spot out the positions.
Yeah, you can see Lobster doing a lot of work, and as the game gets later and later, Lobster's going to be still continuing to be this heavy damage dealer. That's Enix's sort of last hope, is going to be Lobster on the Thoth. Here comes the push from Team Dignitas. Xayah gets controlled, goes to the ultimate. Cherio's got one of his own, lands down on his own teammate. Nobody gets stunned. All of a sudden, frenzy means fight. Here comes Team Dignitas up the mid lane. Variety's gonna get control of the opposition. Xayah pushed out thanks to Cuvo Fred. Down goes no one just yet. But Enix is still on the back foot. Boulder and a couple of basics will take the Titan down. And with only 11 kills, Team Dignitas owning basically half of them, they take the game in dramatic fashion. Down goes Enix, and up comes Team Dignitas for game number 1.
Game number 1, Team Dignitas. Such a great performance coming out of them. They are now not guaranteed to lose out of that top 2. They're still in it, and this is very important for them to close it out now if they want to secure it. But on the flip side, Enix, they want to make sure that they're still in it. They want the tiebreaker.
This is the do or die game for Enix. If they go ahead and take this one, that means we're going to have to play some extra games and figure out just who is the top dog. But right here, this is all up to Enix. Ball's in their court. Picks and bans for game 2 right now for a very important matchup comes our way. Team Dignitas will have the first pick one more time. And of course, that means they have the first ban. So down goes Khepri.
Taking away the Circuit, surprisingly, from Cuvo Fred. The Hunbats was a big factor, I would say, in terms of controlling these team fights, not to mention the sustain, obviously. You can't take away all of these options away from Team Dignitas right off the bat.
Bang.
So,
love those
just
bans.
like that, focusing out on Cuvo.
Those bans are very important. Circuit was banned last time. 1, she's just powerful in the meta, but also 2, she's a powerful pick in the hands of Cuvo Fred. Cuvo Fred, if you're going to give him a basic assassin, it's going to be Circuit. He's going to do work, and then the Hunbats controlled the team fight a little bit too much, so Enix bans that out. I love the bans coming out from the right side of the screen. They're going to go ahead and select Rom one more time for Funball, which I think is one of his best characters, and Thor one more time for Cherio. Things were, I'd give Cherio a solid B+ in last game, but he can do better, and I like Enix depending on it.
Oh, wow. Cuvo Fred now locking in the Ratatasker, matching Global with Global. We haven't seen this guy in quite a while after his nerf to the ultimate, as well as a little bit of a cooldown taken away from some of his abilities. So going to see that back into play in one of the most important games for both of these teams.
It's all about matching the pace. Team Dignitas were okay with leaning back and just sort of waiting and letting the game come to them last time around. This time, Team Dig want to play fast. They don't have that sustain to really lean on. They don't have this hyper late game where they're at a Tasker jungle. They want to start winning a little bit earlier, and whatever Cherio is going to go ahead and do, Ratatasker is going to match.
And I like what Enix does here. Despite not having Aphrodite for Team Dignitas, they don't have to ban Aphrodite if they have the Odin.
Exactly.
So now they're going to ban away other mid-mages potentially, with the Giannis could potentially look to also ban away the Nua.
And Big Man Tings, one of his first professional games, played the Odin. I really hope I get to say what chat knows I want to say. Big Man Rings. I mean, come on now. It's just this guy was born to play this.
Is this where I walk off the set right here, right now?
That's where you go get aggro and say, "Go, he's doing your thing." Second round of bans come out. No Giannis, no Ymir, says Enix, and Isis will be banned out next to Zeus.
They definitely wanted to make sure that the combinations of the circles wasn't going to be a factor, but they forgot about the Vulcan, right? With Enix having the next pick between Vulcan, Zeus, and Isis, there was no potential for Team Dignitas to strip away all 3 of those gods.
So we see the new Wa that was banned last time, something that Zeros is strong at, so he'll pick that one up. Osiris is selected, and the last pick of the draft will go to Enix.
Nuwa and Osiris is a pretty good selection. Kuzenbo for Enix. The question is, where is this Odin and Kuzenbo going to go? I'm expecting that Zayla is going to play Kuzenbo. He's normally liking the Guardians. And against an Osiris here that's looking to play very aggressive, you can easily take advantage of that by pushing him into your tower.
Kuzenbo is weird. Zayla likes weird. As I said, Big Man Tiggs is a fantastic Odin player, one of the first gods he came out with. So I really expect that to be the lineup. Cherry in the jungle, Ram. Let's get to it. Game number 2, very big deal. Enix needs to win this one if they want to stay in it.
12 points currently for Team Dignitas. Enix still having 11. And don't forget, there's another team outside of these two that's watching this game very curiously to see the outcome here. Energy sitting at 9 points. Their next set is going to be against a Sanguine Esports. And Energy has 9 points. Sanguine, they don't have a single win this whole entire split. So if Energy finds a 2-0, they will also be at 12 points potentially.
Well, Energy versus Sanguine. I don't mean to take away your drama totally, but Energy versus Sanguine. Team Dignitas versus Phoenix, or Enix, excuse me. Very different story here. And we talked about how big, how much power this one single match has. And Zelia brings out Kuzenbo, a god that people just call bad. Now, Kuzenbo, we've seen him be played at the highest level by Maniac.
He did well.
He did. That's putting it lightly. He did extremely well. But that Kuzenbo was picked into a specific bursty composition. I mean, Zelia here, as a solo laner yourself, what do you think about the choice?
There's a little bit of control here in the form of Kuzenbo. It's not as much control as a Sobek could provide, at least consistently, because the knockup from Kuzenbo is all fine and dandy, but that's from his ultimate. Nice little damage, though, onto Arkle on the left, and with the dash coming from Funballer, the meditation buying a little time for Arkle. Funballer eating a little bit of poke in return, but everything is fine and dandy for both of these hunters.
Meditation is such a mistake hider. Oh, pushed into the tower early on. Variety tastes the shell. He's still going to live. Double tap only hits on the way back, so not too much damage. Zelia trying to look towards his own blue buff. Gets slowed down by Variety, but still punches players and unable to really secure it. Variety picks up the enemy blue.
Variety, though, he walked into the blue buff to pick it up, but luckily for him, he had all 8 missing fragments, so he has a lot of damage mitigation. 16% physical, 8% magical. He's not really worried about taking too much damage with that passive.
So Zelia here on the Kuzenbo. Jokes aside, what's his whole, how does he play this lane? What is Kuzenbo looking for? What does Kuzenbo do?
He's going to throw out the Nene Kappa to clear the wave.
That's the turtle.
Yeah, he's going to have more clear with an extra minion to his side, and he's going to look for a lot of aggression, but Big Man Tings is getting aggressed on by Trickstank and Arkle. And not to mention Variety, who's known to play aggressive, playing a very aggressive god on Osiris. There might be some opportunities for Zelia just to push this player under his tower, which almost netted them first blood at level 2.
We saw it very early on, and that's really what this god can do and surprise you with. Although solo Sobek doesn't get any flips out of the tower, and Hercules rarely does too, so I think that's something that players will just get adjusted to.
And something we haven't mentioned is the thorns out of Zelia as well. That could be another good opportunity in the late game. Once Zero's ultimate gets a little bit more online, more levels, more damage as well, that's going to be a big factor in terms of shutting down the mid laner out of Team Dignitas.
That's what I was really originally thinking of, was the fact that this character does very well against burst mages and multi-hunter compositions, because you're just ingesting so much damage from across the way that you're able to deal it back thanks to your built-in thorns. So when you see Zeros with that ultimate, he can't cancel that. Once you commit, you see the circle on you, you know that you're going to get hit by some damage coming back, so you're not going to be able to see Zeros save himself with the ultimate anymore, because he's going to die. Nice little dodge out of the mid lane Vulcan to avoid the knockup out of the jungle gank we saw in the mid lane. But right now, Arkle stuck in the ring. Basics out of Funball, takes to the sky after the meditation. 1-2, and he's gone. Big Man Tings with the kill right there. First blood going the way of Enix. BMT now slowed in a little bit of trouble. Funball's going to eat the stun. And a nice support from the Hunter position this time around, both by slows and body blocks to save his friend's life.
Without the ultimate from Cubo Fred, as it was invested in the mid lane, not able to really have it for the left-hand side for the counter gank potential, doing a great job at finding the first blood on the side of Enix. Team Dignitas can respond here, and this could be problematic here. It's not the Hunter role is not a role that you want necessarily to be behind in the early stages.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the whole things, that Hunters are already kind of, they're not supposed to be extremely strong early on. So putting them even further behind, well, that's just rough. Variety staying aggressive, like you said. Cherio just walks in a lane, drops his Zerka's Barrage, doesn't even need to ult. There's a nice wall, but Variety's helped out not only by his own passive, but also an ultimate and tricks.
Cubo Fred, though, on the backhand side, looking to invade the blue buff yet again away from Xaylia. He's just not having a good time in terms of securing his own blue buff, no matter what Guardian he plays, but Zero's picking up the Aegis once he came into the game, recognizing the damage potential between this Thor, Vulcan, and Odin combination.
People don't like level 1 Aegis for whatever reason, but I say it all, when you're looking at a Vulcan, when you're looking at a Kraken Man, when you're looking at a Nuwa, maybe not, but specifically Vulcan and Poseidon, you almost have to go the Aegis level 1 because the burst out of these characters is more devastating than the control out of these characters. That's why I like to see characters like Hunbats or Ares paired with those mages because, well, what do you do at level 1? Is it Aegis or Beads? You've got to make that decision.
Especially when you're going to be trapped in that Odin cage. It's just confirmed damage every single time by Lobster. There could be some small window of opportunity for Zeros to use his ultimate to get into the sky before the Vulcan ultimate hits, but that's such a small marginal window that you're not really relying on that every single time. You want to make sure you use the Aegis to prevent the damage and then use your own ultimate to secure some kills that might have gotten away from you.
And just like we were talking about before, Zeros is going to take some poke. He'll be down to about half HP. The ring comes down. They poke him some more. He takes to the sky to make sure he doesn't die. And then Xaylia laughs to the bank after he kills him with his thorns. Cherio pops up.
He got spotted out. Everyone from Team Dignitas is just like, nope, we're going to chill under our towers. You waste your ultimate. Nice. I'll see you again in 90 seconds.
Yeah. Nice stuff coming out from the guys on Dig to avoid Cherio right there. That's always a terrible feeling, a story. You go up and you... I love that we were riding with Cherio because he looks left, he goes, oh, they retreated. He looks right, he goes, oh, he retreated too. Well, I guess I'll go say hi. And he goes as far as possible and he just sort of lands. Not going to happen this time around. Enix, the only team on the board with a kill here, first blood, but Team Dignitas wound up finding that 500 gold in the jungle, and they wind up finding Lobster right here all in the mid lane. Gotta just, ooh, whoa!
That's
Lobster
the difference.
didn't even get a chance.
No, not at all. He used an Aegis of himself, but he was just out of position, couldn't get back under the safety of his tier 1 tower. Both of these mid mages are very vulnerable if they're left alone, and taking advantage of that is Team Dignitas.
Cherio just dropping down the damage as the enemy tries to invade onto his speed. Down comes the ring, down comes a shot from Funball. Xaylia gets a kill for him and his team. That's number 2. And that'll be the disengage out of Team Dignitas. Without their support, Tricks Tank there to help out by Roots or Sustain. Everybody's got to run. Xaylia gets the kill. Nice job for the Turtle Man.
Well, trading 1 for 1, though. You know, you get the mid-mage, but you lose your support in the process. Not the worst thing in the world that could have happened for Team Dignitas. Obviously, not using the meditation there was a big detrimental factor. It might have still been on cooldown there for Tricks Tank, but not much to respond on the form of Enix off of that 1 pick.
Calder going to be called back by Arkle, who seems to have control over this lane despite being half a level down versus Funball. Arkle's still very scary to the UK Hunter here. Funball being very cautious until his support comes in lane and then kind of down to do whatever he wants. Both solo laners are very low, but only one solo laner has a jungle in the lane as well. Xaylia turn around. He knows he's there. He pushes him into the tower, drops down the thorns, drops down the ultimate. Cubo Fred, you played yourself.
Oh my goodness. The communication between Cherio as well as Xaylia just on point. Xaylia was looking at the minimap of when it was necessary. The Tether not wanting to commit under that tier 1 tower with the teleport from Xaylia.
That right there, Xaylia won an Oscar. He acted from here, from this position. We see Cherio trailing, right? So obviously the communication is there that Cubo Fred is coming in the lane. Watching Xaylia dance with Variety right there, it doesn't look like Zelia has any clue. And he turns around at the last possible moment to ensure that he gets the push down. That was just an absolute wonderful performance by Zelia. Encore, my friend.
And that kill doesn't happen without the communication from Cherio being in position with that satellite ultimate, recognizing Red Tasker was right behind the Kuzimbo.
Yeah.
But this time around, it seems that Team Dignitas wants a little bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I don't know if Zelia can, I don't know if he's going to be a two-time winner
the
here.
stun.
Getting stunned out, and he'll walk under the tower. Still alive at the moment. Relatively tanky with that level 2 breastplate and the Mark of the Vanguard. And that's all Zelia needs. Wow, I can't wait to see. Oh man, I just want to see that play one more time later on.
Arco forced to use the ultimate, taking a little bit of damage, diving the backline as Trickstank, setting his teammates up. Thor into the sky as well as Funballer, rather, excuse me. Finding one kill onto Arco, but responding onto Cherio.
Oh, big man Tings has his stomping boots on. He loses his Hunter as Zero's able to take him down, but big man Tings takes down the opponent. Nice little root coming out. Lobster's in trouble, and he's going to fall down as well. Kibo Fred tosses him out. And that's another kill of 4 Team Dignitas. 1 for the jungler, but Zeros, before he goes down, picks up number 3.
This might be a point in time where Lobster might want to invest into a Winged Blade because he's going to get rooted guaranteed before the beats comes out at level 12. So having the Winged Blade here is not only going to give him the health to survive these team fights, but just to negate the slow from the passive out of Trickstank. Whenever you do use any of your abilities, the stones come out, your in-hands are going to start slowing down. So having that little bit of mobility boosted on the side of Vulcan could be the difference between life or death.
That's a really big application of the Terra kit that is rarely spoken about. And yet when she came out, I think that was the #1 thing that people were concerned about was the slow. And it definitely has an impact in almost every match she's played in, but it's always plays second fiddle to the Monolith sustain and the global ultimate that she brings out.
Not to mention here, if Zeros decides to go for the Gem of Isolation here, starting off with the Tier 1 Sash currently, I don't necessarily expect that to be the case right off the bat. Ooh, I like the idea, the mindset that Zelia had there, trying to use the ultimate to continue to push Variety under that Tier 1 tower, just wasn't in position to do so.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of the gimmick out of Kuzimbo, is push you on the tower and keep you locked under the tower so that not only are you doing damage with your ultimate, but also your good buddy with the shots up top is also dealing it out. Zelia right here still doesn't have proper clear at level 11. We look at some of these characters in the solo lane like Amaterasu that come online very late. That's a level 9 clear without a blue stone that you're looking at. As soon as she hits level 9, you get that full clear with the magic mirror. Here's Zelia, like I said, level 11, still unable to fully clear the wave.
More of a controlled guardian than necessarily damage oriented. He's more of a guy who was like, you want to do something to me, I'm going to do all my damage off of you doing stuff to me. So this is kind of what the presence is being brought on the table in the form of this solo laner from Enix.
So with level 13 to level 11, largely I think because of the lack of wave clear available to Zelia, is this going to be a problem for Enix going forward, or is the way Kuzimbo works out, is that totally fine?
For a Guardian to be 2 levels behind, no matter what it is, whether it's Kuzimbo, Sobek, Ymir, it doesn't matter. You're still bringing a lot of control in these team fights, so I don't think it's that big of a deal for Enix, unless they're going to start leaning on the solo laner, trying to take the Tier 1 tower and the Tier 2 away.
Zeros gets locked up, and Cherio takes to the sky. Could be trouble for Nuwa. There's the big old dunk, and not the kill just yet. There's a nice meditation. Saves the life of the mid laner. Well done.
Arkill's on the side, though. He didn't want to try to commit to that team fight without the ultimates from Cherio, Lobster, and Funballer, though, and not to mention Big Man Tings. That could have been an opportunity to turn things around. They had Trickstank and Arkill's ultimates.
A lot of damage done. Here comes the Gold Fury being aggressed on. First one goes to Enix. But will Cherio be taken out? He will. Kibo Fred puts him down. Lobster gets caught out. Nice little pincer maneuver, but no damage or stun coming out onto Mr. Lobster.
It seems that Team Dignitas, they don't care about Gold Fury being down. If they're going to group up like this, find a pick, use that monolith for a little bit, sustain, get 500 gold back in return, and with this timer, it's 13 minutes time, Portal Demon is up. They're going to get some more gold in their own pockets.
Yeah, it's actually a win for Team Dignitas, believe it or not, giving the Gold Fury to the other team, letting the jungler fall down. Kibo Fred barely makes it out of the damage with the Portal Demon, like you said. That's going to be a twofer Team Dignitas get the tower and the Portal Demon. And despite the fact that Enix are the first ones on the objective board by taking down the Gold's Fury, Team Dignitas still find themselves with a straight 1,000 lead.
And with a 1-game lead in this 2-game set, this is a great position for Team Dignitas to be, to start things off. Not the biggest lead in the world here, but they've been making the plays necessary to counteract the aggression from Enix. Enix's composition is almost all Inish, I would say, between Big Man Tings playing this Odin, Zalia as well, playing the Kuzenbo. And if they don't find the necessary picks like they didn't onto Zeros on the New earlier on, then they're going to get punished continuously by Team Dignitas.
So as commentators, our job is usually to start or continue a conversation. I want to stop one before it even starts. The conversation about the draft from Enix being bad. I think just because Kuzenbo is selected, a lot of people are going to look back on this if Enix should lose and say that it was because of the Kuzenbo selection. But I actually think that this is so what Enix does. You've got Lobster on a Vulcan, Funball on a Rom, Big Man Tings on an Odin. These are 3 iconic characters for iconic players. Cherio trying to make an iconic play on Arkle, but the ultimate chased out, and I think that's going to be totally fine. Cherio comes through on the Thor, which I can take it or leave it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And Zalia doing something weird is exactly what Zalia usually does when he needs to succeed. So sure, this is the do or die game. Win or go home, or stay home, I guess. And he picked Kuzenbo? I think a lot of people are shaking their head, but I think that's exactly what Zalia needs to do.
Oh, great timing to go into the sky, preventing the Vulcan ultimate just like that. But the turnaround play, Trix and Cubo using their ultimates. Great route, Cherio able to disengage for the moment.
5-5. Definitely thought that was going to be a 7 kill for Team Dignitas.
In the solo lane, though, Variety's doing a lot of damage to Zalia, being pushed under that tier 1 tower, taking a lot of tower shots, but fully stacked up with all those missing fragments. Zalia, though, he's getting the better end of this trade, and with Big Man Tings right around the corner, this could be a kill.
There's the slow, there's the push. Variety gets taken down by Big Man Tings. You didn't like the fact that he stole that from Zalia, did you?
Meditation. No. The meditation from Trix Tank was just not in time and not in range there. The push from Zalia under that tier 2 tower really disrupting the connection of the safety between the solo and the Guardian out of Team Dignitas.
That's also a big deal when you look at what Kuzenbo brings besides Kuzenbo, excuse me. Letting my colloquialism slip. Cherio, not going to be casual about this one at all. Ooh, nice little maneuver, but it doesn't save the Hunter's life. I love how Arco was able to position that ice field to push Thor away, but being very mobile just doesn't matter. 1-on-3 here on the right side for Team Dignitas, defending this tier 1 tower. Not going to happen. And Enix puts 500 gold in their pocket, now taking the lead away from Team Dignitas. Back and forth we go.
These teams are just so even. We could say this all day if we wanted to, Tom. Despite Team Dignitas winning that last game, it took them up until about the 30-minute mark to have an substantial advantage to really go for Fire Giant and for some of these tier 2 towers and Phoenixes. And now heading into game 2, just like a seesaw action. Team Dignitas yet again slightly in the lead, but you can never count out Enix. If you're a little bit too aggressive, they're going to punish you.
Variety jumps away, and Big Man Tings doesn't feel the need to drop the ring. I think that's a great call, knowing that that ultimate is going to be able to come out of Osiris and make it a wasted ability. Going to save it for next time. 4 ultimates available on Team Dignitas. Variety just burning his, whereas Cherio's ult is the only one down here for Enix as we pass 17 on the clock. 12 on the kills, and 7 belong to Enix at the moment. And right now, teams are looking for their positioning around this Gold Fury. It's going to spawn very soon, in fact, just about 15 seconds. And that's where I think teams are going to either want to fight or look for after the next fight. And right away, you can see the positioning out of the blue squad, just getting ready to take down the big Harpy.
Warning is the big key factor here around this point in time because the Gold Fury has respawned now. Good defensive sentry wards from Dignitas, making sure that there's no aggressive wards out of Enix, just to, because if you don't have the aggressive wards, you're not going to start Gold Fury. Team Dignitas recognize this, making sure to deny that option away from the red Chaos squad. Cubo Fred, though, doing a little bit of poke onto Big Man Tings, but training ultimates here wouldn't be a bad idea for Enix. Odin for Ratatasker. Now you you don't really have to get worried about disrupting your backline.
Yeah, no, and I will trade an Odin ring for a Ratatasker ult every day of the week. I think Ratatasker has the larger impact here in this match specifically. Cherio takes to the sky, lands down again on his teammate, but the stun sets up the alley-oop. Lobster brings it down, and Big Man Tings finishes it off. 5-0-1 for the support, Odin.
Cubo Fred surprisingly dying with both of his relics available there. Purification Beads was up as well as the Aegis. Salius made the rotation, and Teleport is not available for the opposition of Variety.
Arkle gets pushed out, but his damage takes down Cherio and almost takes out Zelia as well. Zero's being chased on the right side, while Trix Tank gets pushed down on the left-hand side. Zero's jukes around, but he's gonna fall down anyway. That's gonna be number 9 for Enix. 6-9 right now. Team Dignitas trailing, unlike game number 1. Just underneath 20 minutes on the clock here, folks, and Enix able to take the lead. Very strong play. If you're a fan of Lobster and Friends, they could find this split. And again, to remind you, if you're just tuning in, should Enix win match number 2 instead of match number 1, and it winds up being a split, that means we got a tie. We got to play more games.
Oh, going into the backline is Variety. The Portal Demon does get secured by Enix, but they lose their mid laner.
Lobster goes down, Variety chasing Zelia. In fact, 3 players chasing Zelia. Funball and Big Man Tings waiting around the backside. Not enough. Ring comes down, so does Cherio. Up, down, out of the support. Cherio picks up one while Funball cleans up the other. Still on the offensive, forced out by Arkle, frankly. And Cherio is going to be forced into the Relic. Still dealing damage, slowed out. Double tap doesn't find it. Zerkers does. Cherio gets number 4. Still continuing. Nah, Trix Tank gonna be left alone, but Enix pick up the Portal Demon, they pick up the team fight, they trade 2 for 3 in that, and just a wonderful sequence coming out from Enix right there, furthering their lead to about 3,500.
Team Dignitas looked like they were about to turn that one around after the Portal Demon. You know, they found the first 2 kills originally, but they just chased Zelia a little bit too far into the speed buff out of Enix, and the double ultimates between Big Man Tings and Cherio, finding multiple targets out of position. There was no potential escape despite finding those 2 kills.
So without the displacement available, if you're just chasing Zelia dealing damage, he's going to be tanky thanks to that passive. Obviously his build is tanky. 5 players chasing 1, you think you have the lead, but you don't. And Zelia brings the enemy directly to his team, and down he goes. Team Dignitas defends their tier 1 tower in the mid lane. It's hanging on by the skin of its teeth here, Toli. And Enix able to just walk in and poke it down a couple of times, but will they find that opportunity? Different story. Cherio, well, players are dancing, decides to go farm.
Oh,
but
the blink. The blink ultimate out of Big Man Tings. Vulcan ultimate connecting onto 2. Arkle dying in the backline. Cherio landing as well. Cubo Fred gets eliminated. 2 members dead from Dignitas.
Cherio with the big boy plays here in this game. Very quiet. In game number 2, Variety picks up the Okie Doke, but definitely going to trade out here. Stun is good on the other side, so maybe I'll have to revise my statement. Variety, no, he'll definitely fall down.
3 for 1. Team Dignitas are struggling. Enix looking so good here, finding another objective after the tier 1 tower. And meanwhile, Cherio, he went originally to get the red buff during the tier 1 tower push, and he had the ultimate to dive the backline, trying to save the life of Lobster. Not able to do so, but it doesn't matter because they're going to be rewarded 2 towers and now potentially this Phoenix.
Yeah, another spin on top of Zeros, brings them down to half HP. Trix Tank trying to defend. Phoenix hanging on, 25% already. Relic chased out thanks to Kuzenbo. In the mid lane of Phoenix falls down. Trix Tank really can't do much about that.
This was a totally different game compared to the last one. Enix finds the Phoenix at the 22-minute mark. Big Man Tings gets slowed out by Arkle. He might have to sacrifice his life, but he throws out the ultimate, jumps away as well. The Phantom was used by Trix Tank, but not going to be able to chase down anyone else. Azalea gets assisted by Cherio with a beautiful wall.
A little bit of usage of the ultimate there. Kuzenbo has had a very large impact in this game. Low on the damage charts, but the way he's able to control the enemy, a number of times we've seen the flank come out from Zelia, push the enemy directly into whatever nonsense Enix wants to do, whether it's just basics from Funball, a giant jump from Big Man Tings, and that's another thing. You think you're going to escape the Odin ring, Zelia's going to push you into it before the ring comes down.
It's not necessarily about how much damage you do on the form of Zelia. It's about the timing of your damage. You're trying to use your thorns internally and your relic thorns to shut down some of these members. Not only that, when your spikes are visible, nobody's going to be doing damage to you either. So even though you're not doing damage, you're preventing the enemy opposition from doing damage.
It's fun. Game number 1, the lesson was don't pay attention to the kills all the time. It's about when you deal the kills and how impactful those kills are. Look at the damage charts. Arkle and Variety are leading damage. Number 1 is, for anybody on Enix, is going to be Cherio, surprisingly enough. So despite the fact that Enix overall is dealing less damage than Team Dignitas, it's the fact that the damage out of Enix is coming when it's absolutely necessary. It's giving them space, it's giving them the ability to start fights like this and pick up whatever they want.
Variety getting dove, but he has the ethereal form to be able to get through that wall. 5 members on the right-hand side from Enix trying to get an additional 1,500 gold under their pocket. Nice little stun by Trickstank, but it's not going to really deter too much against this late-game Rama.
Big spot for Team Dignitas. They need to defend here totally. Arkle starting things off right, getting the kill on Big Man Tings. Cherio comes down while Funball goes up. That's going to be a kill onto the enemy jungler. Team Dignitas have a great sequence right here. Variety continues it. 2 down for the side of Enix, and the chase is on. Arkle again. Unofficial double kill for the Hunter. That's going to put number 12 on the board. Team Dignitas absolutely needed to stop the rush of Enix right there, and that's exactly what they do.
They don't defend their tier 2 tower, but they sacrifice Cuvo Fred just to be able to secure 3 kills of their own. They're going to get the Fire Giant, but look where Thor is. Cherio has a Fire Minion wave down the Titan room. No, if there were more minions potentially here, but the Fire Giant has been secured. Goldfear is also going to get taken here by Funballer.
He's going to do some damage. Now, if he was playing jungle Hebo,
that would be a lot of damage. Just chipping away at the Titan could leave the vulnerability here for Team Dignitas just to throw the game potentially if they're just out of position to defend. The mid Phoenix does get easily taken out once it will get revived. It takes more damage. Not only that, it respawns at 50% health and doesn't go above that point in time anyway. So there could be a lot of plays where Enix could look for that Titan.
I'm still enthralled about watching that set from Team Dignitas right there. They don't defend that tier 2 tower over there on the right side, but that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for just the stop. They need to just stop Enix from continuing the momentum push. They lose the tower, but they get the positive trade there. I think it was a 3 for 2 or a 3 for 1. That in turn allows them to go ahead, pick up the Fire Giant. They're going to pick up the Portal Demon as well. This was an 8,000 gold separation, and it still is at the moment. Team Dignitas behind, but right now they have the Fire Giant behind them, and they're able now. They have the momentum. They're able to fight into Enix, despite the fact that Enix is leading by so much because of this Fire Giant push, and they're able to just stop what could have been the tumble salt out of Enix.
Not only that, Funballer made a very smart decision by not necessarily going with Cherio, trying to chip away at the Titan, but taking away the Gold Fury, recognizing that with this Fire Giant buff, Enix doesn't necessarily want to fight you during this duration, so instead taking more gold into their pocket, making sure Team Dignitas is still going to be behind.
So right there, is Cherio's goal to solo the Titan?
Not necessarily to solo, but just to get more members off of the Fire Giant, trying to make it last longer, making sure that it's not getting taken that quickly. So it could be a little bit of a tactic ploy, and now you revealed your cards.
It's also about what you do after the Fire Giant. If there's a Thor on your Titan, he's not killing it in 2 seconds, but he can kill it in 30.
Yes.
And if you take your
Especially
Fire
with
Giant,
a Fire Minion wave.
If you take your Fire Giant and you push up the waves like you're quote-unquote supposed to, the Thor's just going to take it. So it forced Enix to go ahead and respond. Cherio ulting.
Trickstank using his Phantom to allow them to disengage from that Odin Kitch. Kivofred still in the sky, landing on top of Xaylia, stunning him out. Not going to be doing too much here. Xaylia has to retreat. Terra's Blessing being used. The Vulcan ultimate connects onto Trickstank. Nice little meditation to be used. Variety's diving the back, though.
That single ultimate on a Lobster puts him #1 in the player damage. Not content with just that, Funball wants to fight back as well. Lands 2 out of 3. Here's a nice stun coming out of Cherio, but players able to walk around and zeros.
Oh, a big man barely survived that. Look at his health pool. Xaylia has to retreat as well. His teleport is available. He's going to be back into this team fight. It's going to be a 4-on-5, and Dignitas are retreating, this could be a bait.
Yeah, look at Enix right here coming around the backside. Zelia and Cherio, those are the two that you want to flank. Zelia can push into your damage, and Cherio can stop the retreat. Zelia gets stunned out, Thorns, and deals some of the damage back. Love that play. Nice little bounce of the little Kappa, and he'll damage out Zeros just a little bit.
Big Man Ting still on the side. His ultimate
Does
is available. He did beads away from that Thor wall. Big Man Ting still looking to trap in some more members. The Phantom is not available for Trixang to get out of this one.
Zelia and friends fighting into the team with the Fire Giant. Enix now very strong, pushing up. Hugo Fred, this ult is going to be very important. Knocks up one, gets an Aegis on the other. There's the ring and a BMT. There goes the Frenzy, and it's going to allow the continuing team fight. Damage onto Hugo Fred, who falls down. It's the Turtle Man with the Turtle Plan. Lobster picks up the kill, number 18. Enix going to fight directly into the Fire Giant buff. Lobster picks up his second kill of the game. It's only his second. It's only number 2.
That's all he needed. This timing is all that matters. Variety trying to find something in return. Lord of the Afterlife onto one, but it's not enough. Everyone here to respond, saving Lobster's life. Enix survives the Fire Giant push out of Team Dignitas. They hold on to their tier 2 tower. They grab 2 towers of their own.
Now you can say that people at home might say it was because of the lead, but look at the itemization. The lead that Enix had just wasn't, it's not like they have an extra item or 2 items. Dignitas, they have their items. So that was just straight up Enix fighting better than what Team Dignitas could bring to them. What an excellent set here. Enix looking for the split again, reminding fans at home, this will bring us to a tiebreak scenario if the red team go ahead and win. Enix shifting over to the left side after taking down the mid Phoenix.
Finding it very easily. Cherio in the sky, making sure it's very difficult for Zeros to go into that backline. Cubofred's waiting in as well, trying to wait it out. The great patience out of Cubofred.
Second time that's happened, and Cubo's going to keep on keeping on. Enix can't push into the Phoenix. Team Dignitas successfully defend.
That's all they needed to do, smiting on to defend that left side Phoenix.
So you're seeing this time and time again. Cherio goes up, Cubo Fred sees it, or Cubo Fred goes up, forcing Cherio to go up. And Cherio sits there waiting for the rat to come down. But Cubo Fred knows that the Ratatasker ultimate stays in the sky longer. Cherio is forced to waste his ultimate land on his team.
It's solo waiting game, not wanting to dive the Phoenix is Cherio. It's just a great idea trying to stop the global ultimate of Cubo Fred, but the duration just doesn't favor the Thor player in that scenario.
That's the second time it happened. Cherio can't allow that to happen a third time.
Oh, Lobster.
Variety jumps forward, Lobster chops the ultimate, and it's 1-on-3. Here comes Cherio. Cubo Fred already got the kill.
Cubo Fred taking 1 off the table, and that's going to be a second one dead for Enix. The stun onto 2. Funballer getting dove in the backline. Cubo Fred landing onto him. It's going to be the 3rd member dead potentially. It is successful. Aegising away into safety. 5-on-2. Zalia and Big Man Tings has to defend mid.
Variety, the one-man band, does it by himself, walks into 5. His teammates show up late, but fashionably late. 4 players dead on the side of Enix. They're certainly not around, and they're going to watch their tier 2 tower fall down from the black and white death screen.
This is a long
1500.
Long respawn timer. There also are minions. Now, it doesn't take away backdoor protections, but these clay golems could take the Titan for a little bit, and it seems that Team Dignitas, they might be trying to go for the end.
They're going right for it. Frenzy means fight. The Titan in trouble. Half HP already. Anatoly, 31 on the clock. Enix is trying to defend here. Zeros gets the kill on a Big Man Tings. The damage is being dealt onto the Titan. This one is going to be in trouble. Cherio gets a kill. Still
it's
not
so
dead
low.
yet. Titan goes down. That's going to be Team Dignitas. Enix comes up square. Team Dignitas take the entire set. It's a 2-0.
Team Dignitas 2-0ing. Oh, Enix, they were so close. Just so much back and forth action between these 2 teams. You got to give it up to Enix, though.
That's absolutely my kind of match. I mean, these guys absolutely played fantastically, even across the way. Enix comes through, new organization, same old song and dance, strong play out of virtually everybody. And again, I think that the composition, I think that the draft from what Enix brought out was totally fine. I thought that Zelia played a fantastic Kuzenbo. I never actually thought I'd say that phrase, but what happens, happens. And he looks
absolutely
great.
Did.
So right here, before we toss it over the desk, Toli, what's your last statement on that matchup?
honestly, it was just the battle of the mid laners between Zeros and Lobster. Not necessarily them battling each other, but them battling everyone else on the enemy team, trying to make sure that they were surviving a lot of these encounters.
A lot of fun stuff, and honestly, I mean, I'm kind of jealous of the guys. I want to keep talking about this one. It's going to be Aggro and Hindu breaking it down.
Thanks so much, Tom and Tolly as well. Dignitas versus Enix, that we just saw. I'm going to get it right.
You'll get it eventually.
I'm going to get it right once.
Yeah.
Enix. There you go.
Enix, you got
it was a battle that we expected to be good with two rosters that know quite a lot about each other as well. Game 1, typical EU, slower pace.
Very much
mechanical, methodical, trying to go for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very back and forth, very extended, long game. What was it, like 11 kills total at the end of it? But for me, I mean, Cuvo was the one that really set Dignitas apart in that game. Really, really killed it on that Hun Bats, just setting the pace in the few engagements that we actually saw. Even early on here, I mean, we're 12 minutes in, only 1 kill on the board.
But one of the reasons Hun Bats is probably one of the highest win rates still in the SPL when it does get picked is how well you can do a multitude of things time and time again. And as a jungler, that's exactly what you need.
Every time, and you know Cuvo's been around the block. He knows what he's doing when it comes to these late. Look at just the late game damage he's got, and that's what Hun Bats can bring to the table. He's often thought of as this mid-game control-oriented jungler, but Hun Bats in the late game is a carry. He can absolutely one-shot a backline squishy.
Well, the average in terms of kills in the split is 12 per team. In that set alone, there was only 11 kills total for about a 40-minute game as well. Is a long time.
That's it was very, very back and forth. And again, it comes back to that composition from Dignitas being sustain-oriented. You've got variety on the Hercules. You've got Zeros on that Aphrodite. They wanted to play that game slow. Dignitas came into that game looking to play slowly, and that's exactly what they did. They end up taking the Game 1 victory.
Now, Game 2, bit of a different story at the start there. Enix got off to a very, very good start overall, but it wasn't the tail of the tape in the end. Most of that, I guess, comes down to the support play. I think that's what we noticed.
Yeah, Trix absolutely killed it on this Terra. There's one fight in particular by the Gold Fury. It's not this one, which is also by the Gold Fury, but I think we'll have a clip of it later, where he does an amazing job of turning and peeling for Arkil. And Scotty's excellent. Scotty does a lot of things very, very well. We've seen her have incredible success at the SPL level, but she still is vulnerable to backline dive compositions. You need someone with this peel-oriented mindset. This is what I'm talking about right here. This double stun to peel for Arkil. Arkil's able to get a kill and survive there. Trix was all over the map on this Terra.
He should have been dead and he wasn't, and that's down to the support play out. Trix sang a lot of setup potential with Terra. We always knew she was very good at controlling team fights and supporting defensive nature if required, as well as having those offensive capabilities.
And not only that, but the ultimate just so important. I mean, that's what everyone was really valuing at the pro level whenever Terra first burst onto that scene, is that Terra's Blessing ultimate. So you know that ultimate's going to be impactful. How well can you control the team is what really sets apart the good Terras from the great Terras, and Trix had a great Terra game.
I mean, you look at the post-game stats as well, you can clearly see kills don't necessarily win you the game.
Nor structure damage. You know, it's all about where you can win that last team fight. Enix was making that push on the left-hand side, but Dignitas able to come out and pull out a big 2-0 victory, because we talked about it a lot at the beginning of this day, Hindu. There were some serious tiebreaker possibilities between this team and Energy. I mean, now it's Dignitas, they're in.
Dignitas have confirmed themselves their spot at Masters alongside Obey, the second seed, now out of Europe. And on the line right now is going to be Variety is going to be joining us as well. Congratulations, Variety. Are you there?
Yeah, cheers. It means a lot to be top 2.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, for you guys as well, it was a big match here against Enix today. You guys against Enix, it's got a lot of back and forth between the two of you. You know, some history in the past with some of the players and things. Was there anything special about this set other than, obviously, you both need the 2-0?
Yeah, for the set, myself and Zara didn't really mean too much, but I know for Trix and Cuvo, this was like the most important set of their lives. This is the one they wanted to win out of every single set this split.
Well, you got another one of those yourself coming up at at SMITE Masters here in Atlanta. That's going to be up against your former teammates in Obey. Are you excited to see them at LAN?
Yeah, of course. We did sadly lose 2-0 to them in the split, but you can't expect that much when we've been a team for less than 2 months. Finishing second, I can't be too disappointed, but at the LAN, I'm sure we're going to bring it back and hopefully smash them.
And you mentioned that you've only been together 2 months. How is this synergy growing with you guys? Obviously, it's the first split that you played together, and then top 2 is pretty solid. I guess the foundations are there, and we just got to continue to work on things.
Yeah, I think our late game team finds pretty solid already. I think it's just the early game and mid game rotations which we need to work on, and how well we play together then.
Is this where you expected to be in terms of not only in the standings, but your level of play at this stage at the end of the spring split? Like you mentioned, towards the beginning, you know, you're a new team, you're still getting everything working together. Are you happy with where you ended up, though?
Yeah, of course we're happy. I think I said in an interview on the Dignitas website that we're going to use the split to learn and just merge well together. So we weren't really expecting to come top 2, but we have the capability of, so I'm not really surprised that we're here, but yeah, I'm surprised of how well we've done so far.
Now, very pleased for you guys in Dignitas. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give, Variety? You got a bit of a break now as well, so make sure you get these shout-outs good before we let you go.
Yeah. Shout out to our coach Biggie, the Australian powerhouse. He's been doing so much work behind the scenes with spreadsheets and just all that kind of stuff. Shout out to Dignitas, of course, and all our sponsors, and congratulations to Cuba and Trix for playing so well today.
Yeah, good job from those two. Good job from yourself as well. Thanks so much for joining us. Variety from Team Dignitas secured their spot into Masters. But guess what? It's the birthday week, Aggro. You know what that means?
Happy birthday. It's your birthday?
No, it's birthday week for Smite. It's not my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Smite.
I don't have birthdays. I'm too old for them now.
Really? You've outgrown birthdays?
They don't exist anymore for me.
Then how do you continue to get older every year?
I don't. You do.
Wow, you're stuck here.
I am forever.
Wow, this is terrible. You could have done this a little earlier when you were younger.
The third birthday with sales events and more is what's going on right now. I believe at the moment this weekend is Double Everything weekend, so make sure you take advantage of that and be able to celebrate the birthday with us.
Yeah, you make sure you use those worshiper boosters that you've been saving up. You get 4 times if you use those worshiper boosters, and you can really get those diamonds, get those cool diamond rewards for mastering more and more gods.
And also with that this weekend, we also have a hit point sale going on as well for all your clothing needs. Smite.hitpoint.tv, 15% off everything to do with what they sell there, from things like hats all the way through to plushies of Fenrir.
Yeah, you can also get a Hindu shirt. I know you wear the Hit Point
I do. That's
Hindu
amazing.
shirt
I love
all
that
the time.
esports looking one. It's great. It's cool.
Actually, do you really want to be wearing the same things that Hindu wears on a day-to-day basis? Next thing you know, you're going to wear glasses that you didn't expect to need, and then the bow tie comes in, and then you start like craving tea all the time. It's probably best if you stay away from the Hindu shirt and get some of the other merchandise there at Hit Point.
Or, on the other hand, go to where Aggro shops, which is basically where they sell cardboard, because that's exactly what it looks like, just a cardboard generic white guy.
I look like cardboard?
That's
the best. I went on forever. You had forever to come up with something better than that.
I didn't need forever. You just
I knew you could have done better. I was expecting something very, very good on the back end, but I didn't get it. I'm very disappointed.
You're about as entertaining as cardboard. That's all I've got to say. You look like cardboard. You entertain like cardboard. You are cardboard.
I just don't think the looks like cardboard is really going to fly.
Solid Snake jumps inside you to hide. That's the best thing that could happen with you. With that, we're going to go to a break, and after the break, we've got 2 more sets of European action to bring you. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back, welcome back. EU has 2 more sets to play today. We will have a little look at the settings in a moment, but the first thing I want to tell you about is the caster. You guys can sign up if you think you have the potential to be a caster, you want to show off your skills, head over there, apply at thecaster.tv for a chance to win $10,000 if you can be first place.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of gems as well to be taken on the table. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it, Hindu.
I mean, you got to quit, first of all, because you can't be at high res and also apply. Just doesn't work
I didn't read the fine print.
Did you not?
Make sure you guys also read the fine print.
Make sure you read the fine print too, because you never know. But it is international as well, so we don't make like that. No, it's not just North America anymore. The Caster.tv, if you are a European, Australian, South African, South American, I just could name it 100 places. If you're from
Antarctica?
If you're from anywhere, you can apply. I didn't even realize it was you on the desk, Tolly. I was used to that useless piece of rubbish next to me aggro, so I'm really surprised to see some quality on the desk with me.
That's what happens when you go from a fat egg to just a regular egg.
You call yourself a regular egg.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay,
it's better than whatever you were about to throw at me.
No, I wasn't going to be mean or anything. You hit yourself. I'll move on. Standings is what I want to look at now, because we've got Rival versus Elevate and Sanguine versus Energy, the last 2 sets of the day. Now, obviously, the top 2 are locked in for Masters, Tolly, but the rest will come to the Gauntlet LAN here, okay? And that really is important now when you look at the points to make sure that you're in the right position for the Gauntlet LAN to not have to play too many games to get an extra spot.
Absolutely. Elevate are currently sitting at 7 points. Rival are sitting at 5, tied with Lion Guard currently. Very important step for both of these teams just to get 1 step above in that ladder. Not to mention, Elevate could potentially go over Energy if they find the 2 here, and if Energy lose both of their games against Sanguine in the last set.
And Rival for them at the bottom as well. If they can find a win here, or even just a split against Elevate, they will climb above Lion Guard, which is 1 less game they will have to play in the Gauntlet heading forward.
Very important for both of these teams now just to climb their way out of the Gauntlet. But talking about these 2 teams, Rival versus Elevate, you know, both of these teams kind of struggling a little bit in the beginning of the split, trying to rebuild their foundation. You know, Elevate losing 2 members, so it could be an interesting dynamic between these 2 teams.
Really could. Who'd you got on paper here, Tolly? If you had to put your money on one, or you're going to go split?
I got to give it to Rival here. Their chemistry is still solid here. They made no changes since Season 3.
That's true. Well, these 2 teams have been fighting in this lower half of the division for a while now. It's time to head over to the box and Taco to go through this set.
Thank you, Graham.
We're
ready to go. That's me, I guess.
Hey,
the cardboard box. I don't know if you heard our little exchange.
I think he was referring to Xbox, you know, when you used to be on a team with Chapo.
Yes, I remember that, but he was also, if you were watching our last segment, which was beautifully done, by the way, and if you weren't watching, then you messed up, he referred to me as cardboard. I don't understand. I still don't get it. It must be an English sort of accent, or well, it is the English accent, but an insult. That's the word I'm looking for. Kepri, Susano, Hunbats, Kabrakan. Pretty standard bans across the board here for both teams. And Rival immediately going to lock in Thor for Ice Ice Baby.
Standard bans, but I'm not so sure about seeing any standard gameplay coming out between these 2 teams.
True.
Like Tolly and Hindu mentioned, they're both really trying to establish themselves at this point in time for that Gauntlet seeding. And considering the matchup, I think that this could be a fairly clean game between the 2 of them.
I agree. Both these teams definitely pretty competitive in terms of where they are with one another. Rival, you saw on the standings, has a chance to jump over Lion Guard, and we've seen how important that is in these Gauntlet sort of series to just even eliminate 1 game that you have to play. It ups your chances pretty significantly. Typical duo lane draft right away here for Elevate. Rom, Fafnir, that's going to be the Bruise Brothers in the duo lane for Elevate. But Uller and Bologna, that Uller selection for me, Taco, I think that's going to be for Wolfie in the mid lane.
I would lean more towards placing that in the mid lane than what I would into the duo lane, especially in a matchup against a ROM where it can be a little bit unfavorable. But at the same time, one thing to really consider is Rival and Elevate, while they look pretty even on paper, we've seen Elevate take games off of some pretty top-tier teams in EU so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if they really showed and came through today. And right now, Elevate's draft, it's speaking one thing to me, and there it is Burst.
A lot of Burst, really looking to set up off that Naja ultimate from Failed. It's going to be Ra in the mid lane there for Nulissa. Isis, so that is going to be Uller in the duo lane, unless there's some sort of crazy shenanigans that we aren't expecting. Wolfie going to be looking to get some pressure. That's one of the oldest combinations in Smite, Taco. Isis, Thor, mid-jungle combination. It just screams pressure.
And on top of that, with the Amir pick being placed in on the side of Rival, you have to consider how much AoE and map control this team could potentially have with the Amir Isis Thor. That's a really strong 3v3 composition as opposed to the Fafnir Nisha Ra, which takes a little bit more execution if you want to pull that off like entirely.
Tons of CC all across the board there for Rival. Everyone on Rival has a stun in their kit, so you know that Elevate's going to have to get that purification beads, maybe even early purification beads upgrade potentially to knock down that cooldown a little bit.
It wouldn't be anything to overlook, and I'm sure that Elevate are probably keeping that in mind because they're trying to run the dual Guardian frontline that we've seen so many teams opt for during this season in particular, but Rival, not necessarily the same story.
No, a little bit of a different sort of take here for Rival. No sustain really on their side. Isis can, of course, provide a burst sustain courtesy of her ultimate, but nothing compared to that of the heal coming out of Nulissa. And that's going to be the story, I think, between these two teams. Just looking at the composition strictly here, can Elevate find the initial kill in the team fight? If a Rival are able to withstand the initial burst of the Naja ultimate and the Searing Pain from Nulissa, it could be difficult to Elevate to lock a target down and find the kill.
And especially when you have to consider that Rival probably does have a little bit more dual lane pressure from the get-go. I think it can make the team fights really interesting early on in those initial jungle buff cycles.
Well, either way, we're going to have to wait and see who gets the end of the pressure. Sometimes what looks to be the pressure on paper doesn't always turn out, but Rival looks to be getting the better of Elevate early on here in this dual lane. On the right-hand side, you can see just how much pressure Wolfie and Ice Ice Baby were able to exert on that mid lane, already sealing away the enemy speed buff. Nulissa was left by herself to start off the game, knowing that she wouldn't have pressure. Now there's a fight going on right around those right side elementals. Fails, getting very, very low, and Ice Ice Baby able to clean him up for the easy first blood. Rival first on the board.
And that's just a really unfortunate circumstance for Fails to find himself in, was just trying to sneakily loop around, potentially look for some kind of steal on the speed buff or elementals, but I mean, as an Ajah, the mobility isn't exactly your strong point, and facing off against a Thor Isis, that's just an all too easy rotation for Isis and Wolfie to make.
You can already see exactly why this combination is so time tested, is this Isis Thor combination. CC, pressure, damage in the early game. You got plenty of that in all three of those categories. Ice Ice Baby off to an early lead in that jungle, sitting up a level on Fails, who doesn't have a whole lot to farm in his own jungle right now, Taco. It's literally only the right side back camps that are available to him in terms of things that are guaranteed on his side.
That's always worst case scenario for a jungler, especially in the Jha at that, considering that I don't think that Elevate were necessarily anticipating to lose their entire jungle. Sure, maybe a buff or two from the get-go because of the Isis Thor, but getting the blue buff stripped away as well, and that was just Deathwalker solo invading.
And that's what you kind of sign up for when you put a Guardian in that solo lane, though, isn't it? I mean, no numbers on this Xing Chen does a lot for you in terms of his team fighting potential, his mid to late game, excellent poke because it's percentage-based HP on Furious Roar. But there's not a whole lot to write about in terms of his early game laning phase.
And that's probably the main concern for Elevate at this point in time, is that early to mid game is really what Rival is trying to capitalize on here. I mean, when you draft Thor, Emir, Isis, you're certainly looking to just take up every single early game trade that is possible. And now, considering that they're already with the upper hand, I mean, this could become really snowbally really fast.
I really like this draft overall from Rival, because we saw them on Thursday up against Obey in the game 2, where it was a much more, you know, some would call it a clown fiesta, and I probably would as well when I was watching it, but it was very, they seem to excel at these early game team fights where it's a little bit chaotic. They want to throw the game into an organized chaos, and they can really do that with this sort of composition. I'd like to see them try and fight basically all the time with this sort of comp.
Well, I mean, Rival are a team that are certainly known for getting up in your face at all points in time, and it's probably what they do best. They just absolutely love to brawl amongst each other, and with the freedom to do so due to this draft, I mean, anything is possible.
Right now, they're up 1 kill to 0. Still got that first blood vote. Dancing along.
Breaking it down on the Euler in the dual lane.
It's a solid dance emote. We don't see enough people use dance emotes.
I personally, Fenrir will always be my favorite one.
Really? I really like Thor's. Thor's got Team Rivals drafted an excellent dance emote squad here. Uller, top tier dance emote. Thor, one of my personal favorites. They've got a lot going for them. What does Elevate have? Does anyone on Elevate even have a dance emo yet? I don't think so. I don't think any of those characters. This game is
But
just
Rom does
outdrafted.
have the best spam laugh in the game.
That is without a doubt.
And a Raw.
Deathwalker all by himself on this right-hand side, but he's returning that damage onto no numbers with no fear whatsoever. We know Deathwalker likes to play this Bologna, and we know that Rival likes to distract and grab the objective. Gold Fury quickly in their favor. Fails secures his speed, but they lose the Gold Fury because of it. Excellent macro play here from Team Rival. No numbers tossing Deathwalker into tower, but that might have hurt him more than it helped him. Deathwalker thought about going for it, but ultimately lets him back.
Unfortunately, Deathwalker just couldn't find the cooldowns in time to secure that early kill onto no numbers. And going back to that Gold Fury steal, that was so well played by Rival. They knew that Elevate were going to rotate to the jungle camp to try and secure that speed for Fails, or just at the very least ensure that they don't lose both of their buffs for free the second time around. And so that was absolutely perfect shot calling by Rival to immediately go for the Gold Fury.
Utilizing that Isis early. We always talk about it when it comes to Isis. Objective secure is the name of her game, and Rival definitely putting that to use. Both Oracles go the way of Rival, securing them some extra vision on that left-hand side, though Fails has really seemed to commit to farming at this stage. In fact, he's farmed so hard he hasn't backed yet since that first blood, still hasn't even started his boots.
That's kind of the main issue that he's had here. He's probably backing right now, actually, to pick up those boots so he can have a little bit of damage online, because in order to really utilize this Ra-Neja combination, you've got to have the burst coming through, and that's not going to happen when you don't have boots online for Neja.
Well, now Fails has it, and Nulissa still needs to finish off those penetration boots for herself in the mid lane. That's when we, I think, could start to see some big plays coming out of Fails and his mid laner, Nulissa. Nulissa didn't start the season on this team for Elevate, but has absolutely come in and really showed some really improved play, I would say.
Playing and having the experience that she did in the last split has really helped her out, and now Vote having to force out the purification beads, that could have been a really bad situation, but that's kind of what Neja just does best, is force those actives.
And that's where those are the types of fights that Neja wants to take, not the 4v4s, the 3v3s. He wants to take those outnumbered engagements or even engagements where it's low numbers of players, because Neja obviously puts himself in a bad position whenever he uses that artillery sash. So those sorts of scenarios where there's not a whole lot of danger for Neja going in, those are the ideal situations for Fails.
And Callus is such a thoughtful support, man. Just recognizes that his hunter wanted to back and waited for him to come up the lane holding that creep wave perfectly. If that was, I can't imagine many Guardians who would forfeit that kind of free farm.
Especially on a god like Ymir, who can free farm that wave very, very easily, clear it for himself. Callus always thinking of the squad. He's backed himself and finished off that Mark of the Vanguard. Started into what looks to be an early Gauntlet of Thebes here, I would guess, with that Emerald Talisman tree being started up. Don't imagine you can't really build Shield of Regrowth on Ymir. It doesn't have a heal or anything of the sort. Thebes has been a popular support pickup early on in this Season 4. And on the right-hand side, Rival again, using that pressure to their advantage, securing the enemy speed.
With the Gold Fury being down, Rival have no concern in the world and can exert as much presence as they want into the jungle of Team Elevate right now.
Wolfie is really controlling this game nicely on this Isis. Mid pressure is so important in terms of where the rest of your team is allowed to be on the map. Yes, it's an Ice baby on this Thor that's really done the most of the damage, but he's going to eat some damage right now. Callus with a nice wall preventing the chase in from Elevate. Nulissa does tag Ice with that snipe, but not enough damage to finish him off. But going back to the mid-pressure point, it's so much about how much can their mid-rotate, can our mid-rotate, that dictates where you can invade around the map, probably more so than anything else.
You can just tell already that Wolfie is feeling really comfortable in this Isis. He almost has a 1k gold lead clean over Nulissa right now, so his itemization is going to be at least half an item or even a full item to a certain extent ahead of her, and because of that, it could make fights really uncomfortable for Elevate.
Kalos with the wall and freeze combination forces out that purification beads from Fails, and it's a perfect time to do so with that Gold Fury. going to be ready to go and respawn in about 30 seconds right now. And with how much CC Rival has, Fails cannot feel comfortable without his purification beads ready to go. Tier 1 tower, that's going to fall in favor of Rival, who have only, the first blood happened in, 35, 40 seconds into the game. And ever since then, it's just been Rival daring Elevate to fight them. And Elevate really hasn't taken it.
And this is already so rough for Elevate. The issue there was even if Elevate hadn't been back during that point in time, I mean, you saw the duo lane was just farming out their lane, but even if Nulissa had been present, they couldn't have contested that tower. Both of them, Fails doesn't have his actives up. Nulissa was just not really enough damage to try and punish anybody underneath that T1 tower. And 4 members strong, Rival are looking really good in this early game.
No Numbers has arrived on this left-hand side. All of Elevate grouping up. There's the wall from Collis, which prevents Fails from being able to use that Windfire wheels. Great wall out of him. Deathwalker pretty far forward, but he is level 11, the highest level in the game right now outside of Wolfie, who's sitting at a monstrous level 12 less than 10 minutes in. That is unlikely for mid laners to be this far ahead in terms of levels compared to the rest of the teams. Both players really in the mid lane. That's
actually the first time I have ever seen an Amir wall in the SPL block off the follow-up attack from Ninja Sash.
Collis has been on point with these Ymir walls, and he's really been setting a lot up. There he is once more, making sure Jermaine's feeling the pressure, uses the purification beads, and maybe forced to ult here as Ice Ice Baby thought about going in, but the pressure and response from the rest of Elevate is good enough. Jermaine does use the ultimate just in case, and the meditation, and Ice Ice Baby only forced to expend his ultimate. And again, it all comes back to that Ymir freeze coming out of Collis.
The thing is that when you get Ymir frozen at that point in time, Jermaine didn't opt to use his purification beads immediately because he was kind of just anticipating eating the damage from the Ymir too. But because he held the beads and Ice Ice unable to follow up, those in-hands already chunking away with the Ickful build.
He already very, very strong for Jermaine, but no lifesteal. So this poke composition for Rival could really come into play here. Just the long-range Uller damage, the long-range Spirit Balls, the double taps, all of that going to be very, very effective up against Jermaine, at least until Nulissa is able to finish off Roderick Sleppy, as Gold Fury committed onto here by Team Rival. Circle of Protection and Shards of Ice is enough to secure the Gold Fury through the Raw Snipe, and Rival walk away with their second big objective of the game.
And that's kind of just a freebie. I mean, at this stage of the game, you have the Isis ultimate available, and as soon as Elevate recognized that the Isis ultimate had been dropped, at that point in time, they're mostly just thinking about, can we capitalize on this and maybe find a follow-up kill or two to see if we can push down their T1 tower, but just that option completely unavailable with the heal coming through off the ultimate, and then just the perfect disengage, just nobody really able to get punished.
Both these characters on the side of Rival, Isis and Ymir, excel at securing early Gold Furies. On the other side for Elevate, Raw, one of the best characters in the game in terms of stealing away objectives, but well played between both Collis and Wolfie to secure that Gold Fury over the top of the damage coming in from Nulissa.
I think it was also a smart play by Nulissa not to opt to use her Raw ultimate at that point in time, because or to try and capitalize off of it with the steal. There was just not enough follow-up potential for Elevate to really chase through onto that objective after she had initially used it, and so pretty safe.
Looking for Jermaine, no purification beads and no life. Ice Ice Baby puts number 2 on the board for Rival, his second as well. 2-0-0 for the jungler, who a lot of people in Europe have a lot of respect for, Taco. The casual SPL watcher may not think of Ice Ice Baby in terms of top junglers in Europe, but he certainly gets that respect from his colleagues.
We just haven't necessarily had a chance to really see Ice Ice Baby shine so far in any of the sets that they've played this split. But, I mean, he's certainly still a mechanically gifted player, and certainly not one to underlook.
He's killing it right now. He's up 2 levels over Fails. No Numbers still having some trouble with this matchup in the solo lane. Deathwalker, every time I see Deathwalker on Bologna, I'm excited because I know he's going to have an excellent game. He always looks so comfortable. Now he's here with Collis. Collis actually going to get tossed into that tier 2 tower, but Ice Ice cleans up number 3 for Rival as well as for himself. And that's that pressure that you kind of have to worry about when you put a Guardian up against a Warrior in that solo lane.
For No Numbers, that was kind of just a last-ditch effort. Maybe toss Callus far enough into that T2 so that his team can catch up and potentially pick up another kill onto him, but unfortunately, he's just going to lose his tower, and considering that Rival already took the Gold Fury, I mean, now they're just free reign onto the Portal Demon.
And with no Tier 1 tower on the right, it's going to be difficult for Elevate to run away if this engagement were to go poorly, especially because there's also no Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Portal Demon does go the way of Rival, who are up almost 10,000 gold right now, Taco, with 3 kills. They're up almost 8,000 gold with 3 kills. It's just been pressure points over and over and over again. Rival look like acupuncturists. They're just putting the needles in the right spots to prevent Elevate from fighting them. Ice Ice Baby looking to prevent Fails from getting yet another speed buff. Can't quite find the ultimate. Disengages immediately. There's the Armillary Sash onto Deathwalker. Speed buff does go the way of Team Elevate, but they do not want to fight into this lead that Rival have earned for themselves. No Numbers already getting low just between the 2 tanky targets, Deathwalker and Colossus.
And this is just such an incredibly awkward situation for Elevate to be in. It's like they want to defend their jungle and they want to potentially try and turn around these fights, but they're just too far behind to do so.
Good news for Elevate is that Jermaine hung out on that left side and got 500 gold for the squad. Bad news for Elevate, No Numbers is in trouble, just able to get away from Ice Ice Baby, who's just been all over the map so far. Tier 2 tower, the focus early on here for Rival. Jermaine starting to head back over. There's a Sash in, Dardes up into the Dragon, but Fails gets exploded right off the bat. No Numbers doesn't even get to toss Colossus after that ultimate. Jermaine looking for the snipes, does find all 3, but it's not enough damage to finish anyone from Rival off. Deathwalker in trouble, does get that Tier 2 tower. Jermaine pops the purification beads, and he falls. Vote puts number 6 for Rival up there on the scoreboard, and Deathwalker med baits Jermaine perfectly.
That was so unfortunate for Jermaine. You could tell he was so hungry to try and pick up a kill onto maybe Vode or even Callus. I mean, as an ADC, and you're opting for such an aggressive build like Jermaine has done, you want to think that you're going to be able to pick up a kill or two, and that's why you burn out the purification beads in such an aggressive manner to see if you could potentially get off the damage. And it's just so unlucky that he couldn't find anything. 1v4, the immediate turnaround from Rival was excellent.
And Jermaine really doesn't have a lot of damage in that build. It's aggressive in terms of the attack speed and some good penetration, but without finishing off that 3rd item quite yet, it's going to be difficult for him to actually make it happen. Dardes trying to sneak away this purple buff, will only be able to do so, but now my man's in a bad spot. Ice Ice Baby isn't going to find the wall, but does find the nice double tap anyways, but Dardes, without the rest of the full commit from Rival, Dardes was safe to just jump away.
Ice Ice has been really on point with these Thor double taps as well, and also you'd be surprised just how much damage an Ickful can really do to a player once they're getting free casted on.
Very true, but even still, I mean, Jermaine is still only level 12. It's going to be difficult for him to really burst anyone on Rival down at this stage. Even Colossus is up a level on the Hunter for Elevate. Tier 1 tower on left side falls. Only 2 towers left standing right now for Elevate, who are getting blanked on the scoreboard by Rival. No Numbers waltzes into the wrong neighborhood, but no one there. Ice Ice Baby just creating that zone. Gold Fury down below half HP. Dardes was thinking about putting up a prayer there, a Hail Mary hammer, but decides not to as Rival secures Gold Fury number 3, just 16 minutes in. Rival's just suffocating Elevate.
Another issue for Elevate too is that No Numbers actually opted for this blink on Xing 10, which it's a good mindset to have. It's a very strong active for a Xing 10 to pick up, but when your team is so far behind and you're hitting that level 12 mark, I would have preferred to see him opt for a shell, maybe for the side of Elevate, because with the blink, your intentions are to be aggressive and to go in and frontline, potentially set your team up for kills. But when the whole of Elevate has pretty much no follow-up damage at this stage of the game because of the fact that they got off on such a big deficit for both gold and experience, you just can't initiate as a Xing 10.
Maybe it's to juke and blink away as Rival chase him.
I mean, that's always a possibility, but for the most part, No Numbers has always been a bit of an aggressive solo laner. We've seen him, he's much like Deathwalker in that he loves to brawl. It's just this isn't necessarily the game that he has a very high potential to brawl in.
Yeah, trolls aside, I absolutely agree with you. Another blink actually picked up by Fails, though that one maybe a little bit more understandable. If Elevate are able to find that one-shot potential that this composition still has onto a guy like Ice Ice Baby or possibly Wolfie, maybe that turns a fight in their favor. Maybe Fails can help combine with Nulissa. Well, that's going to be a lot to ask of both of these players as Elevate are on the run once more. Fails, uses that Artillery Sash to interrupt Deathwalker. Deathwalker wasn't really trying to do anything. He was just making sure that Rival strip away another objective from Elevate without any sort of contention. Tier 2 tower now gone.
And with Portal Demon being available, Rival aren't even considering it. They're just immediately going straight for that FG, and Ice's ultimate's been placed down, but nobody on Elevate is even anywhere near. They know they can't contest.
Fire Giant at the 18-minute mark goes Rival's way. Look at the player damage charts. I mean, Wolfie has done less player damage than everyone on Rival. But that's not a shot at Wolfie. That is an okay stat line for ISIS to have because it's just about the threat and the control for the objectives.
Player damage as a whole just hasn't been very high in this game, and there's nothing wrong with that considering the fact that Elevate have been making the smarter decisions to not try and engage into Team Rival. Once they recognized that they were down 6k gold, their entire team's usually a level behind the whole of Rivals. I mean, there's no reason for Elevate to try and take up any sort of awkward fights. Like you mentioned with the Najah picking up the Blink, that's more so Elevate trying to just look for the drop ship onto one of the carries for Rival, probably potentially Ice Ice since he doesn't have any defense online right now, or even Wolfie or Vogue. But if they can maybe secure one kill, it could turn a team fight. I'm just not certain that they have the damage for the follow-up afterwards.
I mean, they're down a whopping 16,000 gold. They've lost almost 1,000 gold a minute to Rival. It's just a hemorrhaging right now. This is a scientific dissection of a team by Rival. They only fight when they need to, and they just take whatever they want. Kalas and the rest of the team trying to get this Phoenix at the 19-minute mark. That's what they want this time around. No numbers. Takes about half his HP from a stun and is basically dead by the time he's allowed to move his character again. Hail of Arrows not quite there for Vote, but another beautiful wall by Kalas. Circle of Protection dropped on this left side Phoenix. It's going to be a big burst heal and a big burst on a Dardes. Wolfie gets the kill with that Circle of Protection. He just doubled his player damage with one engagement. Dardes popped like a balloon on that Circle of Protection.
Dardes just got absolutely fragged. Like, yeah. there's no surviving that.
Here's the blink in from no numbers. There's the value, and we didn't get a whole lot of it. Blocked off, in fact, from the escape. Fails, tries to get his ultimate off, but dies before he could even do so. Vote picks up yet another in this fight. Jermaine goes up, sees everything that's going on, and says, yeah, I don't even like the view from up here. I'm just going to head back into my fountain. Team Rival trying to close out game number 1 with a perfect 9-0. Double freeze, double Spirit Ball, double Berserker's Barrage, but it's not quite enough for Ice Ice Baby to pick up the kills. If Rival had a Nike, they wouldn't have even gotten the tier 2 passive yet,
I was waiting for Jermaine to pick up the kill onto Vote, and then Vote could have been the feeder of the game, but it just...
9-0.
Wow, that is
vivisection
rough.
Of Elevate there by Team Rival. I mean, we talked about it from the very beginning, Taco. It's, you know, pressure, pressure, pressure. If you didn't understand what pressure can do in a Smite game, you just learned. Because it wasn't even, like you mentioned, the player damage wasn't particularly high. It was just, Rival had pressure.
I mean, we saw at the end the blink value that No Numbers tried to establish on that Shing 10, except it just went nowhere. He blinked forward, and it was like he was buying time for his team to get closer to their fountain and run away. That's what it felt like.
I'll hold them off. I'll hold the door. Hodor.
Oh, not like this.
Too soon.
Really? It's still too soon.
It's almost back, though. I'm excited. I'm really excited. I'm excited for game number 2 because this is an opportunity for Elevate to really bounce back. Rival already hopping Lion Guard Esports now with this victory. They are not going to be the 7th seed going into the Gauntlet Land. And they could really make a pretty statement victory here because it's very likely that Rival end up facing off against Team Elevate in that Gauntlet Land. And if you find a convincing 2-0 like they have the potential to do here, that could do a lot for your confidence going into that potential matchup.
And notice the bans for Elevate have changed slightly. The Ices this time around, Wolfie is not going to have ISIS. It all started just from that initial get-go point. They established the pressure into the mid lane and then immediately sieged the entire jungle of Elevate, and there was just no way that they could possibly bounce back from it from there.
I really like that ban from Elevate. Rival actually elects to go for the Hunbats instead of the Zeus that's open. We usually see Zeus banned away, but it's going to be Nulissa able to snag it for herself this time around on Team Elevate. Ymir taken away from Kalas as well, who was incredibly impactful in that game.
And this time around, Elevate are looking like they want to be the ones establishing pressure from the get-go. Zeus and Ymir, that's a pretty standard combination. You can't ever really go wrong when it comes to AoE presence.
And Ares.
And on top of that, the Ymir isn't even necessarily going to be going the way of darts. I mean, well, especially now, not with the Ares coming through. That Ymir could be solo or jungle at this point in time. But I really like it.
I really like this Ares pick for sure, as well as that Ymir, not only taken away from Kalas, but Thoth has trouble with those Ymir walls in the jungle, and just the jungle control that Elevate have with this composition right now is excellent. Morrigan and Serket banned by Rival, a couple junglers right there, and then a couple soul laners Elevate bans away, especially that Bellona away from Deathwalker. Thor going to be piloted this time. Elevate's just trying to steal that pressure sort of composition that that Team Rival had for themselves in game one. And I love this On Her pickup for Vote, one of the most aggressive ADCs in the SPL, and On Her just meshes so well with that type of play style.
Not to mention that On Her is just a strong boxer, and I mean, we know Vote, we know Jermaine, and both of those guys love playing it out in the duo lane by themselves. If they can be left alone as much as possible, that is like an ideal situation for both of them, because they love just taking up those 1v1 trades.
Well, we didn't see a lot of 1v1 trades last time around. Maybe we will this time. The Medusa v On Her matchup. And going back to this Ares selection for Dardes, I love the bait. I mean, Elevate picks the Ymir saying, okay, you guys can pick a couple dashes. Don't worry, we're not going to pick Ares, because Ares is a character that you always have to have in the back of your mind. If you're up against a support that has a potent Ares in the God pool, it's always in the back of your mind. If we're picking too many jumps, we're going to have a tough time if he picks Ares. Well, Dardes says, nah, guys, I got Ymir. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah, Ares, that Ymir isn't for me. And it crushes Rival's composition right now. 5 jumps or dashes can be affected by that cripple, especially Wolfie in that mid lane, who has a dash that's very important to his kit, as well as no CC immune ult.
Not to mention that the last time we saw Dardes, he hung true to the saying of carry Ares the entire way, and actually made Jermaine look more like he was the support player that game.
Oh yeah, well that was a tactical feed by Jermaine. This might be a tactical feed from Nulissa, who gets jumped on immediately by Ice Ice Baby. Kalas is around the back and secures the first blood for himself, and then pops the med like a good support does to make sure Ice Ice Baby is safe. Nulissa takes an early spill in that mid lane, didn't decide to use those purification beads, and ends up falling for first blood.
And that was just a little bit of a false sense of security on the side of Nulissa, and fails there in the mid lane. They were pretty confident pushing up that far into the lane before the creep waves had even met or started coming into the lane, and because of it, just excellent ability optimization by Ice Ice there.
Are you surprised? So on Thursday of this week, where the first day of the SPL for the week 6, we saw 3 out of the 4 games, the mid laner or jungler gets first blooded because of a loop around like that. Are you surprised that we didn't see an early, like a quick adjustment to warding that back left and back right sides? Because I really anticipated we'd see some early vision there to prevent things like that from happening.
The thing is, though, you don't necessarily anticipate that because of the fact you have a Zeus Thor. That is, next to Ice's Thor, that's almost one of the best level 1 compositions you could possibly have in that mid lane. So you don't really expect a Bots and a Thoth, 2 characters known for like having some of the worst level 1 in the game, to play the aggressive standpoint.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, regardless, Nulissa and Elevate get punished for their assumptions. You know what they say about when you make assumptions, Taco. You shouldn't do it. It's very rude for you to do so. Nulissa gets first blooded and Elevate. They've got to hold another early deficit so far. 2 minutes in, though this one not as bad as game 1. The buff secure for Team Rival has not been nearly as dominant as it was last time.
I could see you sweating a little bit on that one too, or you realized you weren't sure what I was going to say after.
Yeah, it's true. I cut that from you right away. You never know. Nulissa, you never know where she's going to go, and she's going to take another spill. Ice Ice Baby picks up that kill due to some beautiful body blocks between himself and his support, Kalas.
And unfortunately, that double tap just unable to find its way onto Ice Ice to try and punish him for jumping in. But Ice Ice has been using this bots one so aggressively, and excellent by Rival to just capitalize on it every single time. The slow is really the biggest marking point here, and Nulissa even burned her Purification Beach trying to escape from that after it was applied to her, but just too much burst. And I didn't think that I would be saying that, considering that it's a level 4 Thoth and a bot that just now hit level 5. But it's true, it happened.
So we see a lot of Zeus's go for this tanky build to kind of alleviate some of the weaknesses that we're seeing early on here with Zeus, that you get punished by characters playing super aggressive onto you early on. Well, if you kill him before he can get tanky, that's a way to do it. Wolfie may just die to the pull here, but a good meditation from Kalas makes sure that Wolfie will survive, though both relics burned in exchange for that ultimate out of Dardes.
And these meditations by Kalas have been absolutely beautiful. Every single time it looks like Elevate is about to pick something up, just denial.
Well, it looks like Elevate might pick something up on the right. No numbers. Uses that Shards of Ice to give him the CC immunity and then blocks himself off from getting deeper into the tower, but he somehow survives. Ice Ice Baby almost takes a spill in that sense. Here comes Fails. Uses the ult just to close the distance, but a quick reaction from both Ice Ice and Deathwalker mean that they will escape safe and sound.
You could tell that they were just so sad, unable to pick up the kill onto no numbers. When you see an Amir that low underneath the tower, Deathwalker, that quick little turnaround that he had, that was his time of debating, should I commit to this? But recognizing that he would have probably traded out for a 1v1, just decides, I've got the pressure already, I might as well ensure that it stays this way and just back off.
And again, I don't know if Deathwalker makes that decision in Season 3. I really don't. Deathwalker really like to play aggressive, as does all of Rival. We've seen just how aggressive Ice Ice can be, but Deathwalker, he's got to worry about what's happening on his side of the map. The body blocks once more, excellent, and the wall coming out of no numbers. Deathwalker trying to get to his jungler, who doesn't quite have the ultimate. The slow onto Fails, and the body block, the double tap isn't there. The last auto isn't enough, and now Fails gets turned around on the freeze on Ice Ice Baby to interrupt the overhand smash. Ice Ice does fall, but Fails, you know he's walking away saying, damn, I should have had a double.
That is, oh man. I just talked about how Ice Ice has been using the slow on his Humbots one in the perfect manner, and that's just like the best display I could possibly imagine to really show that off.
That's the opposite of the caster's curse. Whenever you say something and then they like really accentuate it, you're like, yes, now we're on the same page, team. We can do this. Rival, they're doing this so far. They're up 2-1, about 700 gold. 5 minutes in, Nulissa has immediately gone for those tank boots. She's saying, I'm done, dude. I'm done taking a quick spill. Do you like this pickup here for the tanky option on the mid lane, or do you think that Elevate may lack some damage because of this?
When you're 0-2 at this stage of the game, there's absolutely nothing wrong, in my opinion, going for the tank boots as opposed to pen or even CDR boots. It's just, they're clearly focusing her. You might as well try and provide yourself with as much survivability as possible instead of fretting or worrying, if I die here, I'm going to be like letting my team down.
And you got to remember how much damage Zeus can do. He's proved it time and time again with these tanky-oriented builds. Lobster went like tank boots, Spirit's Robe, the first three, you know, I think it was Dynasty played Helm, Spirit's Robe were his next two items, and he was still like top of the player damage charts. That's what Zeus can do. The base damage numbers are just insane on the mid lane mage, and so Nulissa really going to be relying on those base damage numbers, not so much about the scaling, to make sure that she can do that relevant damage. Right now she's bottom of the net worth. That's what you expect whenever you take 2 early deaths like the mid laner did.
And at this point in time, I actually really like what Elevate are choosing to do here, in that they've really slowed down the pacing of the game, especially at this point in time in comparison to how game number 1 went for the side of Team Rival. They were already snowballing pretty heavily by this stage. They had started looking for the Gold Furies pretty early on, but I don't think that that'll necessarily be the case here. As long as Nulissa is alive in that mid lane and Rival have to worry about the constant threat of a Zeus ultimate, because like you mentioned, base damage is still pretty high for a Zeus, so it'll be really difficult for a Rival to just walk up to objectives and freely.
Dardes might be in some trouble here, but wow, Rival just let him go. I really thought that they might commit onto him there, but the threat of the global ultimate from Fails and fighting in these narrow corridors of the jungle up against the Petrify and the Lightning Storm a little bit too scary for Team Rival. Wolfie a little scared here due to the damage coming out of Fails, but the cooldowns aren't there, so Wolfie's not going to fall quite yet. Jermaine continues to pressure on this left-hand side. Fails rather, up into that Anvil of Dawn, thinking about diving the Hunter, but instead deciding to trade it out for this red buff.
And immediately, Vote recognizes that he was about to get ganked, so quick little hop over the wall as an on-her. Nothing wrong with that.
Look at how much ward coverage Team Rival have on both sides of the map, really knowing exactly where everyone is. I think Vote saw Fails go up into that ult on that bottom left side ward. Vote gonna throw a nice pillar impale onto my mans there in the jungle. Nulissa put a little bit of damage out into the mid lane as well, but again, just a lot of posturing at this stage.
That's kind of what you need to do as Team Rival at this stage, though. Nice little juke coming out from Wolfie.
Nulissa completely isolated by herself, finds the damage onto Wolfie, who returns the final judgment. Again, the meditation is beautiful coming out of Collis. It saves Wolfie, but you can't say the same for Ice Baby. Another kill fails his way. It's been the Thor set so far. It's all the Thor all the time. Both times Thor has been killing it. 2 kills early on, both the way of the jungler Fails.
And for Ice there, I mean, popped his ultimate, but just unable to really get anything going, considering that Callis had to focus on keeping Nulissa alive, or ensuring that Nulissa died.
Deathwalker did successfully steal away No Numbers blue buff, and you could tell that Ymir is not pleased with that development. Darda's going to eat a hammer and watch as his support counterpart just hops on over the wall. Fafnir, I think, is one of those supports where you talk about, everyone kind of memes the support mechanic sort of thing, but when you see a support who is very, very comfortable on Fafnir and their hammer stun rate is very high, it can just do so much in terms of what he can set up for your team.
Fafnir's right up there for one of the most annoying Guardians next to Kumba for me. Not necessarily,
Really?
They're not like the standalone Guardians. They're not ones that you would imagine to be the ultimate carry factors, like you can see coming out from other Guardians, but they are just so massively annoying, especially for hunters to deal with.
See, I feel you on Kumba. Nothing is more frustrating than getting Kumba mez and then watching his fat little butt waddle away from you. That drives me insane. But for me, Fafnir, I'm like, okay, that was hot. Fafnir plays make me excited, whereas like if I have a kill ripped away from me by Geb Shield, I just want to do some things that I probably shouldn't do. It makes me sad.
And Ice Baby probably doing, he's trying to make No Numbers do some things that he probably shouldn't do. Tempting him to try and trade out the poke along, but no chances of any sort of follow-up. And actually, No Numbers doesn't want to let him back.
There's a chain onto Ice Baby, forced to use that purification beads, and that's the power of the Ares. Just from a distance, making sure that Ice was crippled. And again, without that CC immune ultimate, Dardas is going to be looking for Ice Baby as soon as possible with that no escape.
100%. But in Ice's favor, Dardas doesn't have a blink online at this point in time for Ares.
Jermaine doesn't know that the police are coming. Petrify, not going to do anything to save him. Vote does what he does best, finds the kill onto Jermaine. 1-0-1 for the Hunter on her. And the positioning of Elevate isn't here to contest his Gold Fury in time, I don't think. Fails up into the ult, but not coming crashing down quite in time. Gold Fury goes Elevate's way. Ice is back with the Fear No Evil to get Fails off of the team, but Kalas wants to go back in. The stun onto Nulissa, uses her Purification Beads. The meditation coming out of Dardes, who has returned. Deathwalker walks right into that wall, but not death quite yet. Good chain lightning out of Nulissa, but it's not going to be enough to knock anybody down.
Rival are just trying to scatter at this point in time. As soon as Dardas showed up, I mean, 2 of them don't even have their purification beads available, so it's just safest to back off.
Dardas has been here on point with these chains, but it hasn't really paid any dividends quite yet for Elevate. No escapes. You can see he's the only one with his ultimate still remaining after that fight. A lot of relics on cooldown on the side of Elevate there as well. Nulissa had the beads, Fails had to use his as well. Dardas with the meditation, lots of important cooldowns used by Elevate, and if Rival recognize that, it's going to be a decent fight in the next few seconds as those ultimates get ready to go on the side of Team Rival.
And No Numbers, however, he might be getting engaged on pretty heavily. It looks like they want to pick up this kill onto the solo laner, but Dardes again with the chains, just completely deterring the follow-up chase from Rival.
Shutting down the aggression from Team Rival once more. Rival now doubling Team Elevate in kills, and they're up about 3,000 gold, but this is an okay spot for Elevate. Their late game potential is pretty good between this Zeus-Medusa combination.
And so much damage already from Deathwalker. Dardes, he wants that monkey.
Ice Baby doesn't have the purification beads, but does have the ultimate. Fails very, very low. Ice, see you later, buddy. Nulissa detonates the monkey as Dardes just jumps up in celebration with that no escape. Fails, deciding that he's too low to engage with that Anvil of Dawn, and with Kalas and Deathwalker both full HP, no way for Elevate to burst down that tanky target. But Ice Baby once more punished for his aggressive play, now down 3 levels to that of the Elevate jungler.
But with 3 ultimates down on the side of Team Elevate, that just exposes the T1 tower in mid lane and makes it all too easy for Rival to pick that one up.
500 gold the way of Team Rival, extending that gold lead just slightly, right above 2,000, 2,500 now for the now 6th place team in Europe, who, I mean, we always hear from pros like, man, Rival's really good, but we haven't seen it on a consistent basis. Why is it so hard for some teams, especially teams without a lot of veterans, to play at a consistent level at the SPL?
A large portion of it just falls into shot calling at that point. It's not necessarily that Rival don't have the mechanics or skill set to keep up with these higher ranking teams in EU. It's just that their shot calling has always been a little bit lackluster. They seem to lose focus of objectives at a certain point in game when they have such massive leads. So it was really nice. It was such a refreshing change of pace seeing them in that game number 1 where they didn't lose sight of what was important, and rather than opting for massive amounts of player damage and just non-stop brawling, I mean, they were able to exert the same kind of map pressure. It's just they were also picking up every possible objective on the map at the same time.
Yeah, I would call game 1 nearly flawless shot calling in terms of where they should have been on the map at what times and finding the right pressure points. That's something that you see from the real veteran teams. And Elevate, not Rival, did a great job of that in game 1. Nulissa getting dove underneath that tier 2 tower. Deathwalker forced out both relics from the mid laner and the ultimate. Wolfie was threatening with that final judgment, never used it. Fails, finds 2 with the Anvil of Dawn. Fear to Evil is immediately purified out by Fails, who predicts the jump out of Ice Baby and cleans up number 3 for the jungler. Wolfie gonna fall to the hand of No Numbers, who finally gets himself on the board. Deathwalker trying to escape, but you've got no escape from Dardes. Jermaine picks up the kill set up by his support, and Elevate answer back 3 kills the way of the veteran squad, and the Portal Demon goes their way as well.
Just absolutely no way for Kalas to really try and contest anything more than just tossing out the hammer. But that's a really massive swing for Elevate to pick up, and a completely beautiful turnaround.
Fails is having an excellent game on this Thor. Game 1 on the Naja, he never got a chance to make an impact. He was always getting his jungle invaded, always behind in terms of farm. This time, he has been even early on and now starting to expand on that lead consistently. Now 3-0 and 3, and now about 2.5 levels up above Ice Baby.
The draft this time around for Elevate is significantly better than what they were running last game, and they actually have a way to respond to the aggression on the side of Team Rival. And for Rival, essentially, they're also struggling a little bit in the sense that they're having a hard time with target focus so far. It's like they want to commit to Nulissa, but they're forgetting just how tanky she's building on into the Zeus.
Yes.
And with that, I mean, you saw a little bit of overcommit from Deathwalker when he was trying to pursue her underneath the T2 tower. And I think that was just beautiful by her. Just
around the back. Gold Fury goes the way of Team Elevate, I believe. They stole that one away. Wall is beautiful out of No Numbers. Blocks off 3. Fails. He's in trouble on the backside, and he's going to fall to Ice Baby, but the detonate out of Nulissa is good for 1. Jermaine picks up the other for Team Elevate. They go up 8-5 in kills and take away the gold lead from Team Rival.
And That's just such an unfortunate circumstance. Rival thought that they were just going to easily walk right in, pick up that gold fury, and then back off like we've seen them do so many times before. But this time around, Elevate was ready for it.
And they're ready to take a tower as well. 500 more gold going to be in their pockets. Really excellent fight there from Team Elevate. For me, at least from our perspective, it looked like it was all about that wall from no numbers blocking off the escape of 3 members of Team Rival.
100%. When you have a wall that's really eliminating that escape route, what are you meant to do other than just try and dodge around the damage best you can? But with the shards of ice coming through, not much places left to run.
Difficult to do so. Elevate has done an excellent job of taking those fights in the jungle, specifically around no numbers on this Ymir. And Dardez, once more, at the end of that fight, he forces out the purification beads from Ice Ice Baby with just a simple chain. Once again, the second time this game that he's done that. Ice actually going for an early Magi's Blessing, knowing that that single purification beads isn't enough to consistently save his life. The problem with this pickup, Taco, is that Elevate has a lot of ways to pop that Magi's Blessing fairly easily.
I wouldn't consider it fairly easily, other than the Thor too. Like when you have the Thor wall coming through, that's a pretty easy way for the Magi's to be popped. But Ares and Ymir have a little bit of more difficulty as far as securing a Magi's pop.
You see a group up here by Rival. They knock down that tower very, very easily. Tier 1 tower on the solo side falls, matches that tower that had already been taken down by Team Elevate. Dardez lurking in the jungle does have the blink, but knows that he can't catch the quickness that Team Rival has on their side, that Amaterasu. Kind of surprising to see her in the solo lane right now, Taco. She's been so popular as far as playing that Guardian role.
Got to switch it up every now and then and remind everybody that, hey, this Scott's still pretty great in the solo lane as well. And I think that it suits Deathwalker's playstyle incredibly well, considering that it permits him to have the silence out for the Ymir too early on in that laning phase, and not to mention the team mobility that it can provide.
It's absolutely doing pretty well so far. 0-2-1, but the control has been pretty solid out of Deathwalker. Speed buff was stolen there by Elevate. Fails, gets one for himself as all of Elevate group up and look to take the fight around the jungle of Team Rival. Again, Elevate seems to want to fight in the jungle. There's a blink forward from Ice Ice Baby. Jermaine never gets a chance to move. His vote kills him with that Desert's Fury from all the way down the lane. Dardez surrounded by 3 members, fails, trying to find the target up in that Anvil of Dawn. Can't quite find the damage onto Wolfie and immediately exits stage right. No numbers, no exit for him. Deathwalker puts him down. The dash forward, the stun is good onto Dardez. Kalas jumps forward, cuts off his escape, and Rival keeps trying to snowball down this lane. Meditation pop by Kalas, and the focus is on to the tower. The conviction, the coerce buff is good. Nulissa uses the lightning storm but cannot save for tier 2 as 1,500 gold goes Rival's way off a phenomenal engage from the jungler Ice Ice Baby.
And that right there is exactly the minimal flaw and weakness that you can see on the side of Elevate. Their draft is excellent as far as team fights are concerned, but when you're not in a pure 5v5 because your hunter is getting bursted down faster than when he can recognize to use his actives, that is such an unfortunate circumstance for Elevate. Just Jermaine didn't even have a chance to try and pop his beads or eggs.
Well, they were almost up. The beads were almost ready to go, but the recognition from Rival that they were still down allows Ice Ice Baby to jump forward, and just the long-range damage out of Vote was phenomenal. Overall, really, really strong engagement there on the back of Ice Ice Baby. And that Magi's Blessing paid big dividends there, Taco. You could see whenever Dardez was surrounded, he thought about using the no escape, but because that Magi's was still available for Ice, there was no chance he was going to get pulled in.
Exactly. It's the worst thing in the world when you're already down to 10% health and you just recognize there's no way I'm going to be able to get this off in time. I might as well just fall. And unfortunately, it's going to cost Elevate with T2 as well.
Well, Elevate's not too deterred right now as they're the ones starting up the Portal Demon. Freeze onto Ice Ice Baby, gets that Magi's Blessing off. Deathwalker's picked up one for himself. Portal Demon does go the way of Elevate, but No Numbers is in trouble. Petrify hits 3 out of Jermaine, but it's not enough to save the life of his solo laner. Wolfie with the final judgment. Dardez, see you later. Wolfie gets 2 with the Thoth. Level 17, 3 kills for the mid laner, and Elevate They get the objective, but they lose the team fight afterwards. Fire Giant is started up here by Team Rival. They immediately peel off and look for the fight. The stun over the wall onto Jermaine. Force is out both of his relics. Fire Giant still being leashed here. Fails, dashes forward, and he gets it! He steals it away from Team Rival! Fails, making it happen on the Thor.
And that's all that he needed to happen. That's going to slow down Team Rival, despite costing him his life. No numbers and darters are going to be spawning, and Elevate, while they might lose another T2 here in the solo lane side, I mean, the fact that our Rival aren't going to be Fire Giant 5-member strong, that is absolutely incredible.
Massive. Fails has been playing out of his mind this game. He's taking 2 quick deaths back to back, but that objective steal ends up coming up huge.
Spin to win every time on Thor. That's really all you need.
That's all he needed.
I mean, great by him.
Well, Rival trying to bait Dardes in, and they'll do just that. The stun, the slow. Dardes uses the meditation. He's getting healthier. The jump in from Ice Ice, baby, and the fear no evil. No numbers picks up Kalas, but Ice Ice finds the enemy support as well, but he's in trouble now, trying to juke out the damage. Cannot do so. Nulissa able to pick up her 3rd kill, evening up that scoreline at 3, 3, and 4. The Fire Giant buffed Elevate. Only 2 members still have it, but it's the best 2 members to have it for Elevate. It's Nulissa and Jermaine who have this buff, ready to try and siege down this tier 2 in the mid lane.
100%, and I really love that by Dardes because he recognized that he was going to be going down, but he made sure to take Kalas down with him, ensuring that he still landed that chain through the wall onto Kalas, just no escape whatsoever from the shards of ice.
No, he didn't use his ult. It was actually just his chain.
Yeah, it was just his chain through the wall.
Yeah.
It was trapping him.
Yeah, his ult's still up. His ult's called a no escape. That's what you said, no escape, but he didn't use it. I'm trying to mess with you.
Are you trolling me?
Yes, I'm trolling you, Taco. Come on, you gotta be quicker with these things.
I hate trolls.
Just assume that I'm trolling you. Assume that you're getting trolled on everything you do. Elevate now, only down 1 kill, but they're up in terms of gold, ready to fight back into this lead that Rival had for themselves, but after that gold fury, it's actually Elevate with the slight advantage, but at this stage of the game, Taco, 880 gold doesn't mean a whole lot.
880 gold means close to nothing, considering that for both of these teams, the builds are really coming online. I mean, most everybody is going to be hitting level 20 pretty soon as far as carries are concerned. The carries will start getting closer and closer to that level 20 mark, and it's really just going to factor down to who has the better engage, I think, because Rival are all about the counter engage when you have the bot's ultimate, but if they opt to try and play that more aggro role that we've seen Rival look for before with the bot's ultimates, I mean, it could really go either way.
You got a blink on the side of Dardes, but it's really been no numbers, I would say, who's been engaging for Team Elevate so far in this game. Teleport coming in from Deathwalker as Rival try and defend against the 2 members with Fire Giant. They have it for a little bit less than a minute, Jermaine and Nulissa. Look at Nulissa's positioning. Very, very conservative, sitting in the jungle. But last time we saw this exact same split up, it ended with Jermaine getting bursted very, very quickly.
I really like how far back Nulissa is opting to sit, though. There is a lot of frontline potential for the side of Elevate, and as long as they can keep this Zeus alive, that's really all that they need, because the damage has been solid.
Fails, also lurking in that jungle, but he doesn't know that he's standing on a ward. Rival know exactly what's happening. There's the Blink, Fear No Evil onto Nulissa, but the immediate Aegis is good. Dardes finds multiple with the no escape. Jermaine hits a lot with the Petrify as well as Fails, cleans up Ice from the sky. Lightning Storm dropped, but it's not enough damage to finish off the remaining members of Team Rival who are on the retreat. Wall there is good from Fails, but a little too slow from no numbers to block off the escape of Deathwalker, who is able to get to that mid lane safety. Tier 2 tower falls for Rival, and now they've got to worry about defending this Phoenix.
I mean, that's a pretty fair trade from Elevate. Might not be able to say the same, though. Rival are certainly not looking to get this Phoenix up easily.
No ultimates on either side right now. Kalas can't quite find the stun. No numbers looking to back and teleport in, I think, but Rival has no intention of letting that happen. No numbers is alone here in this jungle. His pathing different than the rest of his team, but with that winged blade, he's able to make sure he's okay. Red buff stolen away by Elevate. So not so bad overall for Team Rival. The 2 members were they only had to worry about 2 members with Fire Giant, but they still only lose a tier 2 to the buff.
If I'm Rival, I'm 100% happy with that trade out right now, because not only were they down a god for that team fight engagement underneath the Phoenix, but it's so difficult knowing that your T2's down and you've just got 5 members strong trying to push into you.
Fails, trying to steal away the Portal Demon, and he will do just that. 2 objective steals, 4 fails so far on this Thor, who has just been a thorn in the side of Team Rival.
Rival have just got to be feeling so paranoid at this point in time. Not only do they have to constantly worry about the Blink Ares just flying in from out of nowhere on darts like we've seen him doing all game long, but fails, just nothing is safe on the map for Rival. Even objectives that look 100% free, just nabbed away from them.
Already about half HP, both Vote and Wolfie pretty far away from this objective. Deathwalker, the only one to sneak past that wall. Fire Giant DPS is stopped by the rest of Elevate as Fails turns his attention to the newcomers to the engagement. Portal Demon is still available if Elevate wants to back, but Deathwalker has no intention of letting that happen. Dazzling Offense traded out 4 shards of ice. And that's a win overall, I would say, for Team Rival, because that Dazzling Offense on a much shorter cooldown than the Meteor Ultimate.
And now Deathwalker, a little bit more than 50% HP, but both these teams just wanted to back off a little bit from the Fire Giant, keeping an eye on it, but pushing out the waves as much as possible. And that's always a smart decision to make as a team.
Fire Giant started once more by Nulissa and Jermaine. No numbers, Dardes and Fails, acting as the wall to prevent anyone from coming in. There's the literal wall coming out of no numbers, but doesn't really pay any sort of dividends there. Magi's Blessing is knocked off of Ice Baby, courtesy of that Tectonic Rift. So you have to use his Purification Beads in the next minute if he is to get CC. That's a slight win for Team Elevate.
And both of these hunters just trying to do everything that they can to push out as much poke potential as possible.
Wolfie, this is a scenario where Thoth excels, though, is just throwing pot shots over that wall, poking down the opposition, making sure Dardes is in combat that he can't blink in. This is exactly what Thoth wants to do, the long-range poke game. Elevate, they got to decide what they want to do. Posturing around this Fire Giant. Again, these jungle fights have overall gone in Elevate's favor. They got to find exactly where they want to go in. Freeze onto Kalas. Not a full commit, though Kalas does fall below 2/3 HP. Deathwalker on the right-hand side was pushing up one more wave, just trying to get himself to level 20. Can't quite do so just yet. Magi's Blessing ready to go almost now for Ice Baby. So that window of opportunity slightly missed overall by Team Elevate. Kalas getting very, very low. There's the final judgment that almost one-shots Fails, but now Wolfie's in a world of hurt as he's eating the chain damage from Dardes. No escape, not pulled back in as he's actually using Purification Beads, but Nulissa and Fails combined to put down Wolfie. Fails able to escape with 1 HP for the time being. The stun, not enough. Nulissa completely isolated on this right-hand side. She will try and get away, but will not be able to. Kalas jumps up over that wall and finds the kill. No numbers trying to smack down the dragon, but all he's got is a club. He needs the backup from Jermaine to knock down the support. Vote, impaled, nowhere to go for Jermaine. One auto's gonna do it. Dardes cleans him up, and now it's a 3v2.
And 100% in Elevate's favor, considering that their hunter is still alive, and both of the pretty heavy carries for Team Rival just gone.
Oh, the chains, the freeze, the death. Dardes picks up a second kill, both of them in this late game team fight. The Ares coming through. Deathwalker, the only one alive. He will have his ultimate soon, Taco, and Jermaine doesn't have any relics. Could see Deathwalker try and make a play, but it's Elevate trying to make a play onto him. Chains are good from Dardes, but the wall was just a little too late. Deathwalker doing a great job of just distracting the enemy here. It's allowed Wolfie to respawn, Kalas to respawn as well. Deathwalker gets out of that freeze courtesy of the Magi's Blessing, and the mini Gebalt, thanks to that Mantle of Discord, peels Jermaine off of him for the time being. Sunder, not quite enough, but those chains should do it. No, the Dazzling Offense, not enough to get Deathwalker away from that acid spray from Jermaine.
But Deathwalker, he did exactly what he needed to do in that engagement. He kept them off the Fire Giant and chasing him around for so long that his entire team's already respawned. And now that what could have been a potential Fire Giant for the side of Elevate, that opportunity is just missed. And they'll have to wait until the next FG engagement really to try and pick anything up.
Both teams still want to dance around that objective, so neither wanting to get there quite yet. Vote trying to solo this Gold Fury. This would be a pretty big boost for Team Rival, just trying to get a couple more relics. You can see Wolfie actually bought a purple pot, I believe, before finishing off his 6th item. Vote will successfully sneak away that Gold Fury, so he's going to be able to finish off his build, most likely, with could be a Deathbringer. No, not quite enough gold quite yet. Still working towards it. Both hunters with the Rage here, Taco, an item that we didn't see for so long, and now we're starting to see a little bit more of.
Predominantly due to the fact that Rage, you get more crits based off of how your team fights are going, pretty much. And considering how their play styles are being suited a little bit more towards fighting around their team, I think that Rage can be a really smart pickup here. I mean, it's based off of kills or assists, how much crit percentage you're going to be getting. And
the blink in from Ice Ice Baby looking for Jermaine, but he's able to get away for the time being. Ice forced to jump away. Deathwalker's there. The final judgment not enough to pick up, but it will with the hieroglyphic assault. Wolfie finds Nulissa from all the way downtown. Wolfie now has to be in trouble. The meditation isn't good enough to save his life. Fails, gets number 6 for the jungler. No numbers. I think he was trying to hide there between the pillar and the wall, but he's a big old giant, can't do so. Dardes answers back onto Ice Ice Baby. These fights are just so chaotic, back and forth. Rival this time, they're the ones with a 3v2 advantage, and this might be enough to finally secure a Fire Giant.
Considering that Dardes and Jermaine are both so low, they needed to just back. I mean, Dardes already returned to base, but there's not a whole lot that Jermaine can do at 30% HP. If he goes anywhere near that Fire Giant pit, he's going to be destroyed.
Is Jermaine really going to try and get in there? He uses a Flickering Ritual, but he doesn't quite get it. Wow, I thought he was going to steal that Taco. I really thought he had it.
If he'd stolen that with the Flickering and the spray, that
Rival would have F6'd. And that would have been it. You lose 2 Fire Giants and a Portal Demon, and the second Fire Giant you lose is to a Flickering Ritual Acid Spray.
I'm not gonna lie. There's some games that you play where you just lose every single objective, and then at the very end you lose, and you just can't even be. You're upset, but not really, because you're just like, I was destined to lose this game if I'm losing this many objectives.
It's true. Though, I mean, let's be real. You can do a better job of securing objectives. It's not up to fate. Like,
I've seen some things.
You've seen some things?
I've seen some things, Agra.
It looks Fate looks like it's involved whenever guys like Dimmy get in there and steal it with like crazy little abilities. Maybe you're right. Maybe it isn't my fault. It is on the side of Fate.
No, if it's you, it's 100% your fault. I've seen your gameplay.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fair. Tier 2 tower. Gonna fall down quickly. No contestant here from Elevate, no surprise. At this stage, Tier 2 tower not really worth anything. 1,500 gold, just a drop in the pan when you're talking about 77,000 in total for one team or the other. This game is completely even outside of the 3 members of Rival with that Fire Giant buff. And it's a couple good members. Vote, very, very important for him. And that regen is pretty important for that of Collis and Deathwalker, who've really been frontlining pretty much the entirety of this game. Deathwalker tanking up this Phoenix. The stun onto no numbers. Ice blinks into the backline once more, looking for Jermaine, but the dunk down is good on the back. The Aegis is enough to save the life of everybody on Team Rival. Vote jumps away, but Collis cannot do the same. Jermaine picks up number 5, and Elevate successfully defends their left side Phoenix.
This is really just come down to who can one-shot who first, and it's been between Wolfie and Nulissa for the most part. I mean, in a lot of the engagements that we've seen happening between these two teams, Nulissa has either been the first one to die or Wolfie's been the first one to die, but either way, both sides are doing everything possible to try and focus down these mid laners, and in that engagement, it just happened to be Kalos who was the unfortunate side victim of the complete massacre of ultimates.
Yeah, look at Collis' build, too. I was wondering how he died so quickly. The Shield of Regrowth and the Gem of Isolation. Now, the Gem of Isolation is like half troll, half really good, because whenever you throw a Coerce onto one of your teammates, their abilities will also slow.
I don't consider it troll in the slightest, because it's something that we've seen Kalos pull out before whenever he's played the Fafnir. And we had the same reaction back then, because that was actually a game where they were down like 7,000 plus gold, and we're just like, dude, why?
Yeah.
But in these sort of circumstances, I think that there's definitely some very strong utility around that Gem of Isolation. Plus, it matches that of the Zeus. And Nulissa already has a giant circle. That's perfect opportunity to get that Gem of Isolation passive off onto Team Rival, but they can return fire with the Fafnir now.
That's true, but Kalas is dropping pretty quickly in these team fights. That engagement of the Fire Giant almost goes wrong for Team Rival because of how quickly he falls in terms of HP. But maybe it could work out. Absolutely. He's had a very strong game thus far, though. 4-4 and 13, and his hammers have been really on point.
It's been around Ice Ice Baby predominantly, based off of whether or not Ice Ice Baby can find the perfect Humbad's ultimate in these engagements determines whether or not Callus survives.
Well, Ice Ice looking for it. He's still only level 18. There's been not a whole lot of farming on the map right now. It's just been groupings. We're at the 36-minute mark. These two teams very evenly matched here in Game 2. Game 1 may feel like an eternity ago, but it was a very, very clean victory for Team Rival. They're looking to find the 2-0 here over Elevate, who definitely, we talked about this, I believe it was Thursday when it came to Team Elevate. They seem to play to the level of their competition, and that can be a good thing when you're up against some of the best teams in the world, but when you're up against teams that you feel like you should be beating, not that Rival is necessarily one of those, but Rival is not, you know, the Obey Alliance of the world. This is a team that if Elevate play the way they did against Obey, they probably close this game out fairly easily. Elevate need to work on that consistency overall, I would say.
Elevate, it seems as though they're almost, like you said, they like playing to whatever level of competition they feel like they're against, but to a certain extent, I'd say they're almost in their own heads, especially after how dramatically one-sided that first game was. That can be a little bit demoralizing when you're just getting absolutely mollywopped by Team Rival in a situation that you don't really expect when you've been taking games off of teams that are considered like top 3 in EU.
That's true, but we also see them, I mean, you talk about sort of momentum builders. Stealing objectives, especially Fire Giants, is one of the things that gets a team, you know, energized more than anything else. You could say that if you were really lame.
Which you are.
Which I am. Fired up is good. Fire Giant control goes the way of Rival in terms of vision. Fails and No Numbers have joined the Magi's party at this stage. Ice Ice loses his, courtesy of that freeze from No Numbers. So that's another window. Or no, he didn't lose his.
He opted to use his beads over popping the Magi's.
Well, now that's a pretty big window there. I wonder if Elevate realized that's what happened. They may expect to see that bubble off of the monkey, but they will not find it. There's the blink engage, and he finds Jermaine, but it's not enough. A nice wall from Fails cuts off any sort of potential attack. Deathwalker squeaks through the tiny hole in that wall to get out of danger. If that wall would have blocked the dash, that could have been an entirely different engagement. No Numbers. His measurements were a couple millimeters.
He's been hitting the gym. That's what happened
Slimmed
there.
up.
Emma, you know, she's been doing a couple of squats, leg game strong, able to just, you know, get out.
I didn't know that you and Amaterasu were that close, that you know her workout regimen.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta hit squats. You never know who's gonna be in town.
Right now, we're seeing who's in town in terms of where the seating is going to be when these two teams are in town for the Gauntlet LAN. No Numbers very far forward right now, going to eat that stun from Kalas. The monkey bounce onto Nulissa, but Ice Ice Baby decides not to teleport to it. The wall is beautiful, out of Fails. Deathwalker forced to use his dazzling offense. Frenzy's popped, but no engagement whatsoever. Wolfie uses the final judgment and erases Jermaine. Dardes, he's very low. Fails comes crashing down onto Wolfie, but the meditation's enough to keep him alive. Nulissa finally finishes off the mid laner. Deathwalker finds Fails. It's only Dardes left alive. Wolfie with the shot through the jungle picks up the mid laner.
That's 100% game. And immediately, Rival's not even looking at the Fire Giant. They're just rushing down this mid lane. Where did Jermaine go?
He popped.
He just...
Wolfie looked at him and said, that's it. I'm done with seeing you on the map. You're gone. Final judgment for like 30 million damage, and he's dead. Only Dardes here, and he's got 25 seconds rather, all by himself. It is taking Team Rival a little bit to get this mid Phoenix.
But the creep wave, it's right there, and this Titan doesn't stand a chance. Dardes could pull out the sickest pennant kill of all time on Ares, but I don't think he's going to be able to carry it this time around, Aggro.
Rival finds a hard-fought 2-0 victory here in Game 2. As easy as game 1 looked, Taco, game 2 was equally as hard.
Complete and absolute turnaround from Elevate. Really strong pushback into Rival. Certainly weren't looking to let them take that set in a clean 2-0 victory. And that one, man, Wolfie has... His team owes him.
That was my favorite final judgment I've seen. Okay, that was awesome. That's exactly why you draft Thoth, Hindu, and Anatoly. Break it down, because I can't even remember what happened at game 1 at this point.
Well, I can tell you one thing that happened in game 1, and that was the fact that Rival managed to find the 1-0 against Elevate to start things off. These two teams totally been at the bottom of the SPL, but they've risen from the very bottom now to about mid-table, both of them. And this was a really good matchup.
Absolutely. We saw so many great different plays from both of these teams, honestly. And in the first game, we're going to take a look at Ice Ice Baby and what he was able to do for his team on the side of Rival. Just playing a wonderful and fantastic Thor player. You know, grabbing a level 2 first blood, shutting down Fails really hard in the beginning of the first game.
And then just went on from there. That was only the first kill. Then we see some more action where he focuses the duo lane. This is Thor slowly coming back, do you reckon, Toly? Like Thor's starting to creep back in again now.
I mean, we saw Ratatasker the last set, actually, Team Dignitas versus Enix, where Cubofre was doing a good job with this global god. So I think not necessarily Thor is back in town, but I think global junglers are back in town.
Well, you can see on the match result there was 28 assists, 9 kills there. Ignore the burrito there at the bottom. Taco's just been hungry lately, so we thought we'd throw that on the screen just to make sure she felt at home in one way or another. Game 2, though, completely different tale of affair here. Rival didn't get off to the greatest start they would have liked to. This was even for a long time, Toly.
Absolutely. In game number 2, Elevate was doing off to a good start. Fails was keeping them relatively in the game with his Thor play, doing a good job securing himself multiple objective steals.
Well, not just Fails, though, but Wolfie on the side of Rival. You saw the end of the game there with Wolfie, where he hit that final judgment. But throughout the game, consistently played Toth well, and this is what you hope to see with a Toth mid laner.
He did a lot of damage in that last game. He was actually the top at the end at 31,000, and especially these final judgments from him, especially the last crucial one where he got it onto winning the rest of the team fight for his team.
Yeah, they're very important with positioning with this mid laner overall, Toly. You want to set the back line, you are an artillery cannon. You got to make sure you don't get hit by a no escape, but if you do, you're going to have those relics available, and here's that one that won him the game.
Oof, just from a distance, no cares in the world for this guy.
No, nice easy pick up of Medusa there. Jermaine had no chance to get away from that tough final judgment. However, also in game 2, Tolly mentioned it as well, Fails had a fantastic performance. Even though Elevate didn't win the set there, Fails has really come a long way this split, Tolly.
Absolutely. You know, stepping in for a new jungle position, trying to synergize with 3 original members for a team is not an easy task necessarily, and he's been doing a good job. He was a sacrificial lamb for a lot of these plays in terms of securing the Fire Giant steal, which kept making sure that Team Rival wouldn't get back into the game as quickly as possible. And then once they did have the Fire Giant, they pushed down that tier 2 tower. They couldn't get the Phoenix, unfortunately, with that Fire Giant, but still making the plays happen, stealing the objectives numerous times.
Fire Giant, Paul, Demon Stolen, and even in the team fights when things don't go the way of Elevate, Fails does everything he can, even at low health here, still trying to go in and commit for his team, support him as best of his ability.
Absolutely. At the end of the game, we actually saw 3 out of the top 4 players were all on the side of Elevate, doing a lot of player damage that game, despite losing.
And at 40 minutes in, that's exactly what will happen here. It was a very close game between the two, but it wasn't enough for Elevate to find the split. Their Rival will take the 2-0, and with that, we can go over to the standings now before we see the final set of the day, just to show you how things stand right now. Elevate have fallen to Rival, meaning Rival have now gone above him in the gauntlet stages. Sanguine, however, have to play against Energy in the final set of the day. This one, Toly, Energy versus Sanguine. Important for Energy to find the 2-0 here to make sure they both go above Enix.
That's correct. If they get that 2-game victory, they'll have 3 points, and that'll put them at 12, 1 point above Enix. Very important set for Energy. Sanguine, this doesn't really matter for them whether or not they get 3 points.
It does matter. They need a win.
A little bit of momentum. You think that'll get them momentum? Well, actually, it would. Beating a team like Energy, yeah, that will give you some serious momentum, at least facing the Challenger Cup team.
But the question is, can Sanguine, who've not found a single win so far, go against the world champion still now?
That's a tough
and
task.
Find a win.
That is a tough task for one team to do.
Energy
have been getting better and better as the split progresses.
Birthday treat for them if they do manage to find that win. Talking about birthdays, Smite's birthday. See that segue? I'm amazing. Third birthday of Smite is here. Plenty of sales, events, and more going on at the moment. I believe it's double everything weekend this weekend. So make sure you play get all your worshippers together and the team boosters and try and get some of those gods to diamond.
I know what I'm doing after the cast. Going straight in, getting my double rewards, my double worshippers, getting multiple diamond gods, you know.
Totally going straight in. However, on top of that, we also have a sale from HitPoint as well. Smite.hitpoint.tv at the moment. 15% off all the paraphernalia they'll do there for you. They have lots of things available for you to purchase. Hats, t-shirts, even things like plushies like Fenrir as well.
That's a pretty one, actually. They also do the Bologna statue, if I'm not mistaken. That one is
If you want a fancy statue, head over there as well. But it's time now to move on to our final set of the day. It's T&T. Tom and Taco are standing by to bring you the world champions versus the bottom of Europe, Sanguine.
Well, somebody's getting blown up today. It's Energy versus Sanguine. Sanguine, of course, have the first pick, and of course, they have 0 wins. Sanguine need to find themselves with 2 here if they want to throw a cog in anybody's wheel. And Energy, well, they haven't been #1 throughout the course of the split. They've looked like they've had some struggles, Taco, but do you think Sanguine's going to be a struggle for them?
I mean, it's like Toli and Hindi mentioned on the desk. Energy are only a team that's been getting stronger as the split progresses. So whether or not Sanguine are able to find a victory, that's completely up in the air at this point in time.
Terra's the first pick. Susano's going to follow up. That'll likely be for adapting, although we'll keep that open. We have seen a little bit of Susano flex, though he's definitely a jungler at heart. And the Poseidon will be selected here. It's weird to see a mid lane mage be selected for Yaman, in all honesty.
You would think so, but at the same time, you never know what Energy are going to do. I mean, Emil isn't exactly foreign to mages in the duo lane, and Poseidon's something we've seen European hunters pull out before. Cough, cough, fumballer. Yep. So I wouldn't expect that, of course, but you just can never really know what to expect at the same time with NRG.
Yeah, they're constantly trying new things. Scotty and Kumbhakarna will be selected over there for Sanguine. Scotty will be likely the hunter of choice for Mike the Magikarp, recently shifting out of the jungle into the hunter role, allowing Nika, the captain, to really work his stuff in that jungle. Odin, banned out by Energy, alongside their Ratatasker, and Sanguine. They don't want to see no Xing Chen. They've got one more ban, and I love the fact that teams are banning Hunbats nice and early these days. I think that he's just, that god, he just brings too much.
He's got such a strong win percentage as well in the split. So there's no reason to permit somebody like Adapting, of all people, to just be able to play a god as effective as bots.
For sure.
And on top of that, I really like the draft from Sanguine. If you're going to try and pick up your first victory in the SPL against, a 2-time world champion team,
you pick Zhang Kui.
You pick Zhang Kui.
We call that Caster's Curse. So the Thanatos into Poseidon kind of winds up being troublesome. You land down and Poseidon just punishes you by cracketing right away. The Zhang Kui is an interesting pick, but at the end of the day, although he's not #1, although he's not quite meta, I like the decision to go to something interesting and see if the alternative approach works out, because, well, the really weird hasn't worked out. Shouts to Geb Jungle. And the really standard hasn't worked out. So find somewhere right in the middle, and that's kind of where Zhang Kui sits. Energy's got an interesting draft of their own, and we'll step into game #1 as Energy, the defending world champions, take on Sanguine, a team that has had their struggles. Mike the Magikarp will be playing on this Scotty, and it's going to be Nika on the jungle Thanatos. And Mr. Stefan, who has been one of the brighter points, I think, for Sanguine. I've really liked watching Mr. Stefan. I've lovingly called him Mr. Sanguine sometimes. He's just the only guy doing it.
My biggest gripe about Sanguine picking up that Zhang Kui is the fact that they have a Kumbhakarna. When you pick Kumbhakarna, he has such a massively long mez because it's set up for a burst.
Yeah, Mr. Stefan.
Zhang Kui isn't your burst.
That's very
he
true.
does a ton of damage now, but it's not the Kraken or the raw snipe. it gives them a chance to wake up and run away.
It's like picking the Najah without the response. You have one start of the combo and the follow-up not there. So we're gonna keep an eye on Sanguine and see if their strategy is adjusted. It's not gonna be Nika coming down from the sky into some setup right there. It's gonna be the situation where Mr. Stefan actually finds a little bit more of the damage himself. And actually a little bit of a clarification. Death Panther is going to be playing on the Terra instead of the
Kumbhakarna.
So our apologies here, and we'll fix that in the future. But for now, it's going to be Death Panther on the Terra. Everything else seems to be aligned here. And Energy starting things off quick by bringing Death Panther down to about 75%.
That is a bit relieving, though, to see that it wasn't actually a Kumbhakarna like we were led on, you know, but I love getting baited. Sometimes it's just a little bit of a masturbate.
So Iratfor here on the Crocodile here next to Emilito on the Kronos. Been a long time since we've seen Kronos be really played out. How are you feeling about this character? He's had some changes, and of course, rocking the namesake skin of Energy themselves.
I mean, what better time to display your org skin than picking the Kronos up right away? And Emilito's really much established a trademark name with this Kronos. I mean, he's the reason why the god got nerfed, pretty much.
I mean.
He's a large. He attributed pretty heavily to that.
I don't know by himself, but I think we'll see how that one works out. But Kronos certainly not as strong as he used to be. One of the bigger changes here is that he lost the Fatalis effect on his accelerate. He no longer. Well, now he does have a movement penalty when he basics, but he still crunches towers. He's still time stop, and his first ability is still going to destroy you. And those basics, when activated in the 4th quadrant of the passive, are still going to be devastating when it comes to damage. Unfortunately, not level 5 yet. Doesn't have the free life. Emilito body blocks coming out of Death Panther are perfect, but can Mike the Magikarp secure the deal? He's going deep here, chasing all the way to tier 2, and just decides to turn around.
But Kaldar wanted it and nearly had Emil there a little bit longer, and that dog was probably going to pick up the first blood.
Yeah, just unfortunately not there just yet. I do like the fact that Sanguine noticed that they were getting a little bit thirsty and backed off. I think that's troublesome for some of the lower-end teams when they face off against a behemoth like Energy. You get very excited, and you want to find that kill. I think a lot of times you can actually find some players diving that tier 2, right? And winding up dying instead of actually finding the kill. Instead, Sanguine go very deep, but they do pull back and not going to be in a bad spot just yet. Dark Dodo playing on the Guardian. Not the greatest of seasons for him. Formerly a mid laner, as we saw in Season 3, now shifting over to the solo lane. And he's going to go up against Demi, who is one of the stronger players here, but Nika making the rotation.
Nika's, he's trying to lurk around the corner and catch Demi a little bit off guard, but I already like the discipline that Sanguine have been displaying, even though it's super early on into the game. You know, a much earlier version of Sanguine, they probably would have Nika would have just tried to dive in there right away. I really wouldn't have expected him to, like, not want to go in immediately onto Demi.
It's been a process as Yaman gets stunned out by Death Panther's wall collapse. It's been a process for Sanguine here, really coming together and trying to find some sort of footing. As we've mentioned, not really been their season. Poor Captain Nika here has had to switch positions twice if you count the transition from the solo lane over to the Hunter, which is his natural position. Solo lane played last year, started this year in the Hunter role, and now having to take the reins of jungle away from Get Fisher over there in the jungle himself. And Sanguine have really struggled to really find something. As an analyst, just sit back and what if you were coach for Sanguine, what would be the first thing that you really look at to improve as a unit?
For the most part, it's just not being greedy. A lot of times that we've seen Sanguine start fighting back into teams when they're in the downfall or downslide of the game. They just overcommit a lot of the times. And for instance, that Emilito back off is a primary example. You know, Mike the Magikarp would have normally tried to pursue that. Like, that's the Mike the Magikarp we're all familiar and know and love. And instead he chooses to run away. And that's exactly what you need to do in these kind of circumstances.
Well, we certainly know Mike the Magikarp, and then over there on the right side, like you said, Nika might have just jumped in into the solo lane earlier on, and showing signs of a little bit of learning, at least in that regard, for discipline here. Sanguine, of course, I think it's a little bit too late in this split. They certainly have to be looking towards the whole relegation process and how that's going to go. They'll be fighting up against some of the teams from the Challenger circuit. Reminder on how that one works. We've got our Pro League teams here, the top 8 teams in the world theoretically. And then right beneath it, we have a smaller league that consists of some of the second-tier teams. And those teams just had some of their finals, and they'll be battling it out against the teams that wind up here in the gauntlet. And then, of course, the amateur version is the open bracket. Anybody can join, and you climb that route into the Challenger circuit, and that's how you make it into the SMITE Pro League. So as the split comes to a close here in week number 6, we'll start to be talking about the shifting and seeing some of these teams move around. Death Panther's going to be moved around a little bit thanks to the jungle, and they're going to be moving on top of him. Tornado comes out. Not enough to secure the kill, however. And Death Panther's able to walk away, no problem.
That could have been really, really bad for Death Panther, just unfortunately dashing straight through the stun by Emilito, and because of that, it nearly cost him his life, but Mike the Magikarp with a perfect Scotty ult to just deter adapting from trying to pursue that kill.
Really well done by Mike over here, just making it happen, and making sure not to, a lot of times, especially when you're a hunter, a lot of times as a carry, you don't want to burn your ultimate defensively, whether you're in the jungle or in the hunter role. But right there, that's absolutely one of those situations where you got to save your teammate by using the ultimate. You might lose that opportunity later to use it for a kill, but right now, Death Panther walks away. Still no first blood on the board as we ding 7 minutes in. Energy do find themselves up a fair amount, still short of 1,000, however. Nice attention on the left side as Nika gets caught out. He'll have to ultimate underneath the tower one more time. Defensive ult.
And 3 ultimates now burned out on the side of Sanguine. And Energy, as we all are aware of, they're not necessarily the most aggressive team at the initial starting point of a game, but they're certainly not a team who won't take advantage of situations, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go for some kind of slime grouping up in the jungle and just pick off either Mike the Magikarp or Mr. Stefan, because they're both on fairly immobile characters in this duo and mid lane.
When it comes down to Energy, they absolutely know their power spikes. The game has changed, so we don't see the same thing out of Energy, but last season, down to a stopwatch, 16 minutes in, Taco, we would see Energy make their plays almost every time like clockwork, and it got to the point where the enemy teams understood that they were going to get aggressed on at 16, and they would still lose the ensuing team fight just because Energy's power and presence and the mentality that comes out. They understand that they're going to rip something out of their playbook and they're going to play something that they've planned and practiced beforehand. So these days, Season 4, a little bit more of a dynamic meta. You can't really just track the jungle routes any longer. A lot of different stories coming through, but Energy still have that mindset of knowing and understanding their power spikes when they're more successful there than their opposition, and like you said, kind of just lying in wait for their moment and then striking like a cobra.
And for Sanguine too, this could be such a pivotal set for them, because not only did they just recently swap around putting Nika into that jungle role and then Mike the Magikarp onto the hunter, but they haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to really practice this new role swap.
Sure.
So going off against a team like Energy can really show you just how well this is going to work in the long run.
Nice wall on the right side coming out from Dark Dodo. Ultimately won't amount in much. Dimmy's still very comfortable, but what could have been had there been more presence on the right side. Instead, Sanguine are stacked up there in the mid lane because they have to mirror what Energy are doing. You're getting that classic 3-on-3.
Sanguine do have a little bit more early game presence than what NRG do, considering that they have the Amir, Thanatos, Scotty. Those are very strong early game gods. And for Sanguine, the biggest thing that they should be looking for is not overcommitting, but just a little bit more aggression.
Well, right now, here's the aggression out of Energy. Kraken comes out of Yaman, and Dark Dodo rotates just to find himself dead. First blood going to Energy.
And that's just the classic scenario of walking into the wrong neighborhood as an Amir of all gods, not necessarily the greatest pathing by Dark Dodo, and just immediately punished for it.
What was that rotation looking for? In all honesty, I just don't know why there was a Ymir in that lane.
I think he was just trying to follow Dimmy to a certain extent around the jungle.
Dimmy's in the lane!
He had started like maneuvering towards the mid lane
he took the bait.
aspect. He took the bait entirely.
A lot of times you'll see players do that, where they dip into the jungle, hide behind a rock, and then come right back into the lane. They're not accomplishing anything as Energy pick up the first Portal Demon of the game 20 seconds after it spawns. But the idea is just, I'm off of your radar. I'm off of your map, and now you don't understand where I am. Did I make that full rotation, or am I just clearing a buff, or am I just sitting on my hands behind a rock, right? Right there, you see Dark Dodo take the bait to the nth degree, travels all the way over to the mid lane where everybody in Energy are waiting. 2,000 golds in the lead, nice and early, as Energy, again, understand the opportunities that they have and go right for it.
This is risky.
Yaman doesn't have Kraken up yet, so that's the window you want to look for if you're Sanguine. You want to look for the abilities to be down on the side of Energy. They make it, but they don't commit, and now they have to run away. Yaman's ultimate comes up, doesn't really hit much of anybody, but Adapting is going to look for Mr. Stefan. Ultimate out of the mid laner saves him. Tanky Jean-Qui gets away, but Mike the Magic Carp can't say the same thing. Nika comes down a little bit early. No execute for him. There's a toss out by Emilito. He'll use his ultimate just to join up his team, and the rest of it will be done. One death on the side of Sanguine to join the First Blood brings 2 to Energy in total. And they're starting this one off rather quickly. Almost 3K in the lead, nice and early.
But with all the ultimates expended on both sides, that's just going to be free jungle invades for Energy, immediately sieging up that jungle buff. And we know Adapting, and there's nothing he loves more than a speed buff.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely needs it.
He actually wasn't the one that picked it up. He just wandered over there, just looking for any kind of farm, but he'll happily secure his own.
Goes to Emilito. He likes to go fast. Kronos absolutely wants to go fast as well. It's interesting as we see the Bancroft come out. Bancroft's talent is one of a couple of options for mages when you're looking for power. You're generally talking about Doom Orb to a lesser extent, but you're looking mainly at Book of Thoth and then the Bancroft. Bancroft usually comes out specifically because mid laners want to get their power spike started sooner. Thoth is a more expensive item, as most of the other power items. But on the Kronos, the lifesteal is actually very relevant, being as you're basic attacking a lot of the time. And your basic attack, since they're single target as opposed to the AoE damage that most mages have, doesn't suffer from that 33% coefficient that most of the magical lifesteal actually suffers from. So Emilito's going to get his power spike from here, nice 100 power, plus if he's lower HP, but also the fact that he's going to get that lifesteal.
The interesting part to me, though, about this game so far is that Energy already have a 3K gold lead, and while they just now started committing to this Gold Fury, this has been a pretty slow bleed game by Energy. They're just really trying to drain Sanguine as much as possible, and Kraken dropped
They stole it! It doesn't matter! Sanguine, take away the Gold Fury! Hot damn! Nice play coming out from the blue team.
And the Kraken
just wasted.
I was so certain that the Kraken was going to secure it.
Me too. I mean, that's exactly what Energy thought as well. They waited until as soon as Yaman's diamond turned blue, that's when the team made the rotation. They show up, and a rare misplay coming out from the boys on Energy. That's going to basically tie the game up. Sanguine's still down about 1,500, but that's a big play for Sanguine. That was slow bleed, like you said. 2,500 turns into 3,500 right there, and that's when Energy are poised to make their next play. Sanguine snatching that Gold Fury away, very, very big deal.
You already know that they're not very happy about that one, considering that it should have realistically been a pretty free secure, and there wasn't anybody who was properly in position on the side of Sanguine. It was just Death Panther kind of, he's casually walking over, and he's just like, oh, well, maybe I should, contest this.
That's one of the benefits that Energy have here. One of the many benefits that Energy have here, specifically talking about their draft. You lamented the Jean-Qui pick for good reason. And not only as Timmy kind of walks in a squad, Nika chunks him, Dodo with a wall, nice play, but the CC immunity avoids the freeze. Nicely done by the German solo laner. But when it comes down to it, your mid lane Jean-Qui, not only does he lack that synergy that you were talking about, big stun into the damage out of the burst coming out from Nika there, but he doesn't have the burst for objective secure either. Timmy's ultimate's down. Nika tries take 2.
Timmy should be fine. He's got the boys on his back end, and I can't see Nika or Dark Dodo really wanting to come much closer.
Not at all. You don't want to walk into all 5 members of Energy, but you'll walk into one. Dark Dodo misses the wall, unfortunately for him and his team. So with Mr. Stefan not having the burst, just to clean up what we were saying before, Energy by default should get those objectives with a Kraken. But like I said, rare misstep. And Energy gonna suffer a little bit as Sanguine pick up their Gold Fury, but seems to still be going in Energy's direction here on 15 minutes. 2 kills in total, both of them with an Energy stamp on top. And the Portal Demon is gonna spawn. Sanguine lying in wait.
They wanted it.
Looking for their own objective.
And Mike the Magikarp, he wants a potential solo kill on Emilito.
I don't know about this one. Emilito's going to go ahead and ult, and Adapting's there in tow. Right side, Kraken's going to join the party as well, but Mike the Magikarp being dove here underneath the tower. Ultimate out of the jungler, Adapting very low. Emilito comes through, drops the Time Rift, and drops the Hunter as well. Portal Demon on the other side of the map does fall down, as does the Tier 1 tower here on left. And the Portal Demon taken by Sanguine. So Sanguine get their objective, but they lose their Hunter, and they lose their Hunter's tower over there. And Nika can't clean up the deal to take out Emilito. After he's served up, he's stuck in the whirlpool. Can he get away? Kraken comes out. Death Panther drops down a little bit of help. But Raffer here gonna show up and take down the jungle 4-0. As Energy take the lead despite Sanguine's minor objective.
That is the worst situation possible as well. You see Mike the Magikarp do almost a beautiful 2v1 outplay and just falling short to Emilito securing his abilities onto the Hunter. But not only did he lose his tower, but then Nika rolls over there trying to see if he can make anything happen with Thanatos, because you'd imagine that Emil's going to die, but the jukes are just too strong, and Raffer with the immediate backup, and instead, he's just gonna lose his jungler for it.
Raffer tries to make another play in mid lane, doesn't grab Mr. Stefan, but it's enough to zone him out. We'll call it a zoning charge here. Has Energy pick up another 500 gold for the mid lane tower. Easy. Just easy. That's the word. Everything that Energy has been able to do here has been easy, and it's not as if Sanguine are playing poorly. We've watched many games where Sanguine just plays flat out bad. This is less Sanguine playing poorly and more Sanguine just not doing anything.
There's really not much for them to do at this point in time, though. And again, I hate to harp on it, but I think a large portion of that just falls back onto the Zhang Kui pick.
You think it's all the Zhang pick?
This just isn't the draft for a Zhonger. It doesn't feel like the draft for a Zhang Kui. And Mr. Stefan, he's displayed so much skill and talent on so many different mids that I just can't really see the mindset behind a Zhang Kui when you're looking for burst. If you're going with the Thanatos, you want the pickups, you want the executions coming through, but you can't do that with their current draft.
Raffer gets stunned out by Death Panther, and Mr. Stefan throws a card. If he's his famous Vulcan, knock up, backfire, turret gets dropped down, you drop the ultimate, maybe Raffer, right? There's a whole lot of options here. I love Zhang Kui. He is one of my favorite characters because of how much of an impact he can make in a draft. But unfortunately, this is the other side of the coin. He just doesn't fit here. And that's what it comes down to when it comes to niche characters is they're excellent in their spot, but they have to find their spot. And when you pick them out of position or you pick them in a draft that doesn't complement them is perhaps the better way to say my statement. It just, you wind up falling kind of flat here. Mr. Stefan, 0-0-0, 50 stacks on the Warlock sash. He's doing exactly what he should on the Zhang Kui. And it doesn't really matter.
They just need to look more based around counter engages at this stage. And there's not really much of an opportunity for them to be the hard engage that you would imagine with an Amir and a Terra, for instance. But counter engage is definitely still possible. So really, if they're going to commit to this Zhang Kui pick, they really just need to focus around AoE-based team fights in the jungle, if anything. So
one of the nice things that the Zhang Kui pick, if we have to look at the other side, if we have to look at the other side, right, sunny side up, Nika building a defensive Thanatos, or at least it looks like he wants to finish up this build. Not just yet. He brought up the Mark of the Vanguard, and then he built offensively, but perhaps he might build a tanky later on. You've got a tanky mid laner, your tanky solo laner, right? Not a lot of targets for the Kraken to really delete. So there is that positive in that his immediate matchup there in the mid lane on Yaman isn't going to be really affected by this burst Kraken. It's not going to hurt Mr. Stefan too much. And then they can continue fighting on, like you said, with the counter engage. So if I'm looking for why this Zhang Kui really came out, that's really what I'm looking for, is just the fact that Sanguine are the tanky team and Energy don't have anything really to deal with that tankiness.
Until they hit that late game potential and Emilita comes on online.
That one's stolen the other way. Seguin start the Gold Fury, and Energy snatch it off their plate. Freeze coming out from Dark Dodo, but it looks like Energy want to chase, and Seguin want to run. Adapting, chasing down the Freeze Man, and he's going to get stuck and melted. Yaman with credit for that one, thanks to the Whirlpool. Here comes the jungler, and Raffer takes him down. 3rd kill in total for the support.
And I think that Sanguine might have just signed their own death warrant with that one. Because not only did they just give Energy the Gold Fury, but 2 picks as well, completely opening up the rest of the map. Portal Demons spawning at this stage of the game. Raffer doesn't even care. He's like Fire Giant. But the rest of his team does care, and they say Portal Demon.
Wonder how often Raffer gets yelled at in comms. Portal Demon goes down. Energy gets credit for that one. And let it be known, I loved the Gold Fury call coming out from Sanguine one more time. I'm sorry if the commentators sound like a broken record, but what it comes down to is really the Zhonghui pick has been detrimental to Sanguine. If that's a burst mage, that Gold Fury is free and clear. That's Sanguine's Gold Fury. And all of a sudden, what was it, 50,000? Now Sanguine cut the lead to about 2K. Instead, it goes the other way. Energy take the Gold Fury. Now they lead by 8,300. They pick up the Fire Giant and his son, and now they're tearing up the right side lane. No way Sanguine can defend this tier 2, and if they do, it's probably the wrong decision unless Energy just decide to back in lane.
I like how you called him, Fire Giant Jr. there. That was cute. That was cute.
Son. Absolutely.
And man, Energy just looking absolutely scary in this stacked up solo lane side.
That's the thing here. Okay, scary on the right side of the map. I'll give that to you. I thought you meant in the game in general because Energy aren't doing anything
devastating. No, they've been slow playing this. This has been a slow play. Complete slow play, but a 5-man strong FG Energy, that's not what you want to be facing up against.
Not at all. Neither here nor at the pool table. These guys are kind of nasty at that too. Both plays. Energy a little bit aggressive here. Emilito going to avoid the stun the second time around, thanks to a nice use of the relic. And here's the invade one more time. Kraken comes out underneath Mike the Magikarp, likely the only good target for it. Well done by Yaman. Still not going to find the kill just yet. Dashing forward is Death Panda to get a root, and Sanguine have done a good job keeping Energy at bay for now, but as soon as Energy decide to look out the window, they get their view. Timmy taking down Dark Dodo. 5-on-4 here as the defending world champs take down the right side lane.
They could only hold them off of that T2 for so long, with the Terra Ultimate having to be expended so early on, and then Mike the Magikarp having to back off because of an excellent Kraken. Now Death Panther is going to be falling, and Mike the Magikarp could be next.
Yeah, Emilito's on the chase. Without that Fatalis, however, he'll slink back just a little bit. Doesn't even have the Fatalis in his build. Went right for the Wing Blade after the power. Mike the Magikarp, on the other hand, gonna get dashed through by Susano. Adapting a fantastic play today, 2-0-6. Really setting up for his team and sharing a lot of the wealth is Energy here. Look at this. 6 out of the 9 plays from the solo lane. 8 out of the 9 plays from the jungle, 8 out of the 9 plays from the mid lane, 7 and 6 respectively for your support and your hunter. Energy are sharing the battlefield so well today.
And that's kind of what they do best, though, is they just know exactly how to group up as a team and just punish everything. Every little mistake, that's what Energy is known for capitalizing on. You can't mess up in the slightest, and half the time that teams end up falling to Energy, they don't even necessarily know what they did wrong. It's like we mentioned before, they hit that 16-minute, 17-minute mark in a game and just immediately turn on the gas pedals and crush.
And that's a perfect example of sometimes your mistake is not doing something. I maintain that Sanguine haven't played a terrible game here. They haven't really made too many missteps. Not too many players caught out of position. Dark Dodo leading with 3 deaths, tied with Mike the Magikarp, and we haven't really seen them get abused. It's the lack of aggression that Energy is punishing. Look, if you're gonna be afraid of us, we're going to just take things from you. And Sanguine don't have the numbers to group up and deal with what Energy are doing. And so Energy aren't playing this massive destruction, destroy the opposition. They're just, oh, Sanguine didn't take this jungle camp, we'll do it. Oh, Sanguine didn't go for this objective, we'll do it. Oh, Sanguine's not in the mid lane, we'll do it, no problem.
But unfortunately for Sanguine, when they finally decided, hey, we are going to do something, they picked the Gold Fury, and Energy are more than happy to respond to that as well.
And again, Sanguine playing Vulcan, that's their Gold Fury. That's their Gold Fury.
And I think this time around, though, there won't be any sort of contest from Sanguine as that Gold Fury falls in all of 3 seconds. Wow.
17,000 gold lead here. 9-0 as Energy continuing their reign of terror. I think this is indicative of how much growth that Energy has had throughout the split. Now, yes, they won Worlds. We get it, folks. But if you watch Week 1, Energy were still sleeping, I think. Week 2, kind of still sleeping. Week 3, they finally stopped hitting snooze, but we're still kind of sleepy-eyed. And as everything keeps continuing on, well, they started to wake up. And here in the 6th and final week, Energy kind of really turning it on. And like I said, granted, Sanguine not exactly their numero uno opponent, but I mean, this kind of lead without really bringing something particularly nasty to the table, you got to give them a high five.
It's all entirely calculated by Energy, and I mean...
The losses?
Yeah, because when they picked up their first win from the split, and Yaman tweeted it out himself, he's like, calculator starts the season, we're on the board, boys.
Okay.
Like, that's all you need sometimes.
Well...
Just the one and done.
They still might, they still not top 2, you know, so a little miscalculation. I don't know. We'll see. They're
just pulling an eager.
Okay.
That's what it's called nowadays. They're 100% pulling the eager, waiting for the land stage, and then we'll see who comes out number 1.
I thought Sanguine was pulling an eager by picking a terrible mid laner in a very important spot. Oh, shots. That instead is going to be Energy coming down. I actually didn't mind that Anubis pick in game number 5, by the way. I think it was all about the bans and the fact that they let the classic jungle mid lane obey strategy come through. That's besides the point. As Adapting puts on the double digits, Yaman puts down number 11, and Energy start walking into the throne room right here. Adapting gets another one, 4-0-7 for the Swedish jungler, and Yaman picks up another one to seal the deal. Energy still having some fun here. They want to poke the players in the fountain. Nika in the sky sees the execute, and
oh my god.
Yep. Energy just cleaned it up. Bad luck 13.
The way you said that, by the way, also reminded me of like one of those disclaimers that you see on a commercial where like they go through all the positives of something, and then it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, this could also cause you like cancer, stage 5 heart attacks, and you know all these other sort of important things. I was like,
a little bit of a footnote, and the Sanguine wind up being a footnote in their own set. Unfortunately, 0-13. They try something new with the Zhang Kui, doesn't quite work out. I like the idea of trying something new. Hell, I like Zhang Kui. But there has to be a balance to everything. And,
time and place.
Yeah, it's sort of like by tie, everything just kind of winds up askew. We're getting to picks and bans for game number 2 here. Energy trying to secure their 2nd match in the set.
And Sanguine trying to pick up their first ever win for the split. And I would hope that they put up as I wouldn't call that first game putting up a fight, but I hope that they do it this time around.
Sure. Yeah, and like I said, I maintain that Sanguine didn't play a bad game necessarily. They just didn't play a game at all. Not really doing much of anything. Hunbats and Terra versus Wheelish and Zeus banned out. All 4 gods not going to be selected. First pick by Energy will be the Serket. Adapting really wants to flex his muscles. Last time around, he wound up with some more assists than kills. I don't think that's going to be the case this time.
And Scotty is the immediate response for Sanguine, along with the Khepri. I really like the Khepri pick, considering that Energy opted to go for the Serket right away. That's probably one of the best deterrents for a Serket, and only thing I can imagine to be better than that would be like a Geb.
Sure.
Serket and Geb are just 2 things that will never coincide.
Khepri, however, they see the Serket selection, and this is an understanding of how Energy work. I think against other teams, many other teams in the SPL, the Khepri selection isn't safe here, even though Serket is selected, because solo Thanatos is very real for a lot of these other teams. But Dimmy, he's classic. He doesn't really like playing these assassins. You see Dimmy more on the Guan Yus and the Guardians than you actually see him on any of these oddball assassins. So I don't think that Sanguine is too afraid of the solo Thanatos or Ao Kuang. I don't think they're expecting anything like that as Thoth and Hercules get banned.
But the Fenrir on the side of Sanguine, that could be a little bit of a risk factor, considering that Energy already had the Poseidon locked in. And if there's one thing that Fenrir players hate encountering, it's the cripple of those whirlpools.
Yeah, it stops not only the jump, but also the brutalize. It's going to be a tough spot. Vulcan selected by Sanguine. Thank you, Mr. Stefan. Came onto the scene even before relegations. We saw him in some of the stuff in Challengers Cup. Vulcan is what he made a name for himself on. And like I said, I legitimately, you guys know how I feel about the Sanguine team. I legitimately think that Mr. Stefan is a fine player. I think he's great, and I legitimately enjoy watching him when he has these selections. Vulcan and Coppercon going to be joined here. I'm very, very excited that for their final game of the split, Sanguine opt to put the ball in Mr. Steffen's hands. There's going to be a lot of heavy lifting by Vulcan, theoretically.
There's a ton of setup for Mr. Steffen this time around between the Cabrakan, even the Khepri hug pull of death, and then you have the Scotty root as well with their ultimate, but most importantly, the Fenrir ultimate. Fenrir ultimate, and you just hold him still 100%, fetching a treat for your Vulcan. Like that's all you need.
All set up for Mr. Steffen. We'll see if it's enough for Sanguine to take game number 2 here, and our 2 game is set. Final game of the split for these European teams. Energy, the defending world champions. Quick work of Sanguine in game number 1. Emilito laughing to himself. That is the most Emil thing. If you know Emilito behind the scenes, him laughing to himself with literally nobody around, that's pretty standard.
Maybe he played one of the Kronos jokes beforehand to test them out and thought it was funny afterwards.
So he laughs in game.
I mean, you gotta
So
share your
RP?
comedy with the world.
Full RP. We'll see that. Adapting, trying to get the loop around onto the mid lane, Mr. Steffen. Not going to be caught out this time, obviously. I won't say obviously, but adapting, not going for the madness at level 1, instead going for the zigzag. I think the Deathbane is the go-to ability for almost every single situation at level 1 for Serket. Not only is it an escape, but also her main clear. And so they'll head into the jungle.
And they're just looking to try and pick up those elementals right away. Tons of XP for the side of NRG if they're able to secure that. And now it's actually Sanguine trying to defend their purple buff here from Raffer, the solo invader.
By himself, Raffer actually is not able to seal the deal, but just very fun stuff. Raffer by himself. Emilito's like, yeah, man, just listen. It's your purple buff. I'm the hunter. I don't get a purple. So if you want it, you go ahead and get it. I've had that argument before.
I can't blame Emil in that circumstance. Scotty Khepri is bound to have all of the lane pressure for the dual lane, and so not a whole lot that Kronos could really do there alongside of Raffer with the level 1 Sobek.
What's interesting there is that Emilito actually hits level 2 because he doesn't share the rest of that wave with Raffer, and that allows him, if Sanguine decided to step back into the lane instead of stay in that little jungle lane, then you could have seen the stun come out on top of the time rift and cause some chunkage. Instead, Emilito now hitting level 3, opts to stay under the tower. Good clear coming out from the guys on Sanguine. Going to put Emilito here in control. And the rest of them will head towards the Oracles, and Sanguine will 4-man split.
A decent bit of early pressure from the side of Sanguine. Just 4-man rotation, pretty safe. I mean, it's not the greatest to 4-way split XP this early on, but now it could be problematic.
Emilito, no ultimate available. The Hug Bug gets the deal, and the last hit gets shot by Mike the Magikarp. That's going to be a good start for Sanguine. First blood going to the Hunter.
And that's exactly what you want from Khepri. Just immediately pulled them into their own deaths. Raffer even tried to expend his meditation, but it only kept Emil alive for just another second or 2.
Yeah, just too many people. I mean, there's 4 players coming into your lane. I'm not sure. I don't think the math lines up there, Taco.
Nika did expend his purification as well, though, because he wanted to preemptively ensure that he wasn't going to be caught by that chrono stun that we saw coming out later on. But yeah, it's just such an unfortunate circumstance all around. Just no way really for Emil to get out of that one.
It's a great play by Sanguine, understanding that the Chronos Scotty matchup. You saw this, and they're just going to go ahead and take care of him nice and early. 1 death already, and that's going to give the lead to Mike the Magikarp. He is level 5. Nika's not 5 just yet, but level 5 versus the 3 and 4 of Raffer and Emilito respectively. This is how you want this lane to go. And you want to just keep sitting in this lane. And if you're Nika, or at least the jungle, surprising the opposition, unfortunately not going to use that level lead to their advantage. Emilito hits 5 and now has an extra life.
Emilito has to be careful, though, with Nika lurking in the jungle on this Fenrir, because now that he's started building off into the boots, he's going to have a little bit more damage, a little bit more mobility, but most importantly of all, Emil doesn't have his beat still for at least another minute and some change, and it's going to be hard for him to avoid it should Nika run into that lane with a jump stun from his rune stack.
So he doesn't have the beads, and he also has no vision. There's no wards for either team, to be fair, but there's no wards from Energy on the left side, so Nika can just continue to gank this lane. Sure, he doesn't have that information just yet, but as he continues to show presence, if that's what he chooses to do, although he's on the right side of the map, he'll sort of understand that there's no vision here. I can keep doing this. Nika instead trying to share the wealth, and shows up here. Dark Dodo and Dimmy adapting all level 6. Nika just now hitting level 5, has that ultimate available to him, but opting not to use it just yet.
And instead, they just want to clear out that wave as safely as possible and look to secure their buffs this time around.
Yep.
They do not want adapting anywhere near their jungle, because the second that you give NRG even an inch, they will 100% take a mile from you.
Kilometer. We're in Europe.
We're casting from America.
It's a kilometer. Listen, I call it football instead of soccer on these casts. I'll say kilometer instead of mile.
Yeah,
here.
but I call it football all the time anyway, because that's a real sport.
That's because you try to be more British than Hindu man.
No,
on a
it's because
basis.
I'm Hispanic, and that's what you're meant to call it.
No, we call it football. But that's a different story. Oracle's taken out here. Sanguine will have the vision on the left side, at least with respect to there. And here, we have some vision coming out. Sanguine have this this crossroads right here from the mid lane, going to be visioned out. And they're also going to get the Oracles as well.
Oracle's going the way of Sanguine is pretty massive because, I mean, it's always nice having that free ward vision for your team, but it's not nice for Dark Dodo as he's about to take a spill potentially to the likes of Dimmy and adapting, and 100% both ultimates expended. Nowhere to go on this Cabrakan.
Potentially? At what point did you think that the Cabrakan was gonna fly away?
You never know what can happen. I mean, nobody knows where the Dodo goes, but it looks like he's extinct like everyone else of his kind.
Really cute. Really cute aggro. Just like the Gold Fury going down here on the left side. Sanguine get that one, and it's not stolen by Energy. Really big play by Sanguine. Serious shout-out to the red team here. They get the gank on the right side, they being Energy. And by showing the double presence in the short lane, that means Sanguine can directly go to the Gold Fury. Smite 101, like I say all the time. Great play, and that's almost 1,000 gold lead for Sanguine. The first blood on top. Ooh, actually, Energy bite back. Where did that come from?
Energy just 100% bit back in farming, and they took the tower.
500 gold for the tower on the right side as Dimmy secures his victory here in the lane. And just like that, Sanguine make a great play by picking up the Gold Fury, and Energy answer back with the quick tower. Death Panther landing on the edge of that whirlpool, so he's able to wiggle his way out and then find the dash.
Honestly, Energy securing the T1 tower in the solo lane is probably more favorable than Sanguine picking up that early Gold Fury.
Yeah.
Because now Dimmy has the freedom to rotate.
That's the biggest thing, is that the tower is permanent and the Gold Fury comes back.
Yeah, I mean, normally in most situations, you would not necessarily expect the team to have enough damage this early on to pick up that T1.
Ooh.
But hold that thought, Emilito might not have enough health to survive, but it looks like he's going to just get out of that Scotty ultimate.
And this is one of the nice things about this Chronos into the Scotty matchup. Almost no hunter can take the one-on-one versus Scotty. The dog is going to block some of your basics heading into it, and once you're rooted with the dog in between you and the target, unless you're Rom, you're actually not hitting the hunter. Death Panther, he's not going to wiggle out of this one. Oh, the perfect Kraken.
Oh, man.
Yaman just waits there like a dartboard. And so the Chronos has the extra life. As soon as that Scotty ultimate comes out, Chronos can go rewind, and then Scotty sits there kind of like, I just did it, man. I hit all my buttons, and the Chronos can fight back into it. So I like the Chronos into this Scotty matchup very, very much. One of the few hunters, or magical hunters, one of the few characters that can really deal with what Scotty brings.
And it's perfect for Emil's playstyle as well, considering that he's certainly more comfortable on these magical hunters than anything else.
Jumping in one more time, Dark Dodo. Nobody knows where the Dodo goes, but it looks like he's extinct.
He's going back to base. That's exactly where he's going now.
Did you? Man, I'm so good. You hear what I just said? I thought of that all by myself.
How dare you?
You guys don't see. That was a real look. We joke around here on the cast. I'm going to hear it later. That was real. 3-1 here with almost 9 on the clock, 8:22 to be specific. Energy find themselves tied up with Sanguine, despite game number 1 being in their favor fantastically. Although, to be fair to them, it did ramp up. Wasn't a very quick start, but already, I mean, in total, I think we saw 13 kills, all of them being Energies. This time, first blood goes to Sanguine, and Energy already have 3, so 4 kills already in a game where last time we only saw 13.
But being even with energy is never a comfortable position to be in, because 90% of the time, that's exactly where energy wanted to be anyway, because like we've talked about it time and time again, because it continues to be so relevant. Energy love to turn it up out of absolutely nowhere.
Yep.
So even when you think that you're fine and everything's going okay for you and the rest of your team, that's not necessarily always the case. And majority of the time, you're actually already starting to lose. You're just not even aware of it yet.
Yeah, it's energy. They use that element of surprise. When you can see the teams ramp up, you can sort of, all right, they got a pick, they got a second kill. I'm going to back to base and buy an item because I know that they're going to come at us at the Gold Fury. Energy don't do that. They don't play that. They just jump out of the wall and they just murder you. Shouts to Mike the Magikarp. Adapting winds up with another kill. That's going to be 1-0-3 for the jungler right there. And the Doom Orb coming out from Mr. Stefan. Again, this is Sanguine understanding that they got to play hero ball. Mr. Stefan has been a fantastic asset for this team, Taco, and just leaning on him really heavily here in game number 2. Sanguine need Mr. Stefan to step up, and once that Doom Orb has maybe 5 to 10 more stacks, I think we're going to see the play. Or right now, there's the ultimate.
Oof, but the wall from Dodo preventing Death Panther from trying to snag Raffer up into that Vulcan ultimate. That's just...
What do you always say? Feels bad, man?
Oh, that's not even a feels bad, man. That's just a full-on Bible thump.
Jeez.
And now Nika Bible thumping himself as adapting drops the ultimate, and the cool guy fade away just doesn't even need to look back on that one. He knows that the kill is secured.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of experience that adapting has on this Circuit. He knows exactly how much damage that ultimate's going to do, true damage. So no protections that the Fenrir builds or doesn't build will help. I like the idea, actually, of the Mark of the Vanguard, because that's the one item that's going to make me retract my previous statement. Protections actually don't help, but the Mark of the Vanguard will. It's just straight damage reduction, one of the few items in the game that does lower some of that true damage out of Circuit, which is why we see that pickup.
And it doesn't surprise me to see adapting choosing to linger so much on this dual lane side, because if you peep the actives, well, now that he's level 12, he'll actually be able to pick up the beads, but before that, all Mike the Magikarp had to his name was a single Aegis.
Right.
And when you only have an item that makes you immune to damage and not cleanses you from, you know, CC, that's free reign for adapting all day long to just jump in there, pop the madness, get a Deathbane off, and then you're pretty much already dead.
At the same time, the Aegis is going to be the one thing that can prevent that. If Nika had an Aegis instead of beads, Nika lives there, right? He gets controlled, he gets ulted, and he finds a way out, pops an Aegis. There it is. All of a sudden, that dot doesn't hurt him. So it's kind of a, beads and Aegis are both the right choice versus the Circuit. We were talking earlier. If it's a Vulcan or a Kraken man, yeah, sure. Aegis over beads, less CC. But the Circuit's the one that makes you scratch your head. Like, well, I think you're controlled by the madness, or I die to the ultimate. I kind of got to pick one. So, either way, now he's got both options, so he'll be able to go ahead and do that, and maybe he'll be yelling and screaming while he chooses to take on the opposition, since he's the top player in our game here. Biggest net worth, level 13 on his own team. Absolutely can look for the opposition.
Looking for the opposition is always a good thing, and that's just...
It's 5-1 here. 12:30 on the clock. We're gonna take care of our
I saw something a little questionable.
Sort of like disengage here coming out from Sanguine, trying to defend on their buff side. Raffer gets a little excited, finds 2 players with the knockup, but no dash. I really thought there was gonna be a hard commit from Energy, but again, biding their time. They own 5 out of 6 kills here. Sanguine gonna collapse on adapting, but it takes them too long, so instead we see the diversion. Mike to the left and everybody else to the mid lane. Jump forward is Nika. Not going to look for the Brutalize as Dimmy turns around and whips it back on him. Raffer just hanging out.
I feel pretty bad for Nika at this stage of the game, considering that he's already 3 levels behind adapting on Fenrir of all gods. And Fenrir is one of those guys that you really want to excel during that early to mid-game stage. But when you're this far behind, well, Death Panther actually might not be behind for much longer.
He gets the ult off. He does get the ult off. I mean,
but to what value? It
was still exciting to see him get the ult off.
It's always fun seeing a solid Khepri ult come through, and well played to him for buying himself an additional couple of seconds.
I thought Mr. Stefan had something big there, but instead he's got nothing at all. Sanguine trying to defend their tier 1 tower here in the mid lane, slowly but surely getting chipped down. P.S. Mike the Magikarp split pushing there on the left side. Energy don't really seem too concerned until right about now.
Adapting was making his way over, so well recognized by Mike the Magikarp to immediately back off there. But now, that just means that Gold Fury is 100% NRGs.
That's the thing. If Mike's not there split pushing, that means that it's a full commit to the mid lane coming out from Energy. They take a mid lane tower and perhaps the team fight afterwards. But since they made the half rotation, they're already in the neighborhood. They'll just stop by and pick up the Gold Fury. That one goes down. Sanguine try to answer with an objective of their own, but the Portal Demon gets cut short by Energy's presence. So Gold Fury and a little bit of poke at the mid lane winds up being 3K. In the hands of Energy Esports at the moment, 33-50. And it's still climbing. Timmy taking 2-on-1.
And that's certainly not a situation that Sanguine really wants to find themselves in. They were looking for that early snowball potential with the Cabrakan, the Scotty, and the Fenrir, but unfortunately not able to really see this draft come to fruition with the Fenrir and Vulcan. Part of that might be due to Nika opting for the Brawler's Rush as opposed to a Jones, because without that 20% CDR online for the Fenrir, it does become a little bit difficult to spam that ultimate as ideally as you would want to.
I feel you, but at the same time, in certain situations where Nika had an ultimate available, we didn't really see him go for it. Nika's playing scared here, and that's kind of what's hurting him the most, I think, outside of itemization, character pick. He's just not playing the same confident game that we've seen Nika play all split, all year last year. That was really what made Nika stand out to me as a rookie, was the fact that, listen, Nika wasn't the best player in the world. He probably wasn't even the best rookie. But just his ability to fight into players like Dimmy and have no fear is really what made him an asset to the team and really what made him stand out for me. And here on this Fenrir Taco, I mean, I'm not seeing that same fearlessness. I'm not seeing fearless Fenrir, and that's an issue.
Nika just seems a little bit too concerned about falling early for his team, because he's worried that if he dies as the jungler, it just means they lose everything on the map. It's not like dying as a solo laner where, you know, at the most you might lose your tower, a couple of buffs, but when you're a jungle and you're this far behind and the gap's only getting bigger. And so it's just becoming more difficult for him to try and make anything happen.
There are definite reasons why he should be scared. But that's not a license to be scared. That's what makes you an SPL jungler.
100%.
You've got to play into these scary situations with, you know, your heart and you got to be ready to go for it. Nika and team right here is trying to push up at the mid lane tower and honestly answering back the amount of damage that Energy were able to find in the mid lane. But left side, Kronos takes out the tower a little bit quicker than Scotty. And then Melito's going to run away with his 500 gold in the pocket. That's going to be the second tower going down, both of which belong to Sanguine, extending Energy's lead to about 4,000, give or take here. And teams now trying to find themselves in the mid lane. Sanguine going to chase players out. Still, actually, this could be bad for
Energy. Want this. They want this engagement, and it's what they've been trying to bait the side of Sanguine into the entire time. You saw Dimmy trying to pull away at that Portal Demon. Meanwhile, Energy was providing presence in that mid lane. They just want Sanguine to overextend in the slightest.
Let me ask you this question, though. It was a 5-on-3 here on the right side, 4-on-3 as Mike's on the other side. Is that a fight that Sanguine should have took, or was Energy waiting for them to take that fight?
Considering that Sanguine is so behind, that's 100% usually in Energy's favor.
Okay.
And so is that speed buff for adapting, which I'm sure he won't complain about.
Yeah, no, that one he's going to pick up. Emil doesn't get that one, so not gonna work out in that favor. Right now, everybody in Sanguine's jungle, up, down, coming out from the dog. Not going to be anything worthwhile. Not going to be strong, too, bringing him down to about 80%, dashing away. Thanks to the Brutalize. Here comes the ultimate out of Sobek. Rafford chunking Dark Dodo. Yaman trying to help out, but a little bit off center. And the Khepri ultimate going to save the solo later. No, there's the dot. Dark Dodo walks towards his teammates. Walk away, and he does. Adapting gets the kill out of Dark Dodo. And at the last possible minute, he turns around to make sure he doesn't infect his teammates.
I was so scared for Sanguine right there, but I'm still pretty scared for Mr. Stefan. His adapting didn't seem like he was done quite yet, but Yaman and Emilito going to secure that T2 in the mid lane. And
Hey, Mike the Magikarp.
you got the T1. And I mean, fair play to him though. In all honesty, there really wasn't much else he could have done in that situation because even if he rotates over, the fight is done.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's should he have been there earlier? We can have that conversation. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm not going to say he absolutely should have been there, but the tower goes down. He's not able to get the tier 2 thanks to Dimmy's teleport.
From an ADC's perspective,
Or just walk. He didn't TP.
I would have preferred to see him still elect to push down that T1 tower in the mid lane because he might have had, his team could have potentially bought him a little bit more time to potentially siege that T2 tower as well. But unfortunately, Sanguine just got bursted too fast by the likes of adapting. The Kraken was executed perfectly in that narrow corridor, leaving Nika and Death Panther nowhere to run. So they kind of just got pincered, but by the map instead of by energy.
Which is by design. Speaking of these guys, these guys, I'm not going to say nothing is a mistake or accidental coming out from energy, but they're very well aware of where on the map they're fighting. That's another tactic at the high level is when you have characters like Zeus and Kabrakan, you specifically fight in these tough spots in the jungle because you know that you have the advantage. Players running into walls, bouncing off of things, that's what you want. And so Sanguine stuck in that corner, not a mistake. Energy do that by design, and Sanguine, they're trying to, this is Sanguine playing guerrilla warfare. They're like, listen, we don't want to fight you at all. Just barely getting out of there as Dark Dodo.
You know his cheeks were clenching during that moment in time.
He right now, he's, I can't say what he's screaming, but it's something not nice in Italian. Absolutely. Dark Dodo just barely gets that. Turn into my stream later, I'll tell you. 20 minutes on the clock. Energy in the driver's seat and the passenger seat here. Just taking this one to town. 52,000 to 44. And Yaman starting up another team fight. He's going to clean up a double kill for the mid lane mage. Right side is going to be the exit for Sanguine. And Mike will not be joining his team. He hasn't joined his team the entire time. And he won't join his team this time either. Mike has had a relatively positive impact in this game, I think, with Sanguine in mind, taking down the tier 1 tower, fighting a couple of positive fights here on the left side, but and owning the only kill for Sanguine. But holistically, it just isn't enough positivity for Sanguine to find themselves out of the trench. 10,000 down, ones in every column of kills, but 2 of them on the side of energy. That was one of my more creative ways to describe the kill count, but it
you
didn't
say
really
that
kill it.
you say that Mike wasn't joining his team, but there were 3 of them that were just on that black and white screen. So
all right.
It's still a team building exercise.
I see you. That was almost good. It was almost good. We'll give that to you. We'll give that one to you. You didn't even acknowledge my ones. I said there was ones. Everybody with the kills has
I hit you
ones.
with a thumbs up.
But energy
Nobody
gets
else
2.
can tell that I'm doing it, but they can visualize it.
I actually don't think it was that descriptive, and I probably won't use it again. Like that time I called Pretty Prime Pee-Pee. I don't think that one worked out either.
I can't imagine why.
I don't think that one worked out. So I don't think the ones all across and energy owning 2 of them to describe 11 to 1. I think we're gonna leave that one on the drawing board. Sanguine still trying to fight their way into it. Looking at itemization, interesting Magi's Blessing here coming out, 3rd item for our solo lane Kabrakan. Shout outs to Firebug over there to get down in LATAM, getting me saying Kabrakan. That's the way he says it. I like it.
Having a little bit of fun there, but Mike the Magikarp, he is not having fun in the slightest. Just 100% lockdown onto that Scotty, nowhere to run. Whirlpool dropped on you, and the entirety of energy surrounding you. The only place he's going is back to base.
So, looking at Mike's build here, love the Silver Branch bow. This is the exact situation what this item is made for. Hunter v Magic. Right? It's Ikaval for this situation. Love that choice. Crusher, I start to get a little bit curious. 15% attack speed, 30 power on this, and then it's a little bit of cooldown reduction in the sense that when you hit somebody, your abilities, something like that, your ability cooldown comes down when you hit somebody. And Scotty is kind of ability based, so I don't hate it. What's the Bloodforge mentality?
The Bloodforge mentality for him, which I am not discrediting 100%, definitely shouldn't be there, in my opinion, in this kind of game, as well as Sanguine trying, hold that thought, because right now the Kraken's going to be perfect, and Deathpan are already having to burn out that Khepri ultimate.
Yeah, Sanguine really can't play defense here with the amount of numbers on the side of Energy. Dami's going to pick up the mid lane, Mr. Stefan, for the second time the Vulcan falls this contest. Left side, Phoenix about half HP as Energy take their aggression out on the opposition instead of the objective. Take down the Firebird, please. And they finally do. Energy shifting over to the mid lane.
And it looks like this middle Phoenix won't stand for much longer either when you've got a Chronos available alongside of just, 5 members strong of Energy. That's, I mean, Sanguine can tell, you can tell they want to put up a fight, they just don't know how to go in for it.
Yeah, there's nothing really Sanguine can do here in this situation. Energy going to remember that there is a tier 2 tower left on the board. They'll shade over to the right side and look towards the tower. 24 minutes in, 13-1. And Sanguine trailing by all 12, unfortunately. Down over 10,000, almost 20,000 here. Eesh. Very scary spot for Sanguine to be in. But I think the writing's on the wall here. I think Energy it's just a matter of time.
I'd have to agree with you on that one. This is entirely NRG's game to throw at this stage. And going back, though, to the Scotty with the Bloodforge.
Right.
The mindset behind it is you want sustain because you're facing off against a Chronos.
Of course.
So you do get a little bit of lifesteal with the Bloodforge. Not to mention, if you pick up that kill, you get the passive of the Bloodforge. You get the health shield, the movement speed, and it's a nice little buff to yourself, and that's ideally what you want for Scotty in case you're trying to escape from somebody rotating.
Scotty with movement speed is scary.
The issue here that I have with it is, incredibly expensive, and that's not gold you want to be spending when your team is barely going even with NRG. And then not only that, but I believe at that point in time they were already down at least 10 gold. Raffer showing excellent circling capabilities at this point.
Yaman and Raffer are having a competition right now. Yaman just zoomed around with the Gold Fury chasing him, seeing how little damage he could take from the Gold Fury. And then it was Raffer's turn. Raffer loses. That was great. You gotta have fun inside the games. Raffer goes up and just punches Nika in the chin. Nika doesn't even want to fight the Sobek. He's like, leave me alone. But Dimmy's not going to do any such thing. Shows up, dashes in, and the dog gets turned around. There's going to be the ultimate. Raffer's in trouble. 1 kill for Sanguine is all they have. Can they turn it into 2? Adapting shows up behind, puts down Mr. Stefan, and still, despite a stumble, Sanguine are able to finish things out just as they started it. Dimmy puts number 16 on the board for Energy, And Raffer, he's locked up and he's dancing.
And Raffer, zero complaints. That was completely tactical by the support of NRG.
Of course.
100%, he wanted them to go on him. Aegis being expended by Nika in the fountain to Yemen's Kraken, and at this point in time, NRG, they're just messing around.
This is the defending world champions really finally coming into themselves. The beginning of the split, unfortunately, if you're an Energy fan, wasn't really their favor. But as everything has started getting going, they certainly turn things up, as we say here in Atlanta. Things certainly worked out for them towards the end, finishing up those 2 games, and, well, they belong to Energy.
And not only that, but that puts Energy at 12 points, which puts them into 3rd, which means that that Gauntlet seeding is pretty sick. But, I mean, Gauntlet, do you really want to be facing off against Energy with the way that they've been playing in the Gauntlet? Exactly. It's gonna be a pretty spicy one.
Defending world champions, as Taco said, make it to the top of the gauntlet, but they're certainly not top 2. They'll be at a different land altogether. To break down the last set, we've got Aggro and we've got Hindu.
Well, a brutal final set for Sanguine have to deal with after going all season long without finding their win. Walk into the world champions, and yeah, it was painful.
I mean, like you mentioned, you go all split without a victory, and you're like, okay, we just got one more to get through, and it's energy.
Yeah.
So, all right, boys,
let's go back to game 1 just to start you off. Raffer was the person that took RI more than most here at Aggro with his performance.
Yeah, the Sobek play, both game 1 and game 2, was really, really solid from Raffer. The 7.0 KDA ended up with a bunch of kills, even in the later stages of the game, setting up for his team, just always being this initiator. And there was a time where Raffer wasn't playing this Sobek quite quite as much, but if you remember the earlier days of Raffer's career, this is a god that you know he's very, very comfortable on.
He is, but he's been away from it for a while, but he's back to showing it off once again, and it is pretty useful for themselves. This was at 20 minutes in and it went 6-0 right there, but here's the stats at the end of the game.
Just killing it all across the board. Sanguine blanked in game number 1.
A duck, as we'd call that over in England.
A duck?
Yeah.
Is that from cricket?
Well done. Well done. It was from cricket.
I paid attention to your cricket lessons.
Was game 1. The best news. The best news for any Sanguine fan out there that was watching that game, that set. You did double your kill count minimum because you had 0 in game 1. They got 1 in game 2.
So I would have let this go, but Taco called me out on this a couple days ago. 0 times 2 is still 0.
Okay.
So you're not doubling it.
Well, I was going to say you're 2 times better than last week, but that still leaves you at being a 0.
0.
Game 2, however, was all about adapting. We said his name thousands of times before, and I don't think it's going to stop. His Circuit is one of the best Circuits we ever get to see.
He was playing Circuit long before these Circuit buffs that have really seen her rise back toward the top of the Assassin list. In Season 4, he loved it into the Ao Kuang matchup during Season 3. Now he feels like he can play it into anything, and with play like this, you can absolutely see why. 12 for the KDA.
Yeah, just picks up the solo kill and just continues on the rampage as the game goes on as well. Sanguine, it's an unfortunate end for the season for them. They've got a lot to learn, a lot to improve on. They will be coming to the Gauntlet LAN. Obviously, we'll be bringing a Challenger Cup team as well, who will face off against all the teams that didn't make it to Masters, where one team will get the shot to join them. Energy looking like that team is the most likely, but then you can't take into account Enix is also on that list.
The final boss, Energy, of the Gauntlet. If you get through, all the other European teams, you're ready to go. You're like, okay, we beat a lot of great teams. We only need 1 more win to go to LAN, and then you faceplant into the wall that is Energy. It's going to be a tough task for anyone to get through the Gauntlet. Enix and Energy have clearly separated themselves as the top 2 teams at this Gauntlet LAN, but I'm very excited to see. We saw Sanguine in 8th place going in Season 3. They came to Group LAN. They end up qualifying. Could be another Cinderella story for the Sanguine boys.
Well, here's a look at the standings for you. Europe is finally complete. The top 2 teams move on to Masters. The rest will come to the Gauntlet LAN just before that, where Sanguine will face off against a Challenger team. Winner of that faces off against Lineguard. Winner of that versus Elevate. Winner of that versus Rival. All the way up to Energy.
The winner of Rival plays who?
The winner of Enix.
Oh, okay. And then the winner of Enix plays Energy.
That's correct, yeah.
That's
goes
how
on like that, and eventually one team will make it through to join Obey and Dignitas towards the Masters LAN.
It was an awesome day all across Europe today. I mean, the Obey dominance to start us off, and then Dignitas punched their ticket to the SMITE Masters LAN. Tomorrow, we've got some insane matchups.
North America needs to close out tomorrow, and it's all up for contention still of who's going to make it, who's going to be number 1 and 2 seed going to Masters LAN, and where your positioning is going to be for the Gauntlet stage, just like Europe. These are the matches we've got to look forward to tomorrow. Saw versus Noble to kick things off. Saw on the upturn after last week's performance, and then Eager and Luminosity to round out the day.
Are you kidding me? What a game that's going to be to close us out. Eager with the opportunity to secure first seed. Actually, they may have already secured first seed. They're sitting at the number 1 spot right now regardless, and then it's between Luminosity and E-United and in memory of Gabe. Who's going to be able to snag away that second guaranteed spot and avoid that dreaded Gauntlet LAN?
Well, that's all we've got time for today, but one thing I can say is if you've got time right now, get your application into thecaster.tv. There's a competition where you can win $10,000 for coming in first in the competition. It is reality, so I expect to have a bit of fun on the reality show. I'm looking forward to when we do get to show this off as well.
I'm sure you're going to be very, very kind to all of our honored guests on this show, won't you be?
Always. I'm always kind to all the casters I work with and wish them all the best in life.
Thank you, Hindu. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Kappa. And with that, it's time to close the show. Thank you so much all for tuning in today from everyone here at High Risk Studios, all the casters and production. And don't forget, Raymond Peckies will be back tomorrow to close out North America and find out who else is going to Masters.